Hey everyone. Welcome back to another video. This is the first part of a story called Escape To Kumo, and it's written by the same person who wrote Kami's Experiment. Please show him some love in the comments. I will try and pin a comment from him in the description. Summary: Minato kills Obito on the night of the Kyuubi attack and sacrifices himself to seal the biju into his son, Naruto. It was not your standard interaction, so how will the new seal affect Naruto? Fugaku nominated as Hokage. Kushina survives and does her best to raise Naruto, but it doesn't take long for problems to arise. Watch as they escape and build a new home. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the rest of the story is already out over there for you guys, along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 1, Deal with the Demon. It was supposed a grand occasion for the Uzumaki Namikaze family. Tonight, Minato and Kushina were supposed to be filled with laughter, good tidings and sake once the son and heir of their two clans was born. However, the fates can be cruel, and the three sisters severed one particularly cruel thread on this night. A massive 40-story fox with 9 powerful swishing tails was standing over the village and leaving a trail of destruction. Alarms rang across Konoha, and ninjas were evacuating civilians to the shelters. As they ran, fire descended upon their village and laid waste indiscriminately to structures and life alike. In this chaos, brave shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato firmed their resolves and threw themselves into a fight they had no hope of winning. Every life sacrificed bought a second of time for their loved ones to evacuate. Every life sacrificed to the biju demonstrated the resolve of the will of fire. Leading the charge was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime, 3rd, Hokage of Konoha. His successor had asked him to buy some time so that he may deal with the intruder that caused this whole mess. Hiruzen coordinated the shinobi forces of Konoha in various delaying and distracting actions against the beast that towered over the village, yet the destruction still rained down upon his village. As Hiruzen looked up into the blood-red and black-slitted eyes of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, he noticed the imprint of a Sharingan that was supposed to be lost to time. The Mangekyo Sharingan pattern was almost translucent as it spun on the iris of the Kyuubi. An image of Madara Uchiha glaring at him during his childhood flashed through his mind. He cursed whichever Uchiha caused all of this destruction and reaffirmed his efforts to protect his village. Calling upon his summoned partner, Enma the king of the Monkey Clan, he jumped into battle with the strongest of all known biju. Minato was breathing hard as he strained his chakra network to operate above its maximum capacity. He had saved his wife and child and just finished the fight with the masked man. A smoking crater with a spiral pattern could be seen burnt through the cloak of the masked individual as he lay face down in the dirt. Minato walked over to the man, ignored the fleshy hole he had dug into him, flipped him onto his back with his foot and removed the mask. Minato gasped in shock as the face, or at least half of the face, that he saw staring lifelessly into the sky. It was his former student, Obito Uchiha, declared Kia nearly 4 years ago. Obito's Sharingan eye stared blankly into the sky, and Minato decided that more research would need to be done. He sealed the body into the scroll he procured from one of his pouches and disappeared in a yellow flash to go protect his village. Minato focused on the Hiraishin marker of the Sandaime Hokage and appeared next to the downed form of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato grabbed the Sandaime and flashed him to Konoha's hospital. He summoned a Kage Bunshine, Shadow Clone, to write out a note explaining the body sealed in the scroll and what transpired that night. He tucked the scroll into Hiruzen's breast pocket and left him under the protection of his clone to confront the beast. After Obito died, there was a momentary lapse in the Kyuubi's attack as it regained its free will. Then the petty humans continued to attack and antagonize the creature. As the Kyuubi was preparing to respond, a yellow flash caught its attention. Then it felt pain as a large, blue, spinning orb crashed into its head. Since it was disoriented, it couldn't fight the pull on its chakra as the human with yellow hair transported it far away from the village. As the Kyuubi shook of the disorientation, it noticed that the yellow-haired human was standing on top of a toad summon that it recognized. The great Kitsune decided that the strength of this human merited words. Ningen, I don't suppose you would just let me walk away from here. I am finally free and will not go back into a cage. The Kyuubi's gruff and powerful voice echoed across the clearing. Minato was stunned, and so was Gamabunta for that matter. The Kyuubi just opened a conversation. Kyuubi? I didn't know you could speak. The Kyuubi snorted loudly at the insinuation. You short-sighted mortals never considered that us biju were sentient beings. Your petty minds always go straight to fear when you don't understand something. Your greed directed you to seek our power. So, Ningen, are you going to fight me? Minato took a battle-ready stance as his mind raced over a mile a minute to come up with something. Okay, Kyuubi, it saddens me to admit that mankind will never let you or your kind be free. However, I will offer you sanctuary in my son. The man I killed tonight had the same eyes as Madara Uchiha, and that is how he was able to control you. If you escape from here, you will need to live life on the run. If we form a contact of sorts, you could be held safely within my son. The Kyuubi flinched at that. It was the one man that had made it feel completely helpless. Cursed the sage for giving such power to these mortals. She also hated to admit that this petty human had a point. She was locked out of the demonic realm for some reason she had yet to discover, and she knew she wouldn't be able to retreat there at this time. Minato sighed at the response. Is there some contract we could come up with to resolve things peacefully? And we need to hurry with negotiations because ninjas will be coming here to finish the fight. The Kyuubi pondered upon Minato's words. The demoness knew that it was nearly time for her mating cycle, something that only occurred once every 200 years, and she dearly wished for kits. She could send this mortal to her kingdom upon his death and have him check on her lands. He seemed honorable enough, and she begrudgingly admitted that she felt a rare sense of honor coming from the man. Very well, Ningen, if you form a contract with me, the price is your soul. I have need of a man with your skill set. In return for your soul, I will spare your village and create a seal of my own choosing to reside in your child. Minato paled at that. He only had one jutsu that could possibly deal with the Kyuubi, and the price was the same to use that jutsu. So, which would he prefer, the Kyuubi or the Shinigami? Minato shivered internally at the thought of the Shinigami's stomach. He firmed his resolve and nodded his head at the Kyuubi. Very well, state the terms of your contract, Minato said in a hardened and resolved voice. Your son is the only one allowed to be my container. He already has my power in him from gestating next to me. The seal must allow me certain freedoms, and once I raise your son into a man that will purify this human world, I will be released, and he will become my husband. Your son will be bound by this contract to do everything in his power to return me to Makai and not let me be sealed into another vessel. Minato gulped at that. Kushina would kill him for this, but it was probably better than attempting to force the Kyuubi into a Shinigami seal and pray that it didn't destroy his son from the inside out. Why do you want my son for a husband? The Kyuubi chuckled at that response, and in turn the massive chakra entity condensed into a red-haired beauty that stood regally before Minato. The woman was 5 foot 7 inches with long, illustrious red hair that sank to below a beautiful posterior. From said posterior, 9 red tails glowed with power as they swished around the form of a goddess. She had a heart-shaped face that radiated beauty with glowing alabaster skin that surrounded red-slitted eyes. The orangish red ears with black inner lining twitched with irritation as Minato stared at her kitsune transformation. Minato thought that he would be doing his son a favor if he got to marry such a goddess, or demoness. My mating cycle is coming up in roughly 20 years. You humans killed my previous kits for greed during the clan wars, which is why I started annihilating your filthy kind centuries ago. I want more kits, and I sense something great in that child. Since he was born amongst my potent chakra, he will grow to be something special. From inside my seal, I will be able to complete his change into a Hanyu, a half-demon as you mortals would call it. I wish to raise a family, and the only suitable mate I see in the next 20 years is your son. Sadly, you love that mortal woman, or you may have sufficed. The last statement was said with such a seductive tone that Minato, the great Yondaime Hokage, gulped. Okay then. What conditions do you require for your seal? Second, I need to notify Kushina of this contract. Finally, I need your word that you will not destroy Konohagakure or attempt to break the seal. The Kyuubi held up one hand, and in a burst of red flames a contract appeared. Minato reviewed the contract and watched as the demoness put her hand upon the paper. A chakra imprint of her hand resided over her name. Minato noticed her name and chuckled as he cut his palm, smeared blood on his fingertips, and then placed his hand on the contract. Nice to meet you, Hikari. Be nice to my soul, will you? You truly are a worthy human. Worry not, you will be sent to the demonic realm, and you will manage things there for me until I have the chance to return with your son. When the time is right, and if I find her worthy, I will make Kushina the same offer as well. Despite her raucous and rude behavior, I found myself pleasantly surprised by her aura. Unfortunately, the seal did not let us interact, and it was rather uncomfortable, which kept me in a foul mood. So, Minato Namikaze, go and bring me your wife and son. Do hurry, those humans will be here in 10 minutes. Minato nodded and flashed away as a streak of yellow light. He returned a minute later with an unconscious Kushina and the quiet baby Naruto. As Hikari took Naruto in her hands, he looked up at her with the most beautiful azure blue eyes that touched Hikari's soul. Call it a mating instinct, call it destiny, call it a twist of the fates, but she felt it in this boy. Hikari placed a tender kiss on the boy's forehead before placing him onto an altar that she summoned. Hikari turned to Kushina's crumpled form in Minato's arms and she put one hand on the former resting place of Kushina's seal. Her hand glowed a brilliant, ruby red as she channeled some of her chakra into her previous host. Without her chakra, the woman would likely die due to the damage to her chakra network. Color returned to Kushina's face, and her eyes cracked open. She was still very out of it, but she was at least conscious for this and would survive. As Kushina looked back on this day, she would remember it more like a lucid dream than a solid memory. Minato smiled as his wife came back to him. He placed a loving kiss on her lips before he set her down. Kushi-chan, we don't have much time. I need you to remember that I made a deal with the Kyuubi. It will be a good thing for our family, and I will see you in the next life. You are my fiery red habanero, and I will love you forever. With that, Minato placed another kiss on the confused woman's lips. Minato stepped back and let Hikari take over from there. Hikari created a copy of the contract and placed it in Kushina's hands before she joined Minato next to the altar containing his son. For what it is worth, Minato, I find you worthy and I will have mercy on your soul. You will be sent to my realm, use this document to rule in my stead. Gain support to restore the portal to this realm. She then placed 2 fingers on Minato's forehead and channeled her yokai, demonic chakra, into him. Minato glowed red all over before slumping to the ground, dead, with his soul being sent to Makai. Okay, Naruto-kun, I am in your care. She placed both hands on Naruto's stomach and created the seal of her own making. She would watch on from in the seal and test her future mate when the time came. Kakashi was the first to arrive on the scene. He saw the sleeping form of Kushina and the crumpled body of his dead sensei. Tears filled his eyes as the realization hit him that his sensei was dead. He was halted in his misery as Kushina choked out a few words. Kakashi. Bring me, Naruto. Destroy, alter. Hurry. Kakashi remained stunned for the briefest of moments before following the instructions of his sensei's wife. Kushina held Naruto in her arms and whispered into his ear. Kyuubi, if you can hear me, you need to hide the seal. It is to protect Naruto. There was a brief chakra flash and the dark black lines of the seal on Naruto's stomach disappeared. Kakashi noticed this and widened his eyes, but Kushina silenced him with just a look. Kakashi turned around suddenly as hundreds of chakra signatures appeared behind him. At the front of the group were Hisashi and Hiashi Hyuga, Fugaku, and Mikoto Uchiha, Shikaku Nara, Inoiki Yamanaka, and Choza Akimichi. They all processed the downed form of Minato and many heads sunk to chests in respect for their fallen leader's sacrifice. Fugaku finally took the lead and spoke. Kushina, what happened to Minato and the Kyuubi? Kushina, played up at being a weak woman, which wasn't much of a stretch at the time, responded in a cracked voice. Minato, sacrifice, himself to, send, Kyuubi, to demonic, realm. Fugaku stood up and reeled at the implications. Minato defeated the Kyuubi, and the village was safe. His rival was one hell of a man and deserved respect. Fugaku took charge of the crowd of ninjas, and he scooped Kushina into his arms as she held baby Naruto. He noticed the 6 whisker marks on the child's face and decided that he would ask Kushina about it later. For now, he would let the mother slumber peacefully with her child in her arms. Chapter 2, Unraveling. Kushina awoke at the crack of dawn from a restless sleep that did nothing to alleviate the worries she held deep in her heart. She was never a morning person, but she would put up with anything for her Sochi. She went through her morning routine on autopilot as she reflected on what led up to her current situation. It all started when she awoke in Konoha Hospital with her son in her arms. She smiled down on her beautiful blonde baby boy and for a minute the hole Minato left in her heart was filled. Her friends would stop by the hospital to check in with her, but her body was crippled from the Kyuubi being ripped out of her. Tsunade forced her to stay in the hospital for a whole month and she was too weak to fight against the woman. She was just grateful Tsunade came back to help her get on her feet. During that month, Tsunade performed a bunch of procedures that would end up helping her return to her normal life. Unfortunately, since the Kyuubi was ripped out while Kushina was giving birth, her reproductive system was completely destroyed. She would never be able to have another child, which broke Kushina's heart and caused her to latch on to baby Naruto even tighter. The damage to her chakra network was substantial and Tsunade was stumped because all prior reports indicated that a biju leaving its host would kill said host. She chalked it up to the Uzumaki vitality in the end, which the Konoha Council accepted. After a month, Kushina was allowed to take Naruto home to the Uzumaki compound. That was another thing, the damned council and their damned rulings. Naruto's official birth certificate named him Naruto Uzumaki and she was denied the right to name him Namikaze. The council denied Naruto the Namikaze inheritance and tried to claim that they were doing so in Naruto's best interest, since Minato had so many enemies. Kushina did hold the original birth certificate with Minato's name on it, but she was threatened with the death penalty if she ever revealed that information without the council's prior approval. Needless to say, many Anbu were sent to the hospital during that council meeting. Even though she was far from her prior strength, she was an infuriated mother and a scorned wife by the council. She declared that she would take a leave of absence to raise her son, which was a right all mother shinobis were granted. The council granted this motion simply to get the rampaging woman out of the council chambers. The first thing Kushina did was remove her and Kakashi's chakra signature from the seal array on the Namikaze compound, and she then sent the seal array into lockdown mode. Those damned counselors would never get their hands on Minato's research and jutsu so long as she lived. Secretly, she added Naruto's chakra signature as the master of the Namikaze seal array because it was his by birthright. Without Naruto's chakra, the compound would remain in lockdown. The lockdown included a nature-powered chakra barrier that made the compound invisible, and the barrier could take a couple hits from Bijudama before imploding. In time, she would tell Naruto and he would be able to access his father's library in secrecy. Over the past 3 years, her relationship with the Uchihas had gone down the drain. She still loved Mikoto and her daughter Itachi, but she hated Fugaku with a passion. Fugaku Uchiha, the god Hokage, was never a great man. He was tolerable at best and downright damnable at the worst of times. An adequate description would be a power-hungry, egotistical and arrogant man with a Napoleon complex. He moved slowly over the 3 years, making subtle reforms to benefit his clan and cement the Uchiha rule over Konoha. The power went to his head and Kushina hated the man for how he treated Mikoto, as a possession rather than a wife. After Hiruzen revealed the body of Obito Uchiha and the note from Minato, the council deliberated for days on who the next Hokage would be. Eventually, Danzo backed off and threw in his support for Fugaku, which tilted the results in his favor. The Fire Daimyo, a fat man by the name of Kishi, approved Fugaku as the god Hokage and contributed extra funds to rebuild the village. The destruction was bad, but it would have been worse without Minato's sacrifice. The village lost 1/4 of its shinobi forces during the Kyuubi attack and 1/3 of the village was totaled. The village hailed Minato as a hero while they remained wistfully ignorant of his wife and heir. Now, after Naruto's 3rd birthday, Fugaku was forcing Kushina back into active service. He said that she had enough time and that Kushina would be allowed to select a nanny to raise Naruto. He said that the village needed her services as its sole remaining S-ranked ninja. It didn't help that he denied her the Namikaze fortune, which was hers by right of marriage. The daimyo conceded to Fugaku and said that the fortunes would be held by an accountant of the daimyo until such a time that Naruto would be strong enough to claim the Namikaze name. It took all of her friends to hold her down and keep Fugaku's head from rolling. Since she didn't have the Namikaze accounts, she had used the remainder of the Uzumaki fortune to sustain her and Naruto for the past 3 years. Now, those accounts were dwindling, and she would need to take missions again to provide for her Sochi. Kushina finished donning her uniform and peeked into Naruto's room. The blonde toddler was wrapped snugly in his sheets with a peaceful smile on his face. That smile is what she would fight for. That smile is what she would die for. Looking at him reminded her of the contract that she found in her robes once she left the hospital. She had looked it over in disbelief and cursed Minato for making a deal with a demon like the Kyuubi. She had tried to contact the Kyuubi, but she was unable to reach it thus far. She pushed those troublesome thoughts away and walked to her Sochi's bedside. She smiled before placing a tender kiss on Naruto's forehead before setting out for the day. After leaving Naruto's room, she went to the front door to meet the nanny that she hand-picked to look after Naruto while she was away. She welcomed Tsubaki Sarutobi, Hiruzen's niece, to the compound and showed her around. The Uzumaki compound was a humble dwelling that resided next to the vacant Senju compound. It had a small training ground behind the 2-story house and an expansive garden. Naruto and Kushina loved spending time tending to their garden as mother and son, which resulted in an ever-expanding garden that nearly filled the backyard. Tsubaki took in the compound and knew that she would enjoy raising this child here. Her uncle had told her about Naruto's true lineage, in defiance of the council, and she wanted to help repay Minato for his sacrifice. Months passed without incident and the little blonde ball of sunshine grew to love Tsubaki and him. She taught him how to read and write, lessons that were supplemented by Kushina when she was home. The child seemed to enjoy reading and he had a natural knack for the sealing arts, which Kushina started him on once he was able to read proficiently. Tsubaki noticed that Kushina was awfully cautious of taking Naruto outside, but after taking care of Naruto for a couple of months, Tsubaki decided to take him to the playground. Naruto bounced in excitement as they headed to the playground that bordered the clan compounds. It was a common meeting place for most shinobi clan families, and it had a happy atmosphere filled with the laughs and excited screams of children. When Naruto was 3.5 years old, he started visiting the playground regularly with Tsubaki. His outgoing nature made making friends easy, and he already made friends with Itachi Uchiha, a girl 2 years older than him, and Shikamaru Nara, heir to the Nara clan. Those three were different from the normal clan children, and they would usually play amongst themselves. Unknown to Tsubaki, Naruto or Kushina, one day a Hyuga guard was watching over the Hyuga heiress and her sister, and he turned on his Byakugan to make sure the children were safe. With his Byakugan active, the guard noticed a prominent seal on Naruto's stomach as he was roughhousing with Itachi. The guard decided to notify his clan head about it, and he continued to watch the children. A month after that day, Naruto and Kushina were called into the Hokage's office. Kushina walked rigidly into the office with Naruto's hand held firmly in hers. With a straight and emotionless face, she addressed the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, you summoned us?" Fugaku looked up from his stack of papers and made a gesture with his hand. The Uchihas in the room and the hidden Anbu left the room so that Fugaku could talk privately with Kushina. Or so Kushina thought. Hiyashi Hyuga entered the room immediately after the guards left, and now Kushina was on guard. "Kushina, care to explain why the Hyuga had to inform me of an intricate seal that resides on your son's stomach?" Fugaku's voice was deadly serious and carried a hidden threat with it. "What are you talking about, Hokage-sama? I have never seen a seal on my Sochi." Kushina shot back without hesitation. Even the trained Hyuga couldn't detect the lie she told. Fugaku looked at Hiyashi and addressed him. "Hiyashi, can you please activate your Byakugan to tell me if Naruto has a seal on his stomach?" Hiyashi complied with an apologetic look to Kushina. "Hokage-sama, there is an intricate seal on Naruto's stomach. It is pretty subdued and would not be found unless you were specifically looking for it." Hiyashi added the last part to provide cover for his wife's friend. Fugaku said as he placed his head on his folded hands and looked at Kushina. "Kushina, can you please recount the night of the Kyuubi attack for me? Don't worry about your son, I have placed him in a genjutsu." Kushina looked down with concern at Naruto before glaring at Fugaku. "Look, Hokage-sama." She growled out. "I have told you repeatedly. I was unconscious for most of it, but Minato woke me up for a little bit to say goodbye. He sacrificed his soul to send the Kyuubi back to the demon realm. Then, why does your son have whisker marks? Why does your nearly 4-year-old son look like a 7 or 8-year-old? I think you are lying to me, Kushina. I think Minato sealed the Kyuubi into the boy and you are trying to protect him. Why would you lie to me, Kushina?" Kushina blanched when Fugaku called her out on it. I didn't know. I thought that Minato banished the demon." Fugaku decided to make his claim. "Well, the boy is clearly our Jinchuriki. Now that I examine it closely, I can see trace amounts of the demonic chakra. The boy will need to be trained to be our weapon. I will elect an Uchiha to conduct the boy's training." Kushina's trepidation vanished and was replaced with motherly fury. "Over my dead body," she growled out. "If he is the Jinchuriki, I will train him when the time is right. There is nobody better and you know it. Furthermore, I will not allow you to steal my son's childhood from him. I will examine the seal, and if he is the Jinchuriki, I will make sure that the seal is safe. When I decide the time is right, I will begin his training. And if you call my son a weapon again, Hokage or not, I will rip your still beating heart out, pull that thick studded rod out of your ass, shove your heart in your ass for some flavoring and then shove it down your fucking throat." Fugaku paled at the elaborate threat. If it came from any other woman, he would easily brush it off. He also knew that he couldn't simply rip and child, a clan heir at that, from his mother without major backlash from the Ninja Council. He decided to concede for now, and he would seek counsel from his advisors. "Very well, Kushina. You may go for now. Know that this issue is yet settled." Kushina turned on her heel and stormed out of the office. The Kyuubi watched the whole interaction and knew that the boy was in for tough times ahead. She may have to make contact with him earlier than expected. Kushina broke the genjutsu on Naruto and took him to her favorite ramen stand, the Ichiraku ramen stand. She calmed down when those immaculate blue orbs met her violet eyes. She decided to let him enjoy his childhood and she would shoulder this burden. She ordered him a couple bowls and watched her innocent child enjoy the food of the gods. She decided she would need to talk to Kakashi, Anko, Yugao, and Kurenai. She would need her loyal students to help her keep watch over her son. After Kushina departed, Fugaku called Danzo and Homura into the room. He didn't want to include Hiruzen and Koharu in this because they would undoubtedly protect the boy. I have called you both here today to inform you that I recently learned that Naruto Uzumaki is the container of the Kyuubi. Kushina claimed ignorance and I have no proof that she is lying. She refused to have the boy taught by anybody other than herself. You both know that this is a delicate issue, and the Ninja Council would not support us if we moved against Kushina and the child. In fact, it would cause massive issues. So, my counselors, tell me how you would acquire the weapon? Danzo's eyes widened at the prospect of such a thing while Homura just looked shocked. Danzo spoke first. Well, Hokage-sama, I would say that we need to remove the mother from the equation. The boy would need to be broken so that we could rebuild him from the ground up into the perfect weapon. Homura remained silent. He was on Fugaku's side, but the thought of killing one of the last loyal Uzumaki and the most powerful Kunoichi in Konoha didn't sit well with him. I would play it patiently. Sneak influencers into the child's life that could eventually draw the child in with the promise of training. I caution against overt action due to the power of Kushina Uzumaki and the relationships she holds amongst the clans. Fugaku considered the two proposals. I believe Danzo's suggestion is a little rough, but it has the higher chance of success. Leave me and come up with well thought out proposals. We will meet again next week. Both elders nodded and left the office. This conversation would lead to the great unraveling of Konoha and the end of the Uzumaki clan, in Konoha at least. A couple days before Naruto's 4th birthday, Kushina was called out of the village on a 2-week S-ranked mission. Tsubaki was watching over him after his birthday party with some of the clan children. Anko and Yugao had stopped by to give Naruto presents in person and to fulfill their duty to their sensei. Everything seemed to be going perfectly during the party and they watched on with smiles as the children played in the backyard. Eventually, everybody left, and peace filled the Uzumaki compound. That was until Tsubaki was awoken at midnight to somebody at the gate. She opened the gate to a blank mask that held 2 Sharingan eyes. Before she could react, she was put under a strong genjutsu, and she brought the sleepy Naruto out to meet the masked man. The boy was confused but he listened to Tsubaki and went with the man. The ninja needed Tsubaki to bring the child out due to the barrier that protected the Uzumaki compound. The masked man walked Naruto into the red light district and left the kid for dead. His orders stated that he would only intervene if it looked like the mob would kill him. The mob was incited by Danzo's agents that recently spread rumors that Naruto was the Kyuubi. They told the people that the demon had taken over Kushina's son and the drunk villagers were more than willing to find a scapegoat on this day. The boy's screams echoed across the red light district until the early morning. The white-masked Anbu scraped the boy off the pavement once the mob had its fun and delivered him to the hospital for treatment. This marked the beginning of the ostracization of Naruto. Kushina flew into a rage when she returned to the village to find Tsubaki dead at her compound gates. When she broke through the hospital doors, threatened the nursing staff, got taken to Naruto and saw all of Naruto's injuries, she nearly destroyed the hospital. Kushina stayed by Naruto's bedside for the remainder of his stay in the hospital. After Naruto was dismissed from the hospital 3 days later, Kushina broke down the door to Fugaku's office and fought off the Anbu squad, leaving them in unconscious heaps on the floor. She then turned her visage of fury with the ethereal outline of the Shinigami hovering behind her onto Fugaku. "Look here, Fugaku, I know you had something to do with this. You and the Hyuga were the only ones that knew." Fugaku stood up in a challenging pose. "Careful, Kushina, that is treason you are spouting. I did not organize this, and I am affronted that you would accuse me of such a thing. I held love for you and the boy's father. It was my duty to inform the civilian council and it seems that the civilians did not take well to the news." He said the last part as if it was simply fact and it didn't matter. Kushina's hair flared into 9 tail-like braids, and she grabbed Fugaku by the collar and looked straight into his cursed Sharingan eyes. "You will bring me those responsible. I will be allowed my retribution. If something like this happens again, I will hold you personally accountable." She flung him back into his chair and stormed out of the office. Fugaku needed a minute to recover from the killing intent, that he was just subjected to. She was truly a fearsome woman after all. After recovering, he smirked because phase 1 of his plan was going perfectly. She is truly a scary woman. Be careful on how you deal with her, master." Fugaku looked down at the black addition to his body. It was 2 years ago that this creature approached him with a plan created by Madara Uchiha. He wouldn't have believed it if the creature didn't take him to Madara's hidden base. He met the legend himself and was given an overview of the plan. It was this plan that would ensure Uchiha dominance of the elemental nations and Uchiha supremacy in the village that they founded. Indeed, she is, Zetsu. I will play this close to the chest. She is the only remaining obstacle to getting our hands on the Kyuubi. MHM, according to Madara's plan, once you have the Kyuubi in your possession you will receive his Rinnegan eyes. Zetsu, how is Madara-sama doing and why will he not give me the Rinnegan already? Master Madara is dependent upon the Geto Mazo to sustain himself. Removing the Rinnegan now would kill him, and he wishes to see if you are a worthy successor. Would you entrust the eyes of a god to somebody that has yet to prove themselves to you? Well, do let me know if his condition changes. It is only a matter of time until the Kyuubi is under my control. Psychotic Uchiha and evil massive hatred aside, the rest of that year was tough on young Naruto. Naruto was no longer welcome in the parks and the kids would shun him if he asked to play with them. Naruto tried to maintain his optimistic nature, but he failed as the rejections continued. Over the year, Naruto receded into himself and spent most of his time reading, studying and training. Kushina had given him a training regimen to hopefully prepare him for what was to come and distract him from his darker thoughts. However, she was dealing with the limitations of a 4-year-old child, even if that child looked to be nearly 8 years old. He was simply being taught the basics, but he did manage to unlock his chakra and begin rudimentary training. Naruto stopped going to the park when groups of bullies would form and start picking on him whenever Itachi and Shikamaru weren't present. Naruto would try to leave. His new caretaker, an old woman named Chiha, barely protected the boy and she never taught him anything. Kushina tried to find other nannies, but nobody would accept the duty. It was as if somebody were threatening them if they accepted the position. Chiha was the only one that accepted the position and Kushina was forced to take her by the council after abstaining from missions for a full month. She knew it was the worst thing possible, but she was being forced into S-ranked mission after S-ranked mission. Kushina sought the help of her friends, but the council soon caught on to them and would dispatch them on back-to-back missions as well. The end result of the year was a young boy that was terrified to walk in his own village. The glares and stares of the villagers haunted his nightmares. The beatings from children and thrown bottles from adults made Naruto into a recluse. Unfortunately for Naruto, Chiha would drag him out of the compound for playtime, which resulted in Naruto getting abused in some way or another. Kushina raged at the woman, but Chiha was protected by the council, and Kushina decided that she needed to find a way out of this toxic situation. Naruto no longer had a childhood, and it was only a matter of time before things spilled over. Chapter 2, Itsawari no Shi. Kushina was enraged. She was on another S-ranked mission with some Uchiha teammate and Kakashi. They were on the border of the Land of Fire completing yet another mission that deliberately dragged her away from Konoha. She knew that her son's birthday was in 2 days, and she wanted to hurry up and complete this stupid mission so that she could make it back and protect her son. They were approaching the target destination when they were surrounded by 20 ninjas in black cloaks and blank white masks. Kushina locked eyes with Kakashi and both of them didn't wait for further introductions, they simply attacked the numerically superior force. Ida Uchiha was assigned to this group to observe and confirm the death of Kushina Uzumaki. Fugaku said that Kakashi would need to live to make the story believable and this would be a test of his loyalty. He simply engaged in a mock fight with the masked shinobi and observed. Unfortunately, Kushina was a force of nature. In the first 5 minutes of the fight, she killed 10 root shinobi. Kakashi had killed 4, so there were 5 root shinobi engaging them and the one that was tying up Idaho. Kushina was covered in blood with only a minor slash on her left shoulder blade to show for it. She finished off her 3 remaining opponents and watched as Kakashi severed the head of his final opponent. The two then turned to watch the fight between Ida and the root shinobi that had lasted the whole time. With the briefest of eye contact, the two blurred off and knocked out Ida and the remaining root. Kakashi, this is undeniably Danzo and Fugaku. You know that I was not supposed to survive this mission. I am going to alter their memories and you will initiate Itsawari no Shi. I will go to Tanzaku-gai to meet up with Tsunade, bring him there. Kakashi nodded and his visible eye that seemed to hold the grief of 1,000 losses. I will see it done, Kushina-sama. Know that I love you and I will always be loyal to you. You are the mother I never had, and I'm going to miss you. Tears started falling freely from his eyes and stained his mask with their sorrowful moisture. Kushina pulled Kakashi into a motherly embrace and whispered, Kakashi, find yourself a good girl. Do that for your Kachan. I will stay in touch once we get settled. Kushina broke the hug and pulled the sealing scroll off of her back and went to work. Memory modification seals were horribly painful things and they required absolute perfection when crafting the seals. Kushina worked with the grace of a Fuinjutsu master as she created 3 seals. When she completed and double-checked her work, she used a kunai to cut the seals out of her scroll. She then proceeded to cut Ida a couple times and stabbed his right Sharingan eye. She did worse to the root ninja but left him alive and crippled. She then applied the memory modification seals to the unconscious ninjas before she turned to Kakashi. Okay, Kakashi, once Anko has delivered Naruto to Tanzaku Gai, you will need to apply this seal to the base of your neck. Once you receive my next letter, it will contain a counter seal to undo the effects. I do this because I have no doubt that a Yamanaka will perform a memory dive on you to confirm my death since there will be no body. Kakashi nodded sadly at the thought. I love you, Kakashi-chan. I am so happy that Minato was able to adopt you into our family, even if the damned council won't acknowledge it. Kakashi was a sobbing mess, and he buried his head into Kushina's shoulder. He had lost everyone he ever loved, Minato, Rin, Obito, even though he turned traitor, and now Kushina.
I don't know if I can hold on without you, Kachan.
Tears flowed freely as the bloody Kushina embraced the 20-year-old Kakashi. Kushina rubbed his back and cooed at him like his real mother. You are strong, Kakashi-chan. I believe in you. When Naruto is old enough, we will exact our revenge on that cursed village and I will come for you. Kakashi let out every tear that his ducts could manufacture before breaking the embrace. He nodded to Kushina and took the stasis scroll that Ida was sealed in. Sadly, the scroll was saving this cursed man's life, but it was needed to sell the story. Kushina departed for Tanzaku Gai to meet up with Tsunade and update her on the whole situation. Kakashi pocketed the scroll and kicked the incapacitated root ninja for good measure before leaving the clearing. Kakashi raced back to Konoha to complete his part of the mission. The night of the Kyuubi festival, Kakashi made it back to Konoha and snuck in via an old Onbu route. He went to Anko's house to initiate Project Itsawari no Shi and she was more than happy that the time had finally come. Life for Anko had been miserable in Konoha. After her return as a 10-year-old from Orochimaru's lab, she had been treated as a persona non grata in the Hidden Leaf village. Her only saving grace was being put on Kushina's team before the Kyuubi attack. Those 2 years were the best years of her life. A now 15-year-old Anko hopped up and adorned her sneakiest outfit, a far departure from her trench coat and fishnet armor. Kakashi blurred off to find Naruto while Anko went to the Uzumaki compound to gather up the extraction scrolls that Kushina provided. Anko ran into Chiha when she showed up at the compound. She threw a senbone laced with a slow-acting neurotoxin into the pathetic woman's neck. She wished she could stay and play with her, but more important things needed to get done. Anko knew that her former village would declare her a missing ninja after today, but she could give a fuck less. She simply said goodbye to her sensei's house and blurred off in a streak of black to join Kakashi. Kakashi used Pakkun to find Naruto and when he did, he was enraged. A mob had chased the boy out on a training ground and was in the process of pinning him down. A moment later, Anko linked up with Kakashi and a furious visage appeared on her face. After a moment to settle down, a wicked grin adorned her face as she made eye contact with Kakashi. Kakashi and Anko blurred to first incapacitate the watchers before they dealt with the mob. 2 Uchiha Jonins were watching the event with disinterested looks on their faces. Their only role was to ensure the kid didn't die. That is why they were surprised when they were knocked unconscious by a poisoned senbone to their necks. If they did not receive treatment in the next hour, they would most likely die. Spoiler, they would not receive treatment in time since Anko always did love her custom poisons. After the watchers were incapacitated, Anko proceeded to slaughter the onlookers. Naruto watched on in a mix of horror and fascination as his honorary sister saved him from the mob. Kakashi took 2 civilians aside and put them under a powerful genjutsu. Kakashi made them believe that they actually killed Naruto and then Anko flew into a rage and killed everyone. Anko was taking her time with 2 Chunin ninja that had joined the chase until Kakashi completed his memory modification. After Kakashi completed the genjutsu, he said his goodbyes to his little brother and Anko with tears falling from his lone visible eye. Anko scooped up Naruto and began stripping the child of his trademark orange jacket. She gave Kakashi the bloodied clothes and wrapped Naruto in a blanket that Kushina provided. The blanket eliminated all scent so that the only scent that could be tracked would be Anko's. That would be if Anko wasn't wearing an outfit that bore the same seals that her sensei crafted for this specific mission. Kushina sensei really was a genius when it came to the sealing arts. Kakashi pulled out a scroll that was prepared for this occasion. Kushina used an Uzumaki ritual to create a blood clone of Naruto. Kakashi put a stabilizing seal on the blood clone's body before he killed the Naruto clone and proceeded to make it look like the work of the mob. This was the most difficult and emotionally torturous task that Kakashi ever willingly completed. He kept the thought of his adoptive mother and the safety of his little brother on the forefront of his mind to get through the bloody task. Kakashi took the body and dumped it into the lake that occupied the southern edge of this training ground. Once his job was completed, Kakashi snuck out of the village so that he could seal his memories and report in the next day. Flashback, 4 months ago in the Uzumaki compound. Kushina had called a meeting of her students to discuss her plans for the future. She never thought that she would willingly leave Konoha, but things had gotten that bad. It simultaneously broke her heart and filled her with rage when she thought about her husband sacrificing himself to save this accursed village. She would miss her friends, but for the Uzumaki woman it was simple. Family before all. Her students showed up in the dead of night to meet with their sensei. They had struggled to organize this meeting due to the insane workload that they were forced to complete. Eventually, they were able to find a single night to link up and enjoy each other's company. Each student walked into the room and hugged their former sensei before taking a bottle of sake apiece and sitting down for the discussion. Kushina led the conversation. Thank you all for coming. I never thought I would be in the situation where I would ask you to betray Konoha, but I am asking you. What they have done to my Sochi is unforgivable and it is only a matter of time before Fugaku find a mission difficult enough to kill me. Anko stepped in, her normally playful tone was completely absent. Sensei, you are essentially my mother. You were the one who saved me after the snake left me for dead. I hold no love in my heart for this village and you need only ask. I will do anything for you. Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck and I smiled at Kushina. Well, I will admit that I still hold love for Konoha, but that won't stop me from helping you. You are my mother in all, but blood and I can no longer stand by as this village destroys my little brother. Yugao straightened up in her seat. Sensei, I am the same as Kakashi. I will help you, but I do not think that I could raise my blade against my fellow Konoha ninja. Yugao's tone sounded repentant for this small fact. It's okay, Yugao-chan. I would never ask you to do such a thing. I only ask for your assistance watching over Naruto-kun and maybe a blind eye here or there. Yugao nodded at that before Kurenai spoke up. Sensei, has it really come to that? Yes, Kurenai-chan, it has come to that. This village denied my marriage to Minato, this village is trying to forcefully separate me from my son, this village has turned my vibrant ball of sunshine into a scared child and this village is most definitely trying to kill me. If I do not die due to my mission load, they will make a direct move to remove me from the equation. All heads fell at that, and silence hovered over the room for a couple minutes. Anko tossed her saucer away in an elaborate motion before taking a swig out of her sake bottle. What you need us to do, sensei? Kushina smiled at Anko, her most loyal student and kindred spirit. Well, I have an idea. I know that they will force me out of the village on Naruto's birthday. If my guess is right, that frigid bitch Chiho will just hand him over or force him out of the compound. We will fake his death and I will take him away from this accursed village. I will prepare extraction scrolls with everything we will need and I will show you all how to access them. Yugao reacted to this. Where will you go, sensei? Kushina smiled sadly at Yugao. If you are not coming with, it would be better if you didn't know. Yugao, Kurenai and Kakashi hung their heads at this. Don't worry, when the time is right, I will let you know. If you ever wish to leave this hellhole, all you need to do is ask. Kakashi smiled at that thought before asking. How will we fake his death, sensei? Uzumaki technique, I will create a blood clone. I will develop a seal that makes the body stay after the clone dies. It should hold up to an autopsy since it would fool every medical ninja that isn't on Tsunade's level. The group stayed to drink and spend the night with their sensei. They filled in gaps in the plan and each of her students would help ensure that Naruto was as protected as possible. End of flashback. Anko carried Naruto in her arms as she exited the passageway that led out of Konoha. She used every evasive maneuver she could think of to throw people off her trail. She had 2 shadow clones dress in her old clothes that would run until they ran out of chakra in opposite directions. She used minor applications of earth jutsu to cover her tracks as she made her way to Tanzaku Gai. She knew it wouldn't be too long until the mob and fake body of Naruto were discovered, but she was confident in the head start she had. Anko ran non-stop through the night and into the mid-afternoon to Tanzaku Gai. Naruto clung to her, rested his head on her chest and eventually Anko knew that he was asleep in her arms. Kushina was waiting for her on the edge of the city along with Tsunade and Shizune. The 2 medics had insisted on helping the Uzumaki family in their escape once Kushina told them about her plan. Tsunade firmed her resolve to never step foot in Konoha again, unless she were there to destroy it. It was clear to Tsunade that the will of fire was no longer the operating philosophy of Konoha. Kushina saw Anko pulling up on Tanzaku Guy and could tell that she was on the verge of collapse. In a blur of sun-kissed blonde hair, Kushina darted to Anko and wrapped her in a supportive hug. Yes, dear reader, Kushina had Tsunade Chakra dye her hair to the same color as Naruto's. She did so that she wouldn't be as recognizable. Anko thanked her sensei and handed Naruto to Kushina before she passed out. Tsunade saw the signs of fatigue and demonstrated that she was still a Sannin when she was able to catch Anko before she hit the ground. Kushina took in the dried blood on Naruto and gasped in despair. Tsunade saw it also and nearly froze, but she pushed through the impulse and guided the group to her hotel suite. She was grateful that she hit 4 jackpots in a row and then cleared out a 5-card stud table 2 days ago. She knew that always meant something bad was about to happen to her or someone she loved, and sure enough Kushina showed up the next day. Waiting for Naruto last night was the longest night Tsunade could remember as the agitated Kushina paced around the hotel suite, ranting about killing Fugaku slowly and slicing Danzo to bits. As the group entered the hotel suite, Shizune took Anko to her bed and laid the sleeping woman down, clothes and all. Naruto had woken up due to the noise of the town and jumped into his granny Tsunade's arms for the trip to the hotel. She threw the mostly naked Naruto into the hotel bath when they got back to the room. She couldn't get over the fact that her godson looked like a 9-year-old. The growth rate the child went through was insane, and she couldn't remember any example from a medical text that explained what was occurring. Kushina told her that it was most likely due to the Kyuubi, so she figured she would just chat with the kid. Naruto-kun, how are you growing so fast, kiddo? The child chuckled mischievously. Well, Buchan, I don't really know. I think the pretty lady with red hair said it was because of her. Tsunade paled at this. She had caught up with Kushina and neither of them had told Naruto about the Kyuubi yet. Kushi-chan, I need your help with Naruto-kun. Kushina walked to the door of the bathroom and smiled down at the sight of her son grinning in the tub with Tsunade holding a sudsy scrub brush in her hand. Now, Naruto-kun, why don't you tell us about this pretty lady with red hair? Flashback, after Naruto was taken away from the mob. Naruto passed out in Anko's arms as his adrenaline crashed and the pain registered throughout his body. The boy woke up to raindrops on his face as he lay in a verdant clearing. Everything around Naruto was supersized and it was framed by the cloudy drizzle. The trees were hundreds of feet tall, the bushes were as big as houses, the flowers were taller than Naruto, and the lake next to the clearing looked like a small ocean to the young blonde. Naruto stood to his feet and enjoyed the soft tickles of the grass, the wet comfort of the water drops clinging to the blades of grass and the sweet scent of nature that hung in the air. He felt drawn to a certain area and his feet carried him subconsciously over a massive hill that occupied his forward field of view. Eventually, Naruto made it atop the hill and looked down on a pretty little cottage that rested at the base of the hill and the edge of the massive lake. Naruto listened to the pull and walked down the hill to the cottage. As he got closer, he sensed something powerful, yet familiar, was in the cottage. With a gulp and affirming of his childish resolve, Naruto entered the quaint dwelling. Inside the cottage was not what Naruto was expecting. What should have been a small building opened up into a large living room joint with what seemed to be a kitchen. The living room had 2 love seats and a large couch that rested in front of a kind of television that Naruto had never seen before. It was flat, unlike most of the fat and clunky televisions he had seen in Konoha. The hallway continued to lead back into the house, but Naruto didn't care about that. All he could focus on was the melodious humming that accompanied a familiar, mouth-watering smell that was coming from the kitchen area. Kyuubi sensed his presence as soon as he entered the mindscape. She wanted to see how he would react to her domain, and she wanted the first meeting to be a good one. Even if she accelerated his growth, she knew that he still had the mentality of a child and he wouldn't be ready for a serious conversation. Instead, she chose to kick things off on the right foot with her container/potential mate. She made his favorite dish, chicken ramen. It was peculiar to Hikari that chicken would be his favorite meat, but she chalked it up to her yokai's influence on the child. Eventually, she was broken from her musings as she heard the child enter her kitchen, followed by a gasp. Hikari turned around and she would have giggled if it weren't for her image that she needed to uphold. Instead, she smiled regally down upon the small child that was gaping at her. She waited for the child to be broken out of his stupor, and she would have done it for him, except she became stunned when the child whispered, "So pretty." Of all the things Naruto could have said, that was probably one of the best openings a 5-year-old could pull off. Hikari put the back of her wrist over her mouth and chuckled. Her chuckle held such an alluring beauty that it further stunned Naruto. However, his face fell before he asked his first question. "Ano. Excuse me. Are you Kami-sama? Does that mean I am dead?" Hikari went from flattered to aghast at the question. This didn't show on her face though, but she decided to see where Naruto wanted to go with this. No, I am not Kami-sama, and no, you are not dead. Why do you ask that, Naruto-kun? Well, everything outside was so pretty, prettier than Kachan's garden and prettier than Konoha's forest. I kinda thought it was heaven. And I thought I died because I was being chased and hurt by some mean people from my village again. I thought maybe I died this time. Hikari tried hard to hide her frown as she knew about the boy's torture by the hands of those filthy humans. She had watched his magnificent light dim over the past year, and it infuriated her. The only thing stopping her from destroying the wretched village was the contract she signed with the boy's father. She reached down and ruffled the sun-kissed blonde hair and gave the boy the reassurance he needed. Naruto-kun, there is a lot you are not ready to hear or understand yet. I know you are a smart boy, so I will tell you this. We are inside you, Naruto, inside the seal on your tummy. Do you know what I am, Naruto? The boy pouted for a bit before he paused and looked at the beautiful lady. She had orange and black fox ears that rested atop her head and 9 reddish-orange tails swished around behind her red yukata. The tails swayed in a mesmerizing pattern that nearly distracted Naruto by their rhythmic beauty. He was smart, for a child, and he finally put 2 and 2 together. Miss, are you the Kyuubi? He broke eye contact and looked at the ground as he said this. Hikari cocked an eyebrow at the boy, crossed her arms and looked down on him. And what if I were? Naruto balled his fists in a nervous fashion over his stomach before he looked up and answered. Well, I guess I would want to know why you attacked my village. The villagers say it was me that did it, but I was just a baby. Hikari smiled down on him and placed a comforting hand on his cheek and rubbed his whisker marks with her thumb. Naruto-kun, you did not attack the village. I did, but it is a long story. One you should ask your mother for. Let's just say that somebody made me do it for now. Oh, okay. You know, Kyuubi, you don't seem that mean to me. You are nice and I feel safe with you. Hikari nearly swooned at the cuteness. That was a glimpse of the boy, a glimpse of the light that had dimmed over the past year. Well, thank you, Naruto-kun. You and I have been together for a long time, so you probably recognized my chakra. Now, let's eat some ramen before I send you back to your mother. Naruto's contemplative look turned into the radiant face of an exuberant child. Naruto hopped up on the bar stool for the island that separated the kitchen from the living room. He ate the chicken ramen with gusto while Kyuubi just watched on with a smile. This was a good first impression, but she knew there were many difficult conversations to come. Conversations that a child would not be ready for. Flashback end. Kushina, Tsunade and Shizune stood in the bathroom, stunned, with looks of confusion and slight panic on their faces. Tsunade had long since dropped the sponge and was gawking at Naruto. Kushina was concerned about how she would handle the questions Naruto was bound to ask. She clenched her teeth and said fuck it. Those Konoha bastards could no longer control her life. Okay, Sochi, it seems like we have a lot to talk about. Why don't you get cleaned up and we will talk over a bowl of ramen? Naruto nodded vigorously and resumed washing himself. The blood collected near the drain and the sun-kissed blonde hair made its vibrant appearance again. The smiling, whisker-marked face of everyone's favorite blonde looked fully healed and replenished after his bath. Kushina gave him a white t-shirt with a red Uzumaki swirl and a pair of blue athletic shorts to change into. Eventually, the group was sitting at the table in the kitchenette of the hotel suite and Kushina forced herself to proceed with the discussion. Okay, Sochi, there are some things that mommy needs to tell you. Naruto was sitting in Tsunade's lap and Kushina took his hands in hers. As you said, you met the Kyuubi. It is because of the Kyuubi's chakra that you grow so fast, and yes, she is in a seal on your belly. Naruto cut her off here. It was so pretty in there, Kachan. It was like our garden except times 1,000, no 1,000,000. Naruto's excited tone elicited chuckles from the ladies before Kushina continued. That sounds lovely, Naruto-kun. Well, moving on, the Kyuubi used to be in a seal on my tummy. When I gave birth to you, a bad man showed up. That man threatened you and he took the Kyuubi out of me. He then made the Kyuubi attack our village. Your father, Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, fought the Kyuubi and then made a deal with her. He sacrificed his life to seal her into you, Sochi. In return, she will make you strong and you will protect her. Does that make sense, Sochi? Tsunade, Shizune and Kushina observed the child process the information. They all knew the revelation about his father would confuse him, and sure enough it did. The boy's face contorted into confusion and sadness with a tinge of anger. Kachan, why are you telling me about Tusan now? If my Tusan was the Yondaime, why did the villagers do all that mean stuff to me? Why couldn't we tell them that he was my Two-san? Kushina offered a pitiful smile in response before squeezing his hands to draw his beautiful azure eyes back up into her. Well, Sochi, let's just say that the village leaders were bad people. They wanted to use you and the Kyuubi for something that I didn't want. That is why we left, and since we are not going back, I thought I could tell you now. Naruto frowned at this. It didn't make much sense to him, but he always did trust his mother. Okay, Kachan. You will have to tell me about Two-san later. So, what do we do now? Tsunade looked at Kushina before she answered. She nestled her chin on Naruto's spiky blonde locks as she spoke. Your mommy is going to find you a new home while you stay with me, Shizune and Anko. Naruto looked to his mother for confirmation before she nodded. Yes, Sochi, I'm going to find us someplace safe to stay that will be nice to you. The boy perked up and that as rapidly asked his next question. Will Tsunade Ba-chan and Shizune Ni-chan be coming with us? Tsunade spoke softly. Probably not, Naruto-kun. I will come and visit you though. It would cause a lot of problems for you and your mother if I lived with you. Do you understand? Naruto frowned at this. But Butchan, family comes before all, and you are family. Tsunade's heart swelled at that, and a radiant smile adorned her face. Well, Naruto-kun, maybe when it is safer, I will come and live with you. Before then, I will try to visit as often as I can, okay? Promise? Naruto said this as he held a pinky finger up over his head. Tsunade locked his tiny pinky in hers and whispered that she promised. Shizune took in the whole scene and smiled down on Naruto. She may only be 15, but this child was too cute. She also appreciated that her master seemed to be happier in his presence. That's right, Naruto-kun, you will have to get bigger and stronger every time we see you. Naruto nodded his head enthusiastically at this. The group would finish their dinner and spend the next couple days in each other's company, catching up and just enjoying the fact that they were all safe, for the time being. Chapter 3, Konoha, Hokage's office. Fugaku was having a terrible day and he was afraid it was about to get worse. First, he finds a bunch of dead civilians, 2 Chunin and the 2 Uchihas he had watching the boy, all dead. Then, one of the teams he sent to investigate the scene reports and that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is dead as well. His body was beaten and broken with a kami-damned kitchen knife run through his heart. To make matters worse, he was waterlogged, and the autopsy showed that he was dead with no sign of the Kyuubi. For all he knew, the Kyuubi could show up at any moment and lay waste to his village. Zetsu had told him it would take years for the Kyuubi to reform, but that just seemed to put an ominous timer on the village's destruction. Fugaku was informed that Kakashi Hatake had reported in alone, carrying a stasis scroll for one of his injured companions. He was receiving some urgent treatment in the hospital before he would report in. This left Fugaku time to muse on the possible success or failure of Kushina's assassination. A task that Fugaku knew could backfire in the worst way possible. Unfortunately for Fugaku, it took Kakashi 3 hours to finally report in. Hokage-sama, I apologize for the delay. My wounds made it difficult for me to return. Fugaku waved him off before requesting a full mission report. Kakashi nodded and continued. Ida, Kushina-sensei and I were en route to the mission when we were attacked by 20 or so ninjas in black cloaks and blank masks. We engaged and Kushina-sensei was able to kill most of them before she was stabbed through her back and stomach. In her last act of bravery, she used some jutsu to explode and took out the remaining 5 ninjas she was fighting. Ida and myself fought the remainder and I was able to kill the rest before succumbing to my injuries. I woke up to find a heavily injured Ida and a massive crater on the battleground. I put Ida in a stasis scroll to preserve his life and left my mission incomplete. I deemed it more important to report this to you than to complete the mission because it wasn't time sensitive. Fugaku gritted his teeth throughout the report, but he found peace in knowing that Kushina was dead. Was there anything left of Kushina's body? No, Hokage-sama. I found and recovered her sword. I planned on giving it to Naruto. Kakashi, that will no longer be possible. Kakashi bristled at that bit of information and a look of cold fury occupied his lone visible eye. Last night, a mob of villagers killed Naruto before an unknown ninja killed the whole mob. Naruto's body is in the morgue now and the autopsy already confirmed it. Kakashi fell to his knees and wept for his dead mother and little brother figures. Fugaku allowed it since he wasn't a complete and total bastard yet. Okay, maybe he was, but he needed one of the strongest ninjas remaining in his village on his side. Go home and rest, Kakashi. I will expect a written report in the next 3 days. I will most likely call you for testimony before the council in that time. 2 days later, Konoha's council was called to provide an update on the situation. Danzo had informed Fugaku that one of his agents made it back to route headquarters heavily injured and corroborated Kakashi's story. Ida, who was recovering in the hospital after losing his left eye and right arm, did as well. Now, Fugaku needed to address the council. Thank you everybody for responding to my call. I have called you here today to inform you of the death of Kushina Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki. The ninja heads jumped to their feet in an uproar while the civilian council cheered. Eventually, Fugaku restored order to the chamber and gave the official story of the events, which earned more outrage. The civilian council was appalled that so many civilians died during their valiant quest to rid the village of the demon. The shinobi council wondered who killed so many people and 4 ninjas. Hyashi stood and asked the question. Hokage-sama, who could possibly have killed that many people and escaped from the village? Fugaku answered in a monotone. Well, during our reports it appears as if the Uzumaki compound has been locked down by seals. In addition, Anko Mitarashi is MIA and Onbu found a note stuck to her front door with a kunai. She said she killed all of them to avenge her sensei's son. Tracker squads have been dispatched to locate her and I have added her into our bingo book as a B-rank bounty. Inoiki chuckled at that. B-rank? You think that is enough? I will tell you that girl has enormous potential, and she became a monster under Kushina's instruction. It should probably be higher. Some random civilian stood up at that. There is no way the snake whore is that strong. She finally betrayed the village, as we all knew she would. The man was cut off by enormous killing intent coming from Sume Inuzuka and Mikoto Uchiha, who was acting clan head until Itachi or Sasuke came of age. It was Tsume that growled her threat at the man. Well, maybe if you moronic civilians didn't kill the son of her sensei, she wouldn't have done that. Did you ever think of that? Mibuki Haruno, a pink-haired banshee of a counselor, screeched out. I can't believe you would blame us, Tsume. That boy was the Kyuubi incarnate. Those civilians are heroes. Mikoto was caught by Fugaku a few inches before she could tear the pink banshee's heart out. That didn't stop her from terrifying every civilian to their core. You evil, manipulative bitch. He was a boy. A mere child. Anyone who spent 2 minutes with him could have seen that. And you fucking people killed him. Fugaku was now struggling to contain his wife. It had been years since he saw her act out in such a way and it filled him with a strange mix of fear and respect. Then he was stunned as he saw the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning in his wife's eyes. Yes, he thought, she did come from good stock. I will need some more children out of her. He signaled Onbu to help him restrain her. Calm down, Mikoto-chan, calm down. Those responsible are already dead. The 2 survivors have already been interrogated by Ibiki and Inoiki. Mikoto's head snapped to her husband. You will bring me those 2. They will die by my blade. I will not stand for them to remain alive. The civilians protested this, but the unanimous vote of the Ninja Council and the elders made it crystal clear that they would be sentenced to death. The remainder of the council meeting was an unproductive mix of shouting and arguing that left every councilor with a headache. They were all concerned about the impending doom of the Kyuubi and about the village's lack of a Jinchuriki. However, nothing more was decided that night. 2 weeks later, gates of Kumagakure no Sato. A beautiful blonde woman carrying twin blades on her hips approached the gates of Kumagakure. The gate guards halted her and were in the process of inspecting the woman. She didn't have any papers, which was suspicious. The blonde woman then spoke. Look, you two, could you please tell I that an old friend is here to cash a favor from the Third War? Once he meets me, he will understand. Without much further protest, the gate guard had a bolt ninja, Kumo's version of Onbu, deliver the message to the rakeage. I was a beast of a man with milk chocolate skin, blonde hair done back in cornrows and he constantly wore an open white coat. Ripped muscles filled the coat's opening and 3 golden weights adorned each wrist. It is a point of contestation how much each of his wrist weights actually weighs, but the rumors say somewhere between 100 and 500 pounds. I was making his way with his most trusted shinobi, Daru, to the front gates. He was wondering who would call on him from the third great shinobi war that couldn't just present papers. As he approached the gates, he caught the guards standing around a blonde woman with a wonderful figure and 2 swords strapped to her hip. As he got closer, he started to recognize her, but the hair threw him for a loop. It wasn't until he was standing right in front of her and he recognized her, Kushina Uzumaki. Before I could speak and blow her cover, Kushina spoke as she bowed to him. Raikage-sama, I am here to seek a private audience with you. It is important. Without further discussion, I dismissed his gate guards and walked silently with the woman back to his office. He greeted his people as he made his way back up the mountain while his brain worked at a mile a minute to figure out why Kushina was here. Eventually, The group made it back to his office where he dismissed everyone except Daru. He then set up a privacy seal and opened the conversation. Kushina, not that it isn't good to see you here, but what can I do for you? And what's with the blonde hair? And why all the secrecy? Kushina smiled at Ai, a beautiful smile that made the man gulp. Ai, it is good to see you again. Much has happened and I will tell you all. It was a long journey, is there any way I could get some tea? I nodded at Daru, who requested tea from Ai's fiery secretary, Kairo, before closing the door. Kushina proceeded to tell Ai of all that happened since Minato died during the Kyuubi attack. Needless to say, Ai and Daru were a mix of stunned and enraged once Kushina finished catching them up. Kairo entered midway into the conversation and Kushina pinged her chakra. It seemed like there was some Uzumaki blood in that fiery and foul-mouthed secretary. Through gritted teeth, I responded. I am sorry for all that. So, what is it that I can do for you? This was the crucial moment, she really needed this to work. How would you like the Uzumaki clan to join Kumaga Corps? If this is something you desire, I would like something in return, which will benefit us both in the future. Daru's mouth hung open in shock as I reeled at the suggestion. Why, Kushina, would you willingly come to a village that attempted to kidnap you once? Kushina waved off the concern. Shit happens and it was your father that ordered that. Minato and I always trusted you to be a decent man, He spoke fondly of your rivalry, which is why he didn't kill you and your brother after our battle. He knew you were the man that Kumo needed to get back on the right track. I was pleasantly surprised by the response. Indeed, the rivalry between him and Minato was a thing of legends. Okay, so, if I agree to this, what do I get and what would you need? Kushina took a deep breath before delivering the big news. Well, my Sochi is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. In addition to gaining the most powerful biju, I would share some Uzumaki seals and techniques. I would join your forces and do everything I could to help Kumo prosper. I will guarantee my son's loyalty to Kumo and I will encourage him to propagate his bloodline here. I was now envisioning the armies of Kumo equipped with Uzumaki seals before visions of Kumo's future was filled with the descendants of the two most powerful ninjas he had ever known. Okay, Kushina, that sounds great, but what is it you want from me? I would like for you and Kumo to assist me in rebuilding Uzushiaga Corps. I would like you to help me find any scattered Uzumaki. Until we have rebuilt Uzushio, I would like the clan to reside here. Once Uzushio is built, my son will head the clan here while you have strategic positioning and allies in Uzu. I raised a massive hand to his chin as he thought it over. He would be harboring 2 or more fugitives from Konoha, big whoop, he could hide them from Konoha's spies. He would acquire a new Jinchuriki, something that may bring war to Kumo, but he would have 3 Jinchuriki to dissuade that. In return for basically building an outpost, he would gain a legendary clan and even some bloodline. That spurred Ai's next question. What bloodline does your son have? Kushina picked up the keen interest in Ai's tone, so she smirked before she answered. Tsunade's genetic test confirmed chakra chains, massively enhanced chakra capacity and rapid regeneration. While they are untrained, he has 3 chakra natures as well, wind, lightning and water. I smacked his lips at the prospect. He looked to Daru, who was equally impressed, and asked what he thought. Reikage-sama, I have water and lightning elemental affinities, which is why I have my storm release. If the child is everything Kushina-sama is saying, then he will become a monster. With the right training, he would be able to eclipse all of us. I turned to Kushina and hardened his eyes and set himself into professional mode. Very well, Kushina Uzumaki, I will accept you and your kin into Kumaga Corps. In return, I will aid you in resurrecting the Uzumaki. Kushina pulled out a scroll, carefully and slowly, and asked. Would you care to put it all down on an Uzumaki blood contract? I looked hesitant before he asked what the contract would do. An Uzumaki blood contract is unbreakable. In the event either party betrays the other, the contract will take the offending party's life. Let's say I betrayed Kumo in some way, the seal would activate, and I would die. Let's say you kill me and take my Sochi, the seal would activate, and you would die. The Uzumaki used this in their most serious treaties and agreements, and it protected the clan for centuries before we were betrayed. I looked at her seriously. So, you can't just activate the seal and kill me? I looked closely at her for any sign of deceit or malice. No, it does not work like that. We write out the contract, which links to our blood. Unless either of us breaks the contract, nothing will happen. I sighed. If he didn't trust this troublesome woman, he would never do such a thing. However, the potential gains for Kumo as a whole make it worth it. Very well. So, the contract between I, the Reikage of Kumo, and Kushina Uzumaki was signed. Kushina stayed in Kumo for a day before returning to Naruto and the rest of her family. She gave Ai the original contract and held onto a copy for herself. Hanzaku Gai, after Kushina left. Anko sighed as she played with her shiny blonde hair. It was the best way to throw pursuers off of her unique purple hair. She also put scent-blocking seals on all of her clothes to prevent any of the Inuzukas from catching her scent. She sighed again as the troublesome blonde boy flew off the tree again. Too much chakra, Gaki, she laughed as the cute boy pouted at her. Anko ni, why is this so hard for me? Well, Gaki, you have more chakra than I do and you haven't really learned to control it yet. Shizune stifled her chuckle before she jumped in. She instructed the excitable boy to take a seat on the ground before she began. Okay, Naruto-kun, I know you are a smart boy, so let me explain. Chakra is the mix between physical, yang, energy and spiritual, yin, energy. In our bodies we can combine these two energies to produce chakra and mold it to enhance our bodies, like your buchin, or perform external jutsu. In our bodies, chakra is constantly flowing. It is like your blood and it has its own special pathways that lead from the top of your head, to the tips of your fingers, to the tips of your toes. Are you with me so far? At Naruto's nod, she continued. Well, in those special pathways are points called tenketsu. These tenketsu are where chakra mixes and takes shape. The bigger the tenketsu, the more powerful jutsu you can perform at once. Still with me? Another nod from the blonde whose serious gaze was digging into Shizune as if looking for the answers behind her eyes. Okay, well, the special pathway, the chakra circulatory system, pulls chakra out of the primary chakra reservoir, your heart. This chakra flows at various rates and a couple of factors come into play. The bigger the chakra reserve, like yours, the faster the chakra flows. The faster chakra flows, the more difficult it becomes to mold. Especially since your tenketsu are still relatively small in comparison to your enormous reserves. Finally, chakra has different density. The more dense chakra is, the stronger the jutsu. However, denser chakra also makes it more difficult to mold. Naruto scratched his head in frustration. So, let me get this straight, I have super amounts of chakra, my chakra is super dense and it moves super fast, which all make it harder to mold. Is that right, Shizune Nekken? Shizune rubbed Naruto's spiky, blonde locks. Very good, Naruto-kun. Yes, that is correct. Naruto frowned at this. I am screwed. I will never be a great ninja because I have too much stinkin' chakra to mold, Databayo. Anko tossed an empty dengo stick at Naruto. No, Gaki, you have the potential to become one of the greatest ninjas ever. You will just have to work 100 times harder than any other Gaki to control your chakra. She is right, Naruto-kun. It will be difficult, but you have the most potential I have ever seen. Naruto hopped to his feet and gave each sister a hug. He thanked them before running over to the tree and giving it another go. Unfortunately, things are never that easy. He continued to progress, but it would be weeks before he was able to comfortably perform the tree walking exercise. During their breaks in training, Shizune or Tsunade would walk Naruto through Tanzaku Gai. When Tsunade was alone with Naruto, she would sneak him into the casino so that he could play with his buchin. The casinos couldn't believe the winning streak the legendary sucker went on. Tsunade paid off every debt in Tanzaku Gai before she pocketed enough money to secure a compound. She started at the slots with Naruto and then she would play Texas Hold'em or 5-card stud. The gamblers around town tried to take advantage of her rotten luck until Tsunade cleaned them all out. It was even more embarrassing that a 5-year-old child was taunting them from her lap. The gambling spree lasted for 5 days before Shizune busted Tsunade for it. Shizune's anger was tempered when Tsunade told her that she had paid off her debts and got them a new home. Shizune squealed in happiness and gave full credit to her little brother for this, which earned an angry tick mark from Tsunade. Anko was just glad to get out of the hotel and move into an actual house. She knew that she would have to lay low in town that was so close to Konoha, but it still sucked that she missed out on all of the fun. Shizune would take Naruto around town to visit some of the food stalls and bookstores. She was glad that the kid enjoyed reading so much and she was happy to see the light return to his azure blue eyes over the past couple weeks. She had walked with Naruto to a particular corner where he had been spending some time near a girl playing a flute. Naruto let go of Shizune's hand and ran up to Tuya and gave her some fresh takoyaki and a couple sticks of dengo. She watched on as Naruto's infectious smile crept onto the redhead's face. After she finished eating, she played a truly enchanting song on her flute. The music drew a crowd that would toss a couple coins in the girl's hat. Shizune recognized that the music was laced with a genjutsu, but it was so serene that she decided not to break the genjutsu. Naruto was about to say goodbye to his new friend when he noticed that a couple older guys pulled her into an alley. He charged off to help his friend and it took Shizune a minute to realize he was gone. When Naruto entered the alley, his blood lit aflame in a fiery rage. There was one thug holding Tuya's arms above her head and leering at her. Another thug was picking her pockets for the money she earned. The last guy was looking at Tuya's flute before he snapped it in half. That seemed to break Tuya's spurt, but it lit Naruto on fire. Before they knew what was happening, 3 chains, sparkling with electricity, stabbed through each thug. Their cries of pain filled the alley and they dropped Tuya, who fell to her knees. Shizune sprinted into the alley and gasped at what she saw. 3 chains sprouted out of Naruto's back and they were impaling 3 men that were 15 feet away from the blonde. She knew immediately that one of the men was dead but 2 of them were twitching as they continued to be electrocuted. It was then she noticed the blue sparks of lightning chakra that danced along the chains and into the men's bodies. Naruto-kun, that is enough. You need to calm down, now. Shizune's strict tone reached Naruto through the haze of his anger. Naruto snapped back into his normal frame of mind and paled at what he had just done. Before he knew it, the chakra chains retreated back into his body and left him standing there, gaping. The men were crumpled heaps on the ground and each of them was now dead from either their wounds or the electricity. Shizune remained in a stunned silence until Naruto started crying and throwing up on the wall. Tuya remained on her knees, her eyes fixed on the broken flute. The last remnant of her mother. Eventually, Shizune calmed Naruto down and performed a quick fire jutsu to get rid of the bodies. She didn't need people looking into her little brother for the murder of some common street thugs. She let Tuya take the money off the dead thugs before offering to take her back to the hotel. Tuya nodded her head and walked with them silently to the hotel. She would spend the next week or so with Naruto and company until Kushina returned. Nearly a month after her departure, and a week after Tuya joined the gang, Kushina returned to Tanzaku-gai. She skillfully dodged the patrols of Konoha ninjas and had to take her time after she crossed back into Fire Country. She went to the hotel, where the woman at the desk informed her that Tsunade left a note for her. Tsunade's note guided her to a nice house on the northern edge of Tanzaku-gai. It was a humble 2-story house with a small yard and a garden out front. Kushina heard the sound of her son's laughter accompanied by laughter that sounded like a young girl. She walked through the house and out onto the back porch where Tsunade was drinking sake while watching the kids train with Anko and Shizune. Care to explain how you could afford to move into a house, Tsunade? Tsunade turned around to see Kushina with her arms crossed and an eyebrow raised. Ha, well your brat gave me a lucky streak. I cleaned house for a couple days before I had enough to pay off my debts and I won this place off a poker game. Kushina's hair flared up and began to separate into 9 distinct tails. You took my Sochi into casinos so you could win some money? Tsunade stood up and held both her hand in a placating gesture. Now, Kushi-chan, he was safe with me the whole time. Kushina flew into a fit of motherly rage and laid a beating on Tsunade. Tsunade decided to just take her lumps and not resist. Thus, Naruto and Tuya walked up to Tsunade with multiple lumps protruding from the top of her head. Oh well, her debt's paid off, totally worth it. Kachan, why are you being mean to Butchin? Naruto's innocent tone shattered Kushina's rage into millions of pieces. Naruto-kun. Kushina darted over to Naruto and pulled him into a tight, yet loving, hug. Naruto was gasping for air before she let him go. She then noticed the cute little redhead that was next to her son. What's this, Sochi, got yourself a girlfriend already? Tuya blushed but the comment went right over Naruto's head. Yup. Kachan, this is Tuya-chan. I saved her from some bad guys, and she is staying with us. Kushina linked eyes with Tsunade before turning to look at Tuya. Well, Tuya-chan, welcome. Can you tell me what happened to your parents? Tuya looked down and tears brimmed in her eyes. My mama died and my daddy left me. Kushina pulled the girl into a motherly embrace. She got another familiar sense from the girl's chakra, so she decided to ask. Tuya, what was your mother's name? The girl looked up through the gap in Kushina's bust and muffled out something incomprehensible. Kushina gave the girl a little space and gasped when Tuya said, Tammy Uzumaki. Tsunade joined her in a stunned silence before Kushina scooped the girl into an overwhelming hug. Well, Tuya-chan, I am Kushina Uzumaki, and this is my son Naruto. Your mom was my cousin and now you are part of my family. Tuya cried into Kushina's chest while Naruto whooped in joy. Kushina took the kids out to eat to celebrate discovering a new family member. Kushina smiled brilliantly as she watched the 2 kids chat the night away and eat their meals. She looked to the sky and thanked Kemi for this blessing. It seemed only good things happened since she left Konoha. That thought changed a little bit when Shizune recounted the story of Naruto saving Tuya. Naruto was a wreck for a couple days, but Tuya broke him out of his spell, and he has been better since. The group stayed in Tanzaku-gai for another week so that Kushina could spend time with Tsunade. Naruto and Tuya were inseparable, thus, Anko and Shizune would train the two in basic chakra control. Anko brought out dull kunais and got the kids started on proper handling of the ninja tools. During that week, Kushina took Naruto and Tuya to a music store and Tuya was able to choose a flute of her choice. Naruto paid for it with some of the money that Tsunade won and gave to him as his cut because he said he wanted to buy something nice for his sister. It was an adorable gesture that made Tuya blush crimson and Kushina giggle mischievously. Chapter 4, A Fresh Start in the Clouds. It was finally time for Kushina, Anko and the kids to say goodbye to Tsunade and Shizune. Truth be told, Tsunade really wanted to go with them, but they couldn't afford so much attention to be placed on the rogue group. Thus, Tsunade and Shizune waved goodbye to them from the porch of her new house. Kushina had acquired papers and passports from Ai that helped get them into a merchant caravan without much trouble. Kushina's name was changed to Shinamaki, Naruto became Rutomaki, Anko became Shaimanko Maki and Tuya was just Tuya. Kushina would get her proper papers when they got to Kumo. After seeing the chakra-dyed hair of Anko and Kushina, Tuya insisted on having her hair dyed the same shade of sun-kissed blonde as Naruto. Thus, Kushina led her family of blondes in the caravan on the way to Kumo. The caravan was a slow-moving procession that took 3 weeks to get to the front gates of Kumo. Hiding among civilians was pretty boring for the kids, but that didn't stop Anko from playing chakra control games with Tuya and Naruto. Eventually, every kid in the caravan migrated to the Uzumaki, or should I say Maki, family. Anko would toss ping-pong balls at the kids, and they had to catch them without using their hands. Anko brought multiple bags of ping-pong balls that she would lob at the kids. The civilian kids would trap them with their arms or other strategies that made them look like clapping seals. Naruto and Tuya would try to channel chakra to whatever extremity Anko threw the ball at and keep that ball stuck to wherever it landed. Tuya was much better at it than Naruto and she had a total of 11 ping-pong balls stuck all over her. Naruto only had 6 and they kept falling off as new ones were thrown at him. Each time, Naruto would get frustrated and either say something to rattle Tuya or tickle her to make her drop them. This usually ended with Tuya calling Naruto various names, but it seemed her favorite was shithead. Anko laughed as the girl rambled at her newfound brother and Naruto answered back with equal vigor. Anko couldn't remember the last time her heart was filled with so much joy. Maybe it was when Kushina-sensei removed the curse seal when Anko was placed on her team? Yeah, back in the good old days on Kushina's team with Yugao and Kurenai. It seemed like so long ago. When the kids weren't playing games, they were reading basic books that would introduce them to ninja life. Seeing as they were Uzumakis, Kushina gave them Intro to Fuinjutsu, by Mito Uzumaki, which Naruto was already familiar with. He had read it dozens of times in his childhood. Naruto would look over her shoulder from time to check on her progress or look up from his book Chakra and its basic components, by Tsunade Senju. When the kids got bored of reading, Kushina and Anko would tell them stories and give them basic instructions. Long caravan trip short, the kids used the trip to learn how to become better shinobi. Eventually, the caravan pulled up to the base of the mountain that housed Kumagakure. Naruto rode on Anko's shoulders and looked up with his jaw hanging low. The road wound in a circular pattern around the mountain, up and up it went into the clouds. The buildings were built into the mountainside and his mother told him that the whole mountain was used in some way. They followed the caravan up to the gates and the Uzumaki family waited patiently for their turn to enter. Eventually, Kushina flashed their papers and the permission slip from the rakeage to allow Tuya entry. The Uzumaki family made its way up to the rakeage tower to introduce themselves to Ai and find out where they would be living for their fresh start in Kumo. Naruto and Tuya took in the new landscape in awe, only barely registering that it was harder to breathe than they were used to. The winding path was filled with life and fun, but Anko was able to notice that this village was much more militaristic than Konoha. Shinobi-based buildings were everywhere and the civilian presence was greatly reduced. If the percentage of Konoha was 70% civilian and 30% shinobi, then the hidden cloud would be the inverse of that. Naruto waved to everyone who looked at him curiously, not caring that a majority of the people were dark-skinned. He found it awesome to meet people different than him and his gigawatt smile earned smiles and waves in return. The people of Kumo looked at the family of sun-kissed blondes with curiosity, but the atmosphere seemed welcoming as well. The trip to the rakeage tower took 20 minutes and Tuya was huffing and puffing by the time they made it all the way up while Naruto was still bouncing around in excitement. They stopped at the desk outside of the Rakage's office and saw the pretty secretary with smooth, milk chocolate skin and fiery red hair. Her golden eyes peered down on the children as the azure blue and dark red eyes met her gaze. She smiled at the two beautiful blonde children before addressing Kushina. Lady Shina, it is good to see you again. I will notify the Rakage that you are here, but you will need to wait to enter until B and Yugito come. No problem, Kaoru-san. Mind if I ask you a question? I noticed something familiar in your chakra signature. Do you know if you had any Uzumaki in your family line? Kushina responded cheerfully. Kaoru's eyes widened at that, and she seemed to think before responding. I am sorry, Shina-sama, I do not know. I was orphaned in the last war before I really had the chance to get to know my parents or my lineage. An apologetic look fixed itself on Kushina's face. I am sorry, Kaoru-chan. What if I told you that I have a seal that could identify if you have any Uzumaki blood? Kaoru's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Really? That easy? Kushina nodded while her family looked on gaping. Fuck yeah. Let's do it. Kushina chuckled at her enthusiasm before pulling the giant scroll of her back. She unrolled it to a certain point and paused once the required seal was laid out. Okay, Kaoru-chan, a little blood on your fingers then a handprint on the center of this seal. Without hesitation Kaoru cut her index finger and smeared some blood on her thumb and other fingers before slamming it onto the seal with enthusiasm. She looked up expectantly at Kushina to see her nodding her head and analyzing the changing seal. Kaoru couldn't take it anymore and let out a louder than intended, well. Kushina looked up from the seal and smiled at her. Yup, as I thought. 1/4 Uzumaki from your grandmother. Tears threatened to escape from Kaoru's golden orbs, that was until a loud and boisterous voice speaking in some form of rhythmic rap echoed from the hallway and into the waiting room. This seemed to snap Kaoru straight out of her daze and she put an agitated look on her face before shouting. Damn it B. Shut your trap and cease the incessant rap. She then looked aghast and clamped both hands over her mouth. All Uzumakis laughed openly at their long-lost relative before B entered the waiting room. Dang, Kaoru, that was hot, methinks you're a rapper, even if you claim not. B's exaggerated hand gestures made the Uzumaki kids laugh, but all of the grown women looked at B incredulously. Anko spoke what all Uzumakas were feeling, is this guy for real? B, the Rakage's 22-year-old younger brother, took a long moment to soak up Anko's form. His lips slowly parted into a moderate gape before his chin snapped up and a smirk plastered itself on his face. Yo, who is this little lady? She's so wow, makes me want to bring out the Hachibi. Unfortunately for the knucklehead rapper, this line also fell flat among the Uzumakas. So flat in fact that Anko burst out laughing. She bent over at the waist, slapping her knee and gasping for air. Oh, gasp, holy shit, gasp, that was, too funny, she continued to gasp for air in between bouts of laughter. He cocked his head to the side as he looked at the laughing Kunoichi. He then looked to the other Uzumakas for a partial explanation of the Kunoichi's behavior and his eyes fell on Naruto. The Hachibi didn't have to tell B, this boy was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but there was something more than that. The thickness of his chakra was almost equal to the biju themselves. Hey, yo, boyo, you can call me Uncle B, I carry the Hachibi. If I am right in my mind, you carry Mr. 9. The boy shook his head vigorously in a manner that actually interrupted B's poorly constructed rap sentence. B cocked his head again, translated body language demanding an explanation from the tiny blonde. The little boy looked uncomfortable before he firmed his resolve and looked up at the giant of a man. It is Mrs. 9, B-san. B's jaw dropped and Juki was equally stunned. He always thought that the leader of the demonic Kitsune clan was a male. Juki came from a merging of demonic clans between powerful bulls and a sort of amphibian octopus. His clans merged in order to combat the might of the Kitsune clan. Then the sage, father that he was to the biju, summoned Juki to the human realm and imparted his chakra upon him and his siblings. That was a couple centuries ago and Juki never knew that the Kyuubi no Kitsune was a female. He didn't even know her name that whole time because the sage was the only one she told. Meanwhile, B seemed to remain stunned in front of the Uzumakas as an internal back and forth ensued. Finally, B knelt down in front of Naruto. My bad lil man, it wasn't no part of an evil plan. If you can tell Ms. 9 that we're sorry, you can cash in a favor from the mighty killer B. B smiled at the youngster and held out his fist. Naruto shook off his hesitation and bumped fists with the massive, silly man. Okay, Mr. B, I will remember that. Even if your rapping falls a little flat. B ruffled Naruto's hair in appreciation of the boy's first rap. He would make a disciple yet. As the two finished their exchange, Yugito, a 13-year-old Jinan from Kumo and the Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Nekomata announced her presence. So, I see that this is Kumo's newest addition to its Jinchuriki ranks. Hiya, lil guy, I am Yugito ni and I house the Nibi no Nekomata. Naruto peeked around the massive frame of Killer Bee and saw a beautiful blonde girl, with her hair done in a long ponytail that reached her mid-back. She wore the standard gear of a Kumo Jinan with her hishiate sewn into her left shoulder. Her gentle purple shirt accentuated her spotless skin and chocolate brown eyes. Naruto smiled at her welcoming presence and was grateful to know somebody else who could understand him. Naruto stepped around the still kneeling frame of Bee and accepted Yugito's handshake. It is nice to meet you, Auntie Yugito. I am I am Ruto Maki, and I hold Ms. 9, as Uncle B said. Yugito smiled curiously at the kid. I told her that the kid was 5 but he was significantly more developed than any 5-year-old she had ever seen. Her first guess would have been 10. She shelved those thoughts for later and asked, Auntie? Naruto shuffled in a clear display of nervousness and his eyes shot to his feet. Well, Uncle B said that he is my uncle, so I thought that would make you my auntie. Yugito didn't have the easiest childhood nor the acceptance of her whole village. According to Naruto had it worse than she did. She decided to accept the familial affection and she pulled Naruto into a hug. The Uzumaki family watched on as their youngest member made fast friends with the Jinchuriki duo. The moment was shattered as a shout came from Ai's office, and Kaoru ushered them into the room. Naruto walked into the room with eyes wide in amazement. The room itself was pretty standard, but two things stood out to our blonde future hero. First, the massive figure of the Yondaime Reikage. Naruto was just a kid, but he could tell this man was powerful. Naruto shelved the thought as a kind smile stood out amongst the intimidating figure of Ai. The second thing that caught Naruto's attention was the view of the village that I had from his glass wall. The Reikage Tower sat high upon the mountain and provided a stunning view of the village. Ignoring decorum, Naruto and Tuya ran to the glass wall that looked over their new village. The kids pressed their faces to the glass in order to get the full view. The adults watched the cute, childish display with smiles on their faces. Naruto felt a massive hand rest on his shoulder before he heard I speak. Pretty cool, isn't it? Naruto nodded his head vigorously. Think you would like to become a shinobi that protects this village? Naruto's head was a blur of up and down motion. Okay then, why don't you two join your mother so we can get this started? Kushina smiled at the display of kindness from her husband's old rival and her current leader. Thank you for your kindness and hospitality, Reikage-sama. Kushina bowed to the Reikage and all Uzumakas followed her example. A massive mitt swished through the air. Think nothing of it, Kushina. I believe this will benefit everyone. So, you told me that Naruto is 5 years old, right? Kushina nodded at Ai's cocked eyebrow. Could you explain why he looks like he is almost 10 then? Kushina gulped. She hadn't told Ai of the demonic contract or the accelerated growth from the Kyuubi. She decided to air some of the truth and see how it was received. To the best of our knowledge, Kyuubi is accelerating Naruto's growth. He already has Chunin level chakra capacity with nearly endless chakra reserves. In fact, he manifested a unique brand of the Uzumaki chakra chains while I was visiting you. I looked like a kid underneath the Christmas tree about to unwrap the biggest present. He was already excited enough to get the Uzumaki line to take root in his village. He was ecstatic to know that the boy already had an Uzumaki Kekai Genkai. How much better could this boy get? I steadied his voice before asking, unique? Anko stepped forward here. According to Shizune, apprentice of Tsunade, Naruto manifested chakra chains with an additional lightning element when he saved Tuya from 3 thugs. Naruto, disposed of, said thugs. Anko's hesitation at reminding Naruto of the memory was palpable. Tuya took Naruto's hand in hers and gave it a firm squeeze, which visibly relaxed the blonde's tense shoulders. I sighed at that. He hated when kids were dragged into the darkness of this world. I see, I am sorry you had to go through that, Naruto-kun. Want to take a fun test for me? Yes. Reikage gi. Naruto bounced with excitement as Bee fell over in a fit of laughter and Yugito failed to stifle a giggle. I sighed before he pulled something from his desk and stood up. The massive man walked in front of Naruto and got down on one knee. Kushina had her arm on Naruto's shoulder and her whole body was tensed and ready to spring into action. A calming look from Ai earned a moderate easing of her posture, but she was still a protective mother. I handed a piece of paper to Naruto. Okay, little guy, I want to check something really quick. Your mom told me you already know how to channel your chakra. Put this paper in between 2 fingers and channel chakra to them. Naruto looked to his mother for confirmation and then he channeled chakra into the paper after her nod. The paper sheared clean in two before one half of the sheet dampened and the other crumpled. The figurative Christmas present I was ready to open earlier blew away every expectation he had. He wanted to find Santa Claus and give him a bone-crushing hug. Kushina noticed how the wreckage recoiled in surprise before recomposing himself and realized she would have to lay out some ground rules later on. I stood up and looked directly at Kushina. That is quite the kid you have there. I know that you want to protect him, and I know that you will most likely train him. What I wanted to know is if you would let him become my apprentice when he is 10. You can handle the foundational training, you can train with us when he becomes my apprentice and I will allow you unfettered access to him. I simply cannot ignore the potential this boy holds. Kushina tensed at the direct approach I was using. Truth be told, she didn't have many options. If Uzu was to be rebuilt, she would need to acknowledge this man as a leader and Naruto was one of the conditions for the blood contract. Kushina calmed herself before linking eye contact with the ferocity of a mother and a war hero. I will allow it as long as I'm given some discretion when it comes to his training and the timing of his more worldly missions. I smiled at that. Of course, Kushina, we are bound by contract, and I will honor your wishes when it comes to his training. How about this little one here? I looked down at the young blonde girl. This here is Tuya-chan, the girl my Sochi saved in Tanzaku Gai. She has a unique ability as well. We have not tested her affinities yet, but I can tell you she is most likely a wind type. She was subconsciously infusing her music with a genjutsu when Naruto met her. She uses a flute as a medium for this unique genjutsu. She is also confirmed half-blooded Uzumaki. I knew her mother before the fall of Uzushiaga Corps. On that note, your secretary, Karu-chan, is a quarter-blooded Uzumaki on her mother's side. If she wishes, she will be accepted into the Kumo branch of the Uzumaki family. I cocked an eyebrow at this. It certainly would explain the fiery temper and red hair. In fact, it made perfect sense. Good to know. Well, welcome to Tuya-chan. Do you wish to be a shinobi as well? Yes, Reikage-sama. If I don't, who will protect Shithead on his missions? The girl offered the reply with such simplistic spunk, that I couldn't help but crack a smile. B fell to the ground in another fit of laughter and a couple Bolt agents snickered. Very well, I will get your papers worked up. Children start the academy in Kumo at age 8, so you two have a couple years to get ready. Kushina, anything else you would like to address at this time? Kushina nodded and pulled out a medium-sized scroll out of one of her hidden seals. Working with the kids on the way here gave me this idea. If your academy is anything like Konoha's, then it is woefully inferior to the Uzumaki education system. In order to help my children and the future generations of Kumo, I offer this as a gift of goodwill for all of your assistants. I would encourage you and your shinobi to look through it and maybe use my children's age group as a test run. I am sure you won't be disappointed. I cocked an eyebrow before Yugito spoke up. How, exactly, is it better? Her tone offered challenge and a slight bit of offense. Kushina responded without hesitation. Well, kiddo, I don't know if your history covered much on the Uzumaki clan. For generations, an Uzumaki Jinan was worth a mid-rank chunin, and that was on average. An Uzumaki prodigy was on the same scale as Hashirama Senju, Case and Point Mito Uzumaki. That came from strong educational foundations, a knowledge of Fuinjutsu, and the development and understanding of chakra from the beginning. Sure, history is nice to know and it is somewhat necessary, but will it be the deciding factor on the battlefield? Will your knowledge of past exploits stop the kunai from killing you? Or, how many of your Jinan know of or are even familiar with the current ninjas in the bingo book? Those are just a few examples, Yugito-san, of how I know the Uzumaki education system was superior. Yugito's eyes drifted to her feet and her challenging attitude was truly humbled. I got the childlike Christmas look again and B was simply nodding along. I then realized what she said. Wait, Kushina, are you telling me that Uzumaki Fuinjutsu lessons are included in this curriculum? Kushina nodded proudly. Yes, that is what I am telling you. Of course, I am holding stuff back. I have provided Fuinjutsu levels 1 through 3 in that scroll. In Uzu, Genins would graduate from the academy as level 6 Fuinjutsu journeymen. For now, I would ask you to settle on level 3 since most children will not have the genetic predisposition to Fuinjutsu. We will take what we can get, Kushina. For now, why don't you let B and Yugito show you to your new compound so you may get settled in? Shamanko-san. I paused here and looked at Anko with a ridiculous smirk on his face. Nice name, here is your Hishiate. I will give you a couple weeks to get settled in. Report to me when you are ready to resume active duty. Anko nodded and accepted the new Hishiate. She hated her new alias, but she couldn't bring herself to totally part from her given name. Bee and Yugito walked the Uzumaki clan to their new compound, a very nice place settled on a plateau in the mountain right next to Ai's compound. Bee told Naruto that he would stop by from time to check in on him and help train him. The Uzumakas bid farewell to the Jinchuriki duo and enjoyed exploring their new home. 3 years later, Intro Academy life. 3 years passed in a flash for Naruto and the Uzumaki family. Kushina, or Lady Shina as most of the Kumo public knows her, accepted the role as head of education. She did full reviews of the core curriculum and garnered support to institute the changes to the Kumo Academy. She planned it out perfectly so Naruto and Tuya would be among the first generation of the newly trained students. She also got the council to concede on pushing the age of enlistment back from 12 to 14. She cited death rates among new Genin, abysmal mission success rates among Genin teams and other relevant stats to validate this change. Despite her reforms, there were still many ways for Kumo to conscript younger shinobi. Making Naruto his apprentice and Anko taking Tuya as an apprentice would override the age of conscription. It was planned to take the apprentices out on joint missions or joint training trips during the breaks in the academy. However, apprentices were not granted full shinobi status until they graduated from the academy, so Naruto would be safe from dangerous missions for now. The Uzumaki family also made rapid and vast impacts on the Kumo shinobi population. One of the positive effects of teaching your whole family journeyman level Fuinjutsu is that they can manufacture tags that shinobi use in everyday life. That is doubly so when one member of your family has nearly cage level reserves, even if most of those reserves were untapped. The Uzumaki clan as a whole pumped out sealing tags, explosive tags and other Uzumaki tags that flew off the shelves of every shinobi store in Kumo. This provided a steady income for the clan and, in addition to Kushina's efforts, made the Maki clan of Kumo become one of Kumo's most influential families. It is my goal to write out the names we all know and love while telling the story. The aliases will be used in public settings like talking or when their aliases are needed due to their situations. Kushina knew that her family would need to be prepared for the adversity ahead, so she buckled down on their training for the 3 years they had. At 6 years old, 7 for Tuya, she taught the children the Shadow Clone Jutsu. It was uniquely suited to Uzumaki shinobi, despite the Leaf claiming it as their original technique meant for Jonin-level ninjas. Naruto was much better suited to the jutsu than Tuya due to his massive reserves and healing factor, but Tuya could still produce a single clone at the age of 6. If one stopped in on the Maki family regularly, they would see a couple shadow clones of a fierce blonde woman instructing 2 little blonde girls and an ever-growing horde of little blonde boys. Kushina trained the children up on the basics every day. The mornings would start with a rigorous workout. For starters, the children would perform a growing number of push-ups, air squats, sit-ups, burpees, chakra jumps. The kids would channel chakra to their legs and jump as high as they could, and weighted lunges. After the first round of this, they would run to the base of the mountain and back up again. Upon their return, they would do one more round of the physical exercises and then eat breakfast. After breakfast was an introduction to meditation, not one of Kushina's strong suits, but Yugito helped significantly with instructing the children on proper meditation. Kushina used some of Yugito's practices to help refine her own meditation as well. After meditation came studies until lunchtime. The studies covered all of the basics for shinobi life like hand seals, chakra theory, chakra natures, known Kekai Genkai of the elemental nations, politics and etiquette/decorum training. The last one required I to find a proper tutor for since Kushina never really understood those lessons. After lunch, Kushina forced Kenjutsu and Taijutsu katas down the children's throats for 3 hours. Once that was completed came the daily dose of chakra control exercises. Kushina was good at tweaking the normal exercises and making games out of the. She constructed a series of earth pillars for the children to climb using the tree climbing technique and she would have them play tag on the pillars. She dug into the mountain a bit and paid B with some sake to fill in the dugout with water. She would have the kids play on, meditate on or lay down on the water's surface to increase chakra control and capacity. I would stop by frequently to check on his new clan and see the progress of his future apprentice. Needless to say, he was impressed. So impressed, in fact, that he sent a couple of the prominent children of Tuya's age to join them in their training and fun. Kushina was initially reluctant, but after seeing the smile on her Sochi's face at having new friends, she relented. It was this collection of childhood friends that would define Kumo's future. The group composed of Naruto, Tuya, Samui, Mabui, Atsui, and Amoe. They became fast friends, and the girls became keenly interested in our intrepid blonde. Speaking of Naruto, the boy's growth rate was remarkable. His understanding of Fuinjutsu matched Kushina's own. While Tuya was stuck on level 2, Naruto was on level 4 by the time he joined the academy. The 8-year-old Naruto also looked like he was 13. Upon entering the academy, he stood at 5 foot 7 inches with a cut build that made him look like a manga character named Gohan from his favorite manga. Every inch of the body was composed of tight-knit and lean muscle, except for his boyish face. His unnatural growth made him tower over his friends and other kids of his age group. Kushina's least favorite side effect of this was the growing number of fangirls varying from ages 10 to 16, which Kushina found simultaneously cute and immensely annoying. Kushina worked directly with Naruto every day to learn and control his chakra chains. Like most Uzumaki, Naruto's chains initially sprouted out of his back, directly behind the primary chakra point, his heart. It took Naruto a year to develop his control enough to manifest chains from his hands, and he was still practicing to use them like his mother did. Kushina was surprised to see that the base nature of the chains was Raiten, lightning release. This made Kushina focus on elemental nature training with Naruto during their one-on-one times. It took him 3 years to complete his stage 3 lightning nature manipulation, but it gave him far greater control over his chakra chains. Unfortunately, his chakra control was still only mediocre because of the ludicrous and ever-growing amount of chakra that he had at his disposal. Naruto's second visit to the Kyuubi happened a couple months before he was supposed to start at the academy. B and Yugito stopped by regularly to instruct him on various shinobi arts, but they recently taught how to properly contact his biju through meditation. Neither of them knew that Hikari was watching the whole time, but she wanted to see if he could reach her on his own. Hikari was waiting until Naruto was mentally mature enough to hold a decent conversation and understand more serious topics. She decided it was about time to rekindle the relationship before her vessel entered the human academy. During one of the morning meditation session, Naruto felt a deeper pull on his consciousness than he had felt before. He eagerly allowed the pull to guide him until he found himself in that same verdant field. It was sunny this time, and Naruto noticed how much livelier it all felt. There were even animals such as oversized rabbits, massive boars and killdeer that ran fleetingly around the forest. Naruto made the trek over the hill and into the cottage for the second time. Naruto entered the cottage to find Kyuubi sitting there waiting for him. A second cup of tea was sitting on the coffee table, positioning Naruto across the table from the Kyuubi. Naruto couldn't help but marvel at her nearly divine beauty. Recently, Naruto noticed that he was starting to have weird thoughts about girls, like taking an extra second to peek at Anko-ni when she was coming out of the shower, or thinking about Tuya's soft lips when she was playing the flute for him. He talked to his sister Anko about it, because he didn't dare talk about something so scandalously awkward with his Kachan. Anko laughed and told him his accelerated growth probably meant that he was going through puberty. Naruto shuddered at the thought and shook off the reminiscences as he sat down and took a sip of the warm tea. "How do you like the tea, Naruto-kun?" The melodic voice of the Kyuubi drew Naruto in. It is very good. Kyuubi-sama, did you call me here today?" Naruto's boyish voice was deepening, but when it cracked when Naruto said Sama, the beautiful nine-tailed kitsune couldn't suppress an ethereal giggle. "First, enough with the Sama. What I plan to discuss with you today will let you know why I said that. Second, yes, I decided it was time for us to speak again. Your first visit wasn't planned, and you were not mature enough to understand at the time." "I understand, Q." Naruto stopped there and rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "I'm sorry, it just feels weird calling you Kyuubi all the time. Would you honor me with your name?" The kitsune smiled radiantly over her cup of tea. "It seems he may actually be ready to understand some things. Yes, Naruto-kun, my name is Hikari. Please do not share it with Juki or Matatabi. Their frustration in not knowing my name has become a game of sorts between us." Naruto's eyes lit up. He always could appreciate a good prank. He smiled as the memory of Anko's exploding pillows came to mind. He and Tuya laughed so hard when they walked into Anko's room to see her with a mouthful of feathers and feathers all over the room. Ah, good times. Unlike dealing with Anko's revenge spree, that was downright terrifying. "Hikari, that is a beautiful name. It truly becomes you. So, Hikari, what did you call me here to talk about?" Naruto threw a leg over his knee and sat back in the love seat to enjoy the tea. Hikari blushed at Naruto's natural compliment. Thank you, Ruto-kun. I know you are rather young, but I called you today to discuss our mating contract and to discuss the demonic realm." Naruto spit out his mouthful of tea in a geyser-like fashion. Good thing this was a mindscape. Hikari cleared the mess away with a flick of her tails. Mating C contract?" Hikari nodded like it was no big deal. "Yes, your mother has a copy of the contract that you may review when you leave the seal. It was a deal I made with your father during that cursed night. I know your mother has told you about that night and how she was my previous Jinchuriki. Do say hello to her for me, will you? Naruto nodded stupidly at that and shook the haze out of his head before responding. Hikari-chan, if you don't mind me asking, why would you want someone like me as a mate? Hikari sighed at this. The remnants of the mental trauma the child went through completely crushed the child's ego. He has gotten better over time, but his low self-esteem and desire to improve stems from what that cursed village did to him. Naruto-kun, I want you to understand this. You grew up either next to me or with me and you. I know you better than you likely know yourself. You have a pure heart, and an iron will, not to mention you are intensely loyal and family-oriented. All of these qualities are important in a mate. I felt all of that potential when you were still a kid in your mother's belly. You have since proven me right. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes. He may be a fast-growing boy, but he was still a child, albeit a mature one. TT, thank you, that is the nicest thing anybody has ever said to me. You're most welcome. The reason I chose you is also because of my mating cycle, which is coming up in 12 years or so. Kitsune only go through mating cycles every other century, you see. I chose you because you were already capable of becoming a Hanyu, a half-demon, due to gestating near my yokai. I have completed that transition over the past 8 years, which is why you have grown so fast. Naruto's eyes lit up as a key puzzle piece connected in his mind. So, is that why other Jinchuriki don't grow as fast as I do? Yes, it is doubtful that other biju, which are special demons that were augmented by the Sage of the Six Paths chakra, would mate with their partners. I do not even know if they are capable. Matatabi and I are the only female demons in the biju. Naruto nodded along before a question struck him. Hikari-chan, thank you for all you have done for me. You mentioned the demonic realm earlier and I wanted to know why you didn't go back there to find a mate. Sadness flitted upon the kitsune's entrancing red eyes. Naruto almost went over to comfort her, but the look disappeared before he could move, and he got his answer. For some reason, us biju have had our link to the demonic realm severed. There were portals that occurred naturally in the past, but Juki, Matatabi and I haven't sensed one in over a century. It may be linked to us biju getting sealed, which first happened because of that cursed Baka Hashirama. Naruto looked down fixedly at his teacup. I see, I am sorry, Hikari-chan. It is not fair that you cannot return home. Well, if you will have me as your mate, then I guess I just need to know what that means. I will do whatever I can. Hikari's melodious chuckle filled the sitting room. Well, thank you, Naruto-kun. First things first, your transition to Hanyu is complete. We wouldn't have been able to mate without that happening. I am sure you noticed that you have acquired some stronger urges. Naruto nodded at that one, he sure had. Well, male demons are normally quite aggressive when it comes to mating. As you continue to grow, your urges will too. Naruto cocked his head. Why did you say aggressive like that? The kitsune looked like she really didn't want to talk about that. Do you understand what mating entails? She smiled at Naruto's scarlet blush. Okay, well, in the demonic realm battles are constantly fought over females that are in their mating cycle. I would have hundreds of males trying to lay their claim on me, which gets mighty annoying I may add. They would fight amongst themselves, and the stronger ones would challenge me for the right to mate. Among weaker demons that means females are often raped, which means forced sexual activity. It is a vulgar custom that I, and every other female demon, abhors. That is why I am glad that I got to choose my mate. It was one of the main reasons I accepted your father's contract proposal. Naruto's blush turned a cherry red when he thought about mating with this exquisite entity. Hikari-chan, if you are in the seal, how can we mate? Hikari's face turned flush at this question, but she forced it down. Well, I created this seal, Rudo-kun. I can leave it from time to time without killing you. As long as we remain close together, I will be able to exit the seal about once a week. It puts a tremendous strain on your chakra coils though. Naruto's face lit up at that. You mean, we could spend time together outside of the seal? Kyuubi chuckled at the boy's excitement. In time, Rudo-kun. Now that you have become a Hanyu, you will start growing tails of power and your features will become more kitsune-like. Your mother will need to come up with a seal to hide those. Your body is absorbing the ambient chakra I exude, and your first tail should come in when you are around 10. For me to leave the seal, you will need to be at 3 tails of power so that me leaving doesn't immediately kill you. Naruto's blush disappeared and he turned pale.
I am going to have a tail?
When Hikari let out a truly enchanting laugh and nodded, Naruto took a minute to process that. He then got a serious look on his face. Okay, Hikari-chan, As the rightful queen of the kitsune, how can I become the best mate for you? Oh, thank Kami, I chose right when I chose this child. So genuine and eager to please. Thought Hikari. Well, my mate will need to be strong. You have 12 years or so to get strong. If you get stronger on your own, you may be able to grow tails faster than by simply absorbing my ambient chakra. I will need a strong mate to protect my kits. Hikari's jovial tone died, and her face fell as she spoke. Naruto darted over to her and got down on his knees. Hikari-chan, did you have kits before? Hikari nodded her head and let out remorseful tears. Naruto pulled her into a hug and ran his hand down her back. He didn't need to ask any more. I will get strong enough to protect you, strong enough to protect Kachan and Anko-chan and Tuya-chan and everyone else. I promise you on the Uzumaki name, Hikari-chan. Hikari didn't doubt this boy, it was why she chose him. That gut feeling that the Sisters of Fate and Kami schemed together to put this child in her life. She simply rested her head on the surprisingly well-toned chest. Then she smelled something unique that took her a minute to register. Oh, Kami, the boy's body has reached sexual maturity and those are pheromones. Kushina is so not going to be happy about this. Ano, Naruto-kun, there is something I need to tell you about your Hanyu transition. You are going to become very aggressive and very horny as you continue to go through puberty. The longer you fight the impulses, the stronger they will get. You will need to find some way to blow off some steam. In time, maybe some of your girlfriends could help with that. Naruto cocked his head and looked awkwardly at her. Hikari-chan, can't I just come into the seal and do that with you? I don't want to cheat on you, it feels dirty just thinking about it. Hikari sighed. She really should have thought the rate of growth through. There is no way she is going to have sex with an 8-year-old. Maybe in a couple years, but he needs to mature a bit more before she would indulge in any of that. Look, Ruto, this is your mind. It may hamper the urges a little bit, but only doing so in the real world will truly relieve them. For now, you are too young, and the urges shouldn't get too strong so long as you control your emotions. Hikari got a mischievous look on her face. I will make you a deal though. When you acquire your third tail, I will come out of the seal and spend a night with you. A fire appeared behind Naruto's eyes. He didn't understand the intricacies of what they were talking about. He felt the urges, but he could deal with them. But if all he had to do to earn this beauty's love was get stronger, then that was something he could understand. For Uzumaki Naruto, love was always the most important thing. Love of life, love of friends, love of country and love of family above all. Chapter 5, Meanwhile in Konoha. Fugaku sat in his office talking to Black Zetsu. The creature was still attached to the god Hokage's right arm and it still conspired with the Uchiha Hokage. Losing the Kyuubi was a setback for the creature, and it infuriated Madara. Madara demanded that Black Zetsu not to give his Rinnegan to Fugaku until the Kyuubi reforms and is captured. Madara was so mad that his plans were delayed that he willingly separated himself from the Geto Mazo to pass on. He didn't feel like subjecting himself to the failures of his progeny. The last instructions he gave Black Zetsu were, stick to the plan. It has been delayed until the Kyuubi reforms. Use that fool to bring me back when the time is right. Black Zetsu knew that meant steering Fugaku in a more power-hungry direction. The results of Fugaku's initial reforms could be seen around Konoha. It was still a vibrant town with a heavy civilian presence, but it was the Uchiha crests everywhere that stood out as different from 3 years ago. Uchiha crests flew over the doorways of 90% of shops in Konoha. It was a sign that they had made a deal with the Uchiha clan, and it exempted them from the extra 5% tariff. Over the past 8 years, reforms have been made to put Uchiha clan members in leadership positions throughout the Hidden Leaf village to secure future interests and lock in the Uchiha reign. The other clans bristled at this, but the changes were slow enough that they didn't notice them until it was too late. By that time, they were pretty much forced to accept them. It was the next phase of the plan that was going to be tough. Konoha had always been a peace-loving village, aside from Danzo's route. Fugaku needed to acquire more power and he needed to acquire the biju. Route operatives were scouting the elemental nations in search of the biju in order to locate them and assess their strength. So far, Gaara of Suna, the Ichibi Jinchuriki, and Yaguro, the Sandaime Mizukage, have been identified as the easiest targets. Danzo's route was stoking the fires of a civil war in Mizu no Kuni in order to weaken Yagura's defenses and hopefully create an opportunity to acquire the biju. Suna were allies for now and the Ichibi should be the easiest pickings when it comes to the biju, so Fugaku could wait to make a move on it. Fugaku was working on plans with Black Zetsu to recruit powerful missing ninjas into a black ops group of sorts that would be able to secure the biju without being linked to Konoha. It was slow going, Seeing as each time a messenger confronted an S-ranked missing ninja, they tended to die. Fugaku would need to find a better way to recruit these individuals, and Danzo along with his drones would play a key part. All it took to get Danzo on his side was a couple Sharingan eyes from deceased clan members. Since their goals aligned and Fugaku was providing more funding, Danzo was content for now to play the game of world domination from the shadows. Strangely, the man's straightforward ambition for Konoha's supremacy made him trustworthy, in a way. Along with the Uchiha domination of Konoha, came a divide among Uchiha clan members. Minato had never forgiven Fugaku for what he did, or at bare minimum allowed to happen, to Kushina and her son. Kakashi had received correspondence from Kushina shortly after she reached Kumo that gave him his memories back. Kushina was correct when she said that they would mind dive him. Luckily, it wasn't overly thorough, they just wanted to confirm Kushina's death. After Kakashi had regained his memories, he informed Yu Gao and Kurenai of what happened. This trio began the slow and painful process of screening dissenters. When I say slow and painful, I mean drastic over-examination of every conversation, every word, every tone to make sure that it wasn't an inside man for Fugaku. Eventually, Kakashi caught wind of Mikato's frustrations, and he approached her. It wasn't too strange, he was an honorary Uchiha after he built such a name for himself with his transplanted Sharingan eye. When Minato heard Kakashi's side of the story and learned that Kushina and Naruto were alive, she turned into the ultimate inside woman. Fugaku never really said much to her, but she had access to the man's study. Ever since Fugaku became Hokage, Minato was relegated to the role of housewife and childbearer. After hearing the news, she said enough was enough and she used a birth control seal. The monster of a man would have to be happy with Itachi, Sasuke, and Sazumi. Imagine a father scorning his daughters for the simple fact that they lacked a penis. This was the case for Itachi and Sazumi. Itachi was the last ninja allowed to graduate early from the academy and she had worked her tits off to become an Anbu. She was not even 11 years old, and she was in Anbu. Meanwhile, her spoiled son Sasuke struts around the village and compound like some elaborate peacock when he hasn't even activated his Sharingan yet. To be fair, the child is only 8 and he is modeling after his father, but even Minato finds him insufferable. It only worsened when Fugaku declared that Sasuke would be the future clan head because only a true Uchiha male could lead the clan. Mikato's saving grace was her girls and their cousin Shisui. Of all the mainline Uchihas, Minato found it sad that she could only identify 4 of them as worthy clan representatives. It wasn't like she was asking for a high bar to be set, just simply don't walk around the village and treat people like you have a giant, studded rod up your ass while you look down on them. Sadly, 95% of her clan failed this simple test. At Mikato's urging, Kakashi reached out to Shisui, and he planned on taking Itachi onto his Anbu team. He couldn't do much about Sazumi, but he did notice that the girl was far more hardworking and skilled than her brother. Fugaku was so enraptured in his Hokage duties and his side projects that he didn't even register the divide in his family, yet another reason Minato was done with him. Minato wrote a letter to Kushina and passed it to Kakashi. Kakashi would send it to Shizune, who would let Tsunade send it to Kumo. It was in small letters and interactions like this that the Uzumaki clan kept an eye on the happenings in Konoha. Nobody suspected the lazy and chronically late Kakashi, who reads Icha in broad daylight, to be an inside man. And so the days crept on in Konoha and the leaves kept on turning. Raikage's office, 1 week before the start of the academy. I was nervous, which is saying something. This man had faced down hundreds of opponents with a smile on his face without flinching. However, today he was sweating as he waited for Kushina and her son to come into his office. I had taken a shine to the kid, and he really did see the future of Kumo in him. That didn't mean that he wanted to have this sort of conversation with the kid and his mother. I nearly flinched when his office door opened and Kushina and Naruto walked in. The mere sight of them sent I's mind reeling to 3 days ago. Flashback, training grounds of the Maki compound. I stopped by the Maki compound on his way home from a good day's work. He had just cancelled a mission proposed by his head ninja Dodai to bring the Byakugan to Kumo. With the Maki family here and all the blessings that came with them, I didn't want to draw the extra attention to Kumo. Instead, I sent Dodai with a treaty for a non-aggression pact to improve relations between the 2 rival villages. He gave Dodai strict orders to stick to the script and provide an update on Konoha in general since Kushina had shared some of the letters that provided inside scoops into Konoha's current unease. I walked into the training ground of the compound to hear the beautiful music of Tuyu's flute. I wasn't a sappy or romantic kind of guy, but even he admitted that the girl's music relaxed him and made him feel good. He saw Naruto fighting it out in a kenjutsu battle against 10 of his shadow clones. This was usually a clear sign that the kid was agitated, and he was trying to sort through something. I meandered over to Tuya, met eyes with her and cocked his head toward Naruto. Tuya shrugged her shoulders dismissively, but it was clear that she was bothered by the fact that she didn't know what was going on with her little brother. Dunno, Raikage-sama, shithead talked to the Kyuubi last week and he has been on edge since. Won't tell any of us girls what's got him so bothered. Okay then, I will take a shot, and didn't I tell you that you can call me Ioji-san when we are in private? Tuya plastered a shit-eating grin on her face. You sure did, Raikage-sama. I shook his head and chuckled at the troublesome girl before he blurred away in a streak of blue lightning before a stunned eep echoed across the field. When Tuya looked up, the two were nowhere to be seen. I took Naruto back into the onsen that Kushina built into the mountainside of her property and ordered Naruto to get in. He rinsed himself off and waited for the blonde brat to join him in the calming waters of the hot spring. The kid showed up 2 minutes later with a saucer and a bottle of sake. The kid sure does know how to spoil his uncle. After Naruto joined him in the onsen, I sipped some sake before looking at Naruto. Okay, buddy, spill it. And don't tell me it is nothing. If the Kyuubi said something that bothered you this much, then it is a matter of village security and I won't take no for an answer. Naruto's posture was immensely uncomfortable. Sunken shoulders, clouded eyes, pursed lips and rigid tensing of the muscles. I often forgets that the kid in front of him is 8 years old due to the more developed and chiseled body. Naruto eventually ducked his head under, surfaced and then rubbed the water out of his blonde locks. Ah. Fine, OG, fine. You asked for it. The fire returned to Naruto's eyes as he glared at the Raikage. I simply cocked an eyebrow that said, you wanna go, brat? Okay, so from the beginning then. The Kyuubi willingly sealed herself in me in a contract with my father and I am to be her future mate. Due to my particular situation, I am now a juvenile Hanyu Kitsune and my first tail will come in by the time I am 10. These changes caused me to grow faster than normal and now I have urges, like really, really strong urges. The Kyuubi told me they are going to keep growing and that male demons typically let these urges out by fighting or fucking, her words, not mine. On top of that, I have 12 or so years to get to 3 tails in order to honor my end of the contract. Otherwise I won't be worthy of mating with her and she will miss her mating cycle. So now I, an 8-year-old kid, am dealing with sexual urges that make me want to rip Tuya-chan's clothes off and then I don't know what I am supposed to do with her after that. I am so agitated that I can't even focus my chakra. I burned through 200 shadow clones in my Kenjutsu spars, and I still feel hot. Kyuubi keeps telling me it will take spilling blood or fucking the daylights out of somebody, but I don't even really know what fucking is. The blonde's hysteria and rambling increased as he proceeded through his monologue. I got more and more nervous and just wished that his little prodigy could have had a more normal problem. I dropped his saucer in the water and ended up chugging the bottle before he responded. Okay, wow, kiddo, I wish I could tell you everyone goes through this, but, well, they don't. On top of that, your mom is terrifying, and she would rip my balls off if I had this conversation without her knowing. How about we talk to her about this together? Naruto nodded and seemed to relax into the onsen with his Oji after that. They would continue the conversation and enjoy their time together. Each male was thinking about the immensely awkward situation that their plan would place them in, but fuck it, it was a tomorrow problem. End of flashback. Kushina and Naruto sat down in the chairs in front of Ai's desk. Kushina's face was a mix between worried and frustrated that she couldn't get the information out of her own son. It was at times like these that Kushina missed Minato terribly. Naruto, on the other hand, was a trembling and nervous mess. His Hanyu urges were shelved for the minute, now he was too nervous to talk about this awkward subject with his mother. Kushina, breaking all decorum, opened. Will you finally tell me what the hell is going on? I cast a nervous look at Naruto and realized that he had no backup here. He sighed deeply and explained the gist of what Naruto told him. Kushina's jaw progressed further and further down towards the floor as I recited the ramblings of Naruto. Multiple times her head snapped toward her son with a look of absolute incredulity on her face. When it was all over, Kushina put her face in her hands and muffled a silent scream. She then recomposed herself and looked directly at Naruto. Sochi, I think I understand what's going on now. I am sorry you are going through this, but I need you to answer a question for me. Naruto looked intensely at his mother's chin with his eyes tilted up. He dared not make direct eye contact with his mother at this time. His Kachan could look directly into his soul when they locked eyes, and he didn't want her to see his shame. What is it, Kachan? The normally loud and somewhat boisterous tone was replaced by a hesitant whisper. Kushina took his hands in hers. Sochi, Nothing going on with you is normal, but no matter what, Uzumaki stick together. We will find a way through this. What I need to ask you is when you think about your future, what do you want? Naruto livened up at that. Oh, that's easy, Kachan. I want a big happy Uzumaki family, maybe I could be the next Hokage and lead Kumo to a better future. He paused in thought before continuing. I want to be a good mate to Kyuubi-chan and help raise the kids. His mind seemed to wander off here. Kushina sighed, she couldn't believe she was about to ask her son this. Naruto, what about your future family? Do you just want it to be with the Kyuubi, or do you want one human wife, or do you want several human wives? Naruto looked between his mother and I, eyes full of confusion. I mean, Kyu-chan said that I should take more mates, but something doesn't feel right about that. I don't think I'm old enough to answer that right now. I chuckled at his future apprentice and then smiled proudly at him. I don't blame you, my boy. This would be a lot to deal with even for me. Kushina took charge from there. Okay, Sochi, as your mother I will make the decision for you then. There is no way in hell we are giving in to these urges at your age. We will come up with something else. I will look into a seal that helps you suppress them, or maybe reroute them. You will not be some playboy or a mass murderer, not on my watch. Okay, Kachan, I will do the best I can. You know, an Uzumaki never gives up. I chimed in here. Kushina, I may be able to help with his excess energy. I will begin his training earlier than usual to fill his head with something other than these demonic urges. It will help the brat with his goal to get strong enough for the Kyuubi too. Naruto beamed up at I, then began rapidly looking back and forth between his Hokage and mother. Each turn of the head came with the blinding light of his gigawatt smile. Yes. Naruto jumped up and pumped his fist into the air. Please say yes, Kachan. The sooner Ioji trains me, the sooner I can whoop his butt and take his hat. This broke the remaining tension in the room and made Kushina break into a fit of laughter. I simply plastered a cocky smirk on his face and raised a challenging fist at Naruto. You are 1,000 years too young, brat. You better be ready for hell. The massive fist shaking in front of Naruto's face made him laugh even harder before he wrapped his toned arms around Ai's stomach. You got it, Ioji-san. Hikari watched all of this from within her seal. She understood her container's confusion at being told to take more women when he was so young. Truth be told, Hikari had planned on the hormonal phase of development coming out when he was 12 or so. By then, his body would be fully developed, and it wouldn't have been as awkward. Oh well, she pressure cooked the kid, and this was the result. Hikari took a sip of her tea in a casually regal manner as she watched the conversation play out. She knew there were ways to divert the demonic urges, but she also knew that those ways carried substantial risks. They would continue to build, and male demons that tried to do so in the past often burned out the female demons. Once they gave in, they would rut for days, which often resulted in a not so pleasant experience for their female counterparts. Hikari admitted that it was a noble gesture, but she had no desire to be reduced to a quivering mess in such a manner. She resolved that she would talk to Naruto in time, when he was more mature and used to the sensation. She would also have to caution him about his pheromone use once he gained his first tail. Demonic tails came with a pheromone gland that would be quite troublesome with so many females in this village. For now, she giggled at the thought of her chosen mate being strong enough to resist his urges and prove his loyalty to her. She sure did know how to pick him. Kushina and Naruto left the Hokage Tower with a training schedule from Ai that was more intense than what his mother put him through. It was more focused on setting the foundation for the reinforcement jutsu that I was known for, the lightning armor. Reinforcement jutsu is the internal molding of chakra to provide increased strength, speed and durability in the user. Reinforcement jutsus required precise control through whatever body part is being enhanced, and it got even more complicated when you added in change of chakra natures to the reinforcement. Ai's lightning armor was a fully body enhancement that was hailed as the pinnacle of reinforcement jutsu. Naruto had worked ferociously so as to enhance his lightning affinity in order to control his chains. In a way, his chakra chains were a form of reinforcement jutsu, since Naruto held their form with his chakra and never fully release it from his body. Little did the youngster know that it was actually an expansion technique, which he would become very familiar with in the near future when he grew his first tail. One funny exercise his mom had him to was to divide his shoulder-length blonde hair into short tails of sorts and try to braid his own hair. Kushina laughed uproariously at the outcome. Anko got blackmail pictures and Tuya nearly pissed herself when she saw the results. Naruto refused to try the technique out again until he got longer hair. As far as his other affinities go, he was still on the level 2 exercises for water and wind. His mother helped him with water, but wind users were almost completely unheard of in Kaminari no Kuni. Kushina had Naruto pull out and filter the water from their onsen, and she offered his services to clean out pools around Kumo. Naruto let clones handle the errand jobs like that, but it still proved to be an effective water chakra control exercise. All Kushina remembered about wind was that Minato used to use it in combat. She remembered him splitting leaves, but she told Naruto that he would have to wait to develop this on further. Since leaves were hard to come by in Kumo, Naruto would try to cut this pieces of clay. It was a frustrating process for him, and he eventually shelved his efforts in wind to focus on other shinobi arts. Academy life. The time for the academy finally came, and Naruto was bouncing off the walls at 5 a.m. After a pillow to the head from Tuya and death threats from Anko, Naruto went outside to jog up and down the mountain a couple times. Vendors, bolt squads and gate guards grew accustomed to the blonde blur, and they would all wave to his as he passed by. Naruto brought a vibrancy with him to any place he went. Poor Konoha bastards would never realize what they missed out on. Naruto was back in the house by 7 a.m. to shower, and his clones had breakfast ready for the family at 7:30 a.m. so that they could eat and walk to the academy together as a family. Kushina was excited because this would be the first day that her education reforms would take effect, and she wanted to see the results. Anko buckled her bolt mask to her belt after enjoying a delicious breakfast and threw Tuya on her shoulders. The little, obstinate girl loved when her big sister spoiled her, and Naruto was far too big for Anko to do this to him. The Uzumaki family began the trek down the mountain to join a parade of parents and children that were heading to the academy. Everyone greeted them jovially as Omoi and Mabui joined the group, followed shortly after by Samui and Atsui. Naruto laughed at Atsui's fiery greeting. The boy was always ranting about how hot everything was, while his sister Samui preferred to say things she liked were cool. Mabui jumped on Naruto's back, latched her arms around his neck and pecked him on the cheek. Mabui was the girl outside of the family that had grown closest to Naruto. She was the daughter of a prestigious non-shinobi family in Kumo, but her dad was a shinobi that won the wealthy merchant daughter's heart. Mabui was a beautiful girl with light milk chocolate skin, silver hair and aqua blue eyes. She wore a green shirt with fishnet armor underneath. Naruto threw an arm over his shoulder and caressed Mabui's head before snaking his arms underneath her thighs and pulling her into a piggyback ride. Flashback. Mabui, Omoi, Samui and Atsui were called up to the Raikage's office. Each of their parents was high up in the Kumo food chain and were friends of the Raikage. For the past couple years, they heard their parents talk about Lady Shina and her family, but they really had no interaction with him. Mabui recognized Ruto's name as the kid that would run through the town in the mornings, and he delivered various Fuinjutsu tags to her mother's shop. Her mother tried to introduce her to him on several occasions, but the energetic blonde would always complete his job and run off to the next one. Mabui's friends talked about the blonde boy and had whispered conversations about how cute he was. She wasn't much interested in what the older girls were talking about, she was still only a child. Now, the group of kids was standing in front of their very intimidating Raikage. Mabui thought that the Raikage was still scary, even when he was smiling. I had them sit in chairs in front of his desk before he talked to them. Okay, kiddos, I have called you all here today after talking to your parents. I wanted to ask you to do a favor for me. At the kids' blank looks, I continued. There is a new family in town, and they have a couple kids your age. I just wanted you guys to introduce yourselves and maybe join them for some training. Samui raised her hand and I nodded at her. Raikage-sama, YS. Because you four already planned to go to the Shinobi Academy and you come from families that I trust. The Maki family is new to Kumo and they are becoming very important to Kumo. I wanted to help the kids make some friends. Is that alright with you, Samui-chan? Yes, Raikage-sama, that sounds cool. Atsui jumped out of his chair in excitement. Well, what are we waiting for? Making new friends gets my hot blood boiling. I chuckled at the four and led them to the Maki compound. The kids looked at the Maki compound with big, wide eyes. Everything in Kumo was normal, pretty standardized, but not the Maki compound. The big Japanese-style, two-story house was quite different from the normal stone and clay building found in Kumo. The Maki symbol over the front gates to the compound kind of looked like the old Uzumaki crest, except it had the kanji for family in the center of it and it was an 8-bladed whirlpool instead of the Uzumaki's 4 blades. I put his hand on the security seal of the gate, which clicked open and allowed the kids entry. They walked around to the back of the compound to see 2 identical blonde girls in a kenjutsu fight and 10 blonde boys fighting 1 blonde boy with a kodachi. The kids watched the clone battles in a stunned silence. Nobody their age could make solid clones, nobody. After a couple minutes, the intense clone battles were over and Lady Shina greeted the group. Thanks for bringing the kids over. I can take it from here. No problem, Shina. Good work out there you two, Now come over here so I can introduce you to some kiddos that wanted to meet you. Ruto sheathed his sword and Tuya stuck hers into the ground before they ran over to the group of kids. Ruto held out his hand to Mabui first, a gesture that caught the reserved girl off guard. She noticed that Ruto was almost a full foot taller than her, which reminded her of the Raikage. Her fear was halted by his gigawatt smile and kind greeting. Heya, I am Ruto, Ruto Maki. I would love to make some new friends. What's your name? His electric azure blue eyes were filled with so much life that Mabui lost herself in them and left Ruto's hand hanging in the air. Samui elbowed Mabui in the ribs and the girl sputtered out an apology before taking Ruto's much larger hand in both of hers. She proceeded to shake it up and down repeatedly in an awkward fashion. NNN nice tea to each urr Ruto SSS san. Her stuttered greeting made her seem super cute to the eccentric blonde. He skipped straight over her awkward introduction and greeted the others after giving her a genuine smile. Every time Mabui visited the Maki house, the same bright smile greeted her and the same warm feeling would pop into her chest. Eventually, she found out that Samui liked Ruto as well and a small rivalry for his attention sprung up between the two. Eventually, Ruto got used to making a shadow clone for each girl to complete their training drills with, which seemed to appease them. The two girls also spent a lot of time with Ruto's sisters digging for information, learning how to cook and eventually became regular fixtures at Maki family dinners. End flashback. Kushina watched the darling girl win over her son's affections and shook her head at the innocent naivety of the two. Or maybe it was just the one now? Kushina would have to keep an eye on her son's demonic tendencies and see if the seal she developed was working properly. For the past couple days, it seemed like Naruto was more of his old, relaxed self. Kushina remembered the trip into the seal with Naruto and her discussion with the Kyuubi. Flashback, it was the night after the talk with the Raikage and Kushina walked into Naruto's room to see him working on some seals. After a brief talk, Naruto took Kushina's hand and placed it over his seal. After a blurring of her vision, they wound up in the living room of the Kyuubi's cottage. The beautiful kitsune simply looked at Kushina with an eyebrow raised. Kushina spoke in a stunned whisper. Damn, I had you in my seal for 16 years and I never saw you in this form. Kyuubi, it is nice to finally meet you. I am Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. I know who you are, Kushina. Not only were you my previous container but you are my mate's mother. If you are here to ask about the Hanyu urges, then yes, he will become more sexually active and if he denies those feelings then they will manifest in some form. At this age, I recommend a concubine of some sort. Oh okay then. But you are okay sharing him with humans? The Kyuubi closed her eyes for a minute before answering. Kushina, demon society doesn't have the same rules and limitations you humans do. Unfortunately, I overgassed the kid's growth a little bit and I have put you in this situation. I do believe the positives outweigh the negatives, but I am sorry for my mistake, nonetheless. How bad? How bad will his urges get? Kushina's voice cracked, and she sounded on the verge of losing it. Honestly, once he gets used to it, not that bad. For now, I believe the best option is a concubine. You wanted to rebuild your clan, right? Kushina shook her head in denial of this. No, I don't want my Sochi to treat women like sex toys. He isn't ready for all of that yet. Kushina pulled Naruto close to her in the love seat. Is it possible to seal away the side effects of this urges? Let me stop you there, Kushina. Any seal that blocks demonic yokai will have very negative effects on Naruto-kun and myself. If there is a seal that focuses solely on the human physiology, then it should be okay. I would ask you to run it by me first. Thank you, Kyuubi. Kushina was cut off mid-bow by the kitsune woman. Oh, enough of that, Kushina. We will be family soon enough. My name is Hikari, and you are not to share it with anybody. Create your seal and bring it to me for inspection. Naruto-kun, it was good to see you again. I am most impressed by the results of your training. Naruto threw a gigawatt smile at her. Thanks, Hikari-chan. I am working really hard. I hope to get my first tail by the time I turn 9. Then you will know for sure that you chose right. Hikari smiled beneficently at the boy in front of her. Oh, is that so, Naruto-kun? Care to make a wager? Kushina looked like she wanted to stop her son from doing so, but Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Sure thing, Hikari-chan. What's the wager? A foxy grin appeared on the vixen's face. Well, Naruto-kun, if you get your first tail before your 10th birthday, I will give you a kiss and tell you how to awaken your bloodline. Whoa, I have another bloodline? Not just chakra chains? It was at times like this that Naruto's childlike enthusiasm contrasted harshly with his rapidly maturing body. Kushina looked back and forth between her son and Hikari, trying to understand how he would have another bloodline. Her expression was somewhere between bemused and highly confused. Yes, Naruto-kun, you do. You had all of the proper components and your Hanyu transition linked them together in a way that you humans would call a Kekai Tota. However, with every wager, there is a price, Naruto-kun. If you do not gain your first tail by your 10th birthday, in 20 months' time to be exact, then, Hikari bounced a finger off her lip in an enchanting thinking pose. I don't know. I will think of a comparable punishment. Naruto's face fell at the anticlimactic end, but he was super excited to know he could have a bloodline rarer than anything in the elemental nations. Okay, I don't care what you do. I will get my tail and prove myself to you. I never give up, Dadabayo. Kushina stepped back in here. Wait a minute, Naruto-kun. Oh, relax Kushina. It will be something silly at the very worst. He is my only potential mate, so I will not do anything too terrible. I am interested to see if he can accelerate his growth. Kushina sighed deeply and she threw her hands up. Okay, well, all of that aside, can we get back on topic? If my seal doesn't work, Naruto said you were okay with sharing him. Is that the case? Hikari nodded her head in a regal way and her auburn locks swayed beautifully as she did so. I had more or less planned on it, Kushina. Male demons tend to have hyperactive sensual urges and it gets too intense for one female. In demon society, the male demons claim mates and then have a number of concubines. I will of course be the primary mate and I will lead the others, but I will not stop him from taking human mates. Of course, I thought it would start in 5 or 6 years, but I never planned on monopolizing him. I just wanted my mate to be a good man from good stock. Your husband demonstrated his quality, and I knew all about you. This child is special, and I know that he will remain devoted to me, even if he takes some human wives. So, knowing that, the rest doesn't really matter. With that, Hikari pushed the two out of the seal and back into Naruto's bedroom. End of flashback. Kushina's twin swords rattled on her waist and broke her from her musings. She recognized the academy gates and the crowd forming outside around a stage that was set up. Kushina left the kids with Anko and went to join Daru, Yugito and Killer Bee on the stage. At 8:30 am, the Reikage opened up with his address. My people, I cannot tell you how proud it makes me to see so many loyal patriots of Kumaga Corps. Each of you represents the future of Kumo and I have high hopes for this class. Your class will be the first to go through the complete academic reforms that Lady Shina assisted us with. I challenge each of you to give it your all, never give up and look to your classmates for support. If you make it through your academy training, you will be faster, stronger and better prepared than any Genin alive. That being said, never quit, never say something is impossible, rely on your comrades and fight your way through. As an added incentive, those of you that distinguish yourselves will be granted apprenticeships that will supplement your breaks in between school years. Go forth and become the might of Kumo. I looked out over nearly 40 kids and 100 family members of the new class. There were additional onlookers from the returning classes, each of the kids looking jealously at the experimental class. Naruto led his group into the academy, completely oblivious to the jealousy of his upperclassmen. He walked into his classroom and his group broke into groups of 3 and occupied the back left portion of the classroom, near the windows that looked out on the training grounds of the academy. Eventually, his teacher showed up and called the class to order. Naruto saw a tall, dark-skinned ninja that looked to be 25 or so. Good morning class, welcome to the Kumo Academy. I am Slain and I will be your teacher for your first year. As the Reikage already said, this class is going to be a special experiment. You will be pushed harder than any class before you and you will be held to a higher standard. For now, let's go through introductions so we can get to know each other. After lunch, we will go to the training room and issue you your gear. It is important that you maintain accountability for all your gear. Your parents will have to pay for any lost gear. This is an important life lesson as shinobi. For your introductions, follow my example. I am Slain, I am a chunin for Kumo. I like reading manga, training and learning new fuinjutsu. I dislike traitors, thieves and rapists. My hobby is fuinjutsu. I work with Lady Kushina's advanced class, and I am on level 4. I want to train the greatest generation of Kumo ninja ever and eventually become head of the academy. You in the front, start it up. Naruto listened to the introductions of his classmates. He laughed along with the rest of the class at the stark contrast between the cool Samui and the hot-blooded Atsui. Eventually, his turn came, and Naruto noticed that everyone was paying rapt attention to him. Naruto coughed to clear his throat and went into his intro. I am Rudo Maki, and I love my family and Kumo and the Reikage for taking us in. I dislike traitors, bigots, child abusers and Konoha. My hobby is training, spending time with my family and mastering Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. I am at level 6 Slain Sensei and I will be taking my advancement exam in a month. To address the elephant in the room, I am 8 years old and I have a bloodline of sorts that makes me grow super fast. My dream is to become the Raikage, revive the Maki family and become a worthy mate. Heads cocked when Naruto said worthy mate, and a girl named Kali stood up and asked the question on everyone's mind. Ruto, what do you mean by worthy mate? Naruto scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, I was promised in a contract of sorts with a very beautiful and special woman. She set some pretty high standards and I want to live up to them. There was a collective gasp from the girls in the classroom before the girls hung their heads. Naruto didn't want to tell them that he would likely be taking multiple wives, he left it ambiguous hoping that it would chip away at his ever-growing fan club. Naruto took his seat and squeezed Mabui's hand under the desk. Mabui didn't really hide her feelings for Naruto, I mean they were children but Mabui was possessive of the lively blonde and he was protective of her in return. Ever since she joined him for training, she has spent most afternoons with him. Mabui had a strong lightning affinity and she really liked Fuinjutsu practice with Lady Shina. Naruto would create a clone to always help her and encourage her through her training. The young girl was a prodigy when it came to her studies, but she had no prior ninja training before joining the Makis. Lady Shina took to the beautiful young girl, Tuya enjoyed her first real female friend and Anko accepted her self-imposed challenge to corrupt the pure youth to the dark side. This resulted in Mabui spending more time at the Maki compound than with her own family. Morning class was nothing special and the group ate lunch together. It seemed like every kid in their class came up and sat down next to them on the playground. It turned into a 20-kid conversation quarterbacked by Naruto. He was more than happy to make new friends and help everyone catch up. From day one, Naruto and his group were seen as the leaders of their class. Slain Sensei collected the class at the end of the lunch break and took them to the training room. In the training room were 6 Chunin ninjas that wore the quartermaster symbol on their left shoulders. These were ninjas injured in the line of duty that wanted to continue to serve their nation that were assigned the duty of managing Kumo's weapons and military equipment. There were 6 stations that held different pieces of equipment that the kids would need to sign for. The first table were wooden wakizashis, short swords that were typically 30-40 inches in length. These were to be carried at all times during school hours and were to be used in all kenjutsu spars. The second table had bands that the children would sign out. Slain Sensei would instruct them on the use of these resistance bands when they returned to class. The third table had weighted vests for the children. The fourth table had wrist bracers and shin guards that were weighted, cushioned and would be important for taijutsu training. The fifth table was a standard issue medical pouch and Fuinjutsu kit. The sixth table was a standard issue set of training shuriken and kunai. Strict instructions were given on where to turn in damaged equipment. The children would not be charged for equipment damaged during training, only equipment that was lost. Lady Shina's academic reforms were fairly costly, but her plan to have academy students do D-ranked missions in order to pay for the reforms and gain early experience made it possible. The students would go in teams of 6 to complete D-ranked missions with experienced Jinan leading the teams. This gave older Jinan good leadership experience and prepared them for Chunin responsibilities. Plus, it eliminated the need for Jinan to do months of D-ranked missions upon graduating from the academy. Once everyone received their standard issue equipment, a contribution from the Maki family, they returned to their classroom. Slain Sensei told them that they would be required to wear this equipment every day to school. He provided instructions on the resistance seals and gave very strict instructions that the students were not to alter them. Instructions that Naruto promptly ignored since he was further along in Fuinjutsu than his sensei. Naruto inspected the training wakizashi and noted that the weapon was far too light for his taste. Even his mother's katanas felt light in his hands since his growth spurt. He was looking into getting a bigger and heavier weapon that would allow him to take advantage of his monstrous size and strength. The first year of school went without a hitch. Naruto was the top of his class in all subjects, but he made sure not to lord that over the rest of the class. Instead, Naruto created study groups, he invited people to join him for his workouts, his clones helped provide one-on-one training for the intro to Fuinjutsu and he did everything he could to make sure none of his classmates were left behind. The kids struggled to deal with the extra resistance and weight of their equipment. The resistance seals were set at 1.25 for the first-year kids and the bracers and shin guards weighed 5 pounds apiece. By 6 months in, it looked like most kids were moving normally again, so Slain Sensei upped the resistance bands to 1.5 and the weights to 7.5 pounds. Every other Friday, the kids would remove resistance and weights for the whole day and conduct outdoor training. This included spars, shuriken and kunai practice, competitive games like tag or hide and seek or capture the flag. The outdoor training was to acclimatize the kids to their developing speed and strength and let them blow off some steam. These days also provided outstanding medical training for the growing medical corps of Kumo. Tsunade had visited every couple months for the past 4 years and she had earned the trust of I and other Kumo leadership. She provided updated training regimens and recommendations to Kumo. She wanted to make sure that her godson had all of the support he would need in the future. Unlike Konoha, Kumo was extremely grateful for Tsunade's aid and gave her an open offer to become head doctor of Kumo. She told I that she would accept the position when it was time for the Uzumakas to step into the light. Until then, she still didn't want to draw Konoha's attention to her family and Kumo. In the meantime, Tsunade worked with Kumo's head doctor to rework medical training regimens and Lady Shina provided some medical seals that assisted with emergency medicine. These seals were revolutionary and allowed shinobi with a base-level knowledge of medical jutsu to perform more advanced healing. I took Naruto for his apprenticeship training every Wednesday after school and every Saturday. This training was intense and designed to whip Naruto into shape. It was during this training that Naruto discovered something very important about his chakra. I was making him climb a special mountain that was near the city. This mountain had a 72-degree grade and it was known as Dead Man's Climb. There were no fixed paths, just a straight climb up the mountain with a couple inverted climbs and sheer cliffs that were terrifying to any normal mortal. During one failed attempt, Naruto fell nearly 100 feet before his chakra chain shot into the side of the mountain and halted his fall. I was climbing with him, except the Raikage was packing on an extra 500 pounds and hadn't used his hands once to assist with the climb. Naruto expressed his frustration to I before the Raikage broke it down for his apprentice. "Look, lil man, when you are using chakra to attach to a surface, the important thing is a calm and steady flow. Your coils are developing rapidly, but they are still small compared to your chakra capacity and reserves. This means that the rate of your chakra flow is way faster than it needs to be. When you are doing your tree climbing or water walking exercises, you devote a significant amount of your mental power to forcibly slowing this flow down. When we are climbing this mountain here, you are losing your focus on slowing your flow and that is why you keep slipping. When you get home tonight, I want you to meditate on the relationship between chakra capacity, reserves, flow, control and chakra nature. We will discuss what you come up with during our next training session. Now, back up the mountain young man, you haven't even made it halfway yet." I watched the blonde with a massive smile on his face. The kid had a starving hunger for improvement. Every single day the kid did something that made himself better and I had nothing but respect for that. Add the fact that the kid is a natural leader and I knew he was training his successor. Not only did I feel like he was training his successor, but the childless 32-year-old Kage felt like he was training a son. He wanted to find a good woman to settle down, the only problem was that he was falling for Kushina. A woman that was totally devoted to his old rival and she didn't see him in the romantic way. I sighed at that thought, but it didn't stop him from enjoying many nights at the Maki compound. Throughout the first year, Naruto took personal offense to his repeated failures to conquer the Dead Man's Climb. He would run there for his morning workouts and attempt to conquer it, but the sheer and sometimes inverted rock faces created a challenging course for Naruto. In the 8th month of his first year, Naruto finally made it to the peak. When he bragged to I about it, the Raikage made him do it again during their next training session. Then the evil Raikage made Naruto start doing it with weights in increasing 20-pound increments. Needless to say, Naruto's lower body and core strength improved by leaps and bounds from this exercise. Chapter 6. End of first year, apprenticeship training trip. Summer finally came after the first year at the academy. Naruto operated on a daily resistance of 3.0 with weighted vest, bracers and shin guards at 30 pounds apiece. This was double what Atsui, the second strongest of his class, was doing and it was a limitation imposed by Kushina. Naruto's original group occupied the top 6 slots of the academy. Naruto was chased by Samui, then Mabui, Tuya, Amoe, and Atsui. Atsui really struggled with studying, but Naruto made sure he didn't fall too far behind the group. Each of these 6 kids earned apprenticeships. Naruto with I, Samui with Yugito, Mabui with Kushina, Tuya with Anko, Amoe with Daru and Atsui was taken on by Dodai. B was to remain behind as Kumo's guardian, alongside a blood clone of I. Kushina also shared the shadow clone jutsu with I to help him deal with his paperwork and the blood clone to help rule Kumo while I was out on long trips. The kids were told to prepare for a month-long training trip where they would be going on a joint mission to a training ground in the Lightning capital. The Lightning Daimyo, a man by the name of Kirinji, wanted to meet the promising new generation. I had confided in Kirinji about the Uzumaki family and the plans he formed with Kushina. Kirinji was very excited about the promise of a stronger Kumo, which meant a stronger Kaminari no Kuni by proxy. The trip was to serve as training for the kids and a diplomatic negotiation between the Uzumaki clan and Kaminari no Kuni. The group set out at a slow pace and used each morning to train the kids. The adults were motivated by the kids and would eventually join the morning workouts and spars. After lunch, they set out at top speeds to make it to the capital. They made the trip in 3 days before the children were shown to the private estate of Ai's family in the capital. It had a massive training ground attached to it and the kids would spend their month training there while the adults talked to the daimyo. There wasn't much to that differed from the normal on this trip, but the kids did get to spectate as the adults completed an A-ranked mission to take out some missing ninjas that were attacking caravans near the border. The adults used this as a training exercise and broke down their approach to the mission, step by step, to turn the mission into a learning exercise. Here, most of the children saw their first corpses since the missing nins were accompanied by 40 or so bandits. I had a zero-tolerance policy for bandits, which meant that every bandit was sent to Yami, no questions asked. Kushina negotiated successfully with Kirinji to begin rebuilding Uzushiagakure on the downlow. They didn't want other nations knowing that Uzu was being rebuilt. Kirinji offset the cost of construction by restoring the farms that used to feed the people of Uzu. Thus, Kushina broke off for 2 weeks of the training trip to escort the daimyo's project manager to Uzushio. She showed him how to deactivate the whirlpools and protective barrier seals that were still active on the island. She ended up creating a single copy of the master key for the island and entrusted it to Kirinji. Kirinji had to sign a blood pact stating that he would not abuse this privilege and any possessions of the Uzumaki belonged to Kushina by right. This included the natural resources on the island. In return, 90% of the profit from the agricultural production of Uzu would go to the Lightning Daimyo for the betterment of Kaminari no Kuni until the reconstruction debt was paid off. This marked the successful first step toward the redemption of Uzushiagakure and it was an S-rank secret of Kaminari no Kuni. Second year at the academy. Shina Maki became a cornerstone of Kumo's defenses by applying a variety of seals around the village. The most influential were the screening seals at the gates. These seals could detect lies and they were solely responsible for catching 12 spies on the first month of use alone. She also provided detection seals for Kumo's mountain passageways and barrier seals for Kumo's high-value locations. These seals helped to protect her family's identity and Kumo as a whole. Every nation became wary of sending spies to Kumo and Kushina's seals would be responsible for catching 20 root ninjas throughout the next year, to the immense frustration of Danzo and Fugaku. Speaking of the evil, power-hungry duo, they were investing a good part of their international resources to find out who was responsible for Kumo's new seals. This was so important to Fugaku that it temporarily distracted him from Black Zetsu's mission. They had heard that Kumo had a new seal master, but they couldn't even get a name. This was in large part due to Ai and Kirinji's declaration that the identity of any seal master was to be treated as an A-ranked secret. Thus, you couldn't catch a civilian in Kumo talking openly in public about Lady Shina, the seal mistress of Kumo. In private and amongst friends, the name of Shina Maki was credited for the noticeable improvement in Kumo's quality of life. Returning to the academy, the second-year curriculum focused on chakra exercises for the students. The daily routine looked something like this. Report into class for roll call, go out to the training fields for an hour-long morning workout. Return to class for instruction until lunch. After lunch came taijutsu practice for an hour, which was followed by an hour of spars. The spars were to be low contact, and each kid would rotate every 10 minutes. This allowed the kids to get used to fighting different fighting styles. After spars came 30-minute lessons on chakra and how it operated in the body. After the lessons, students would conduct the control exercises for an hour. Each day at the academy ended in the classroom with 2 hours of instruction on various shinobi topics. This curriculum had 3 times more hands-on training than the previous curriculum and the results were spectacular. Naruto used this year to focus on training up his body. He now had the body of a 14-year-old Adonis, which garnered him a significant amount of female attention. Naruto took Ai's teachings to heart. I taught that chakra was a power multiplier. If the body was weak and chakra could increase the strength of a person by 5 times, then 1 times 5 is 5. However, if the base strength of a person is 10, then 10 times 5 is 50. The difference between 5 and 50 could be the difference between a successful mission and the death of your whole squad. Naruto took this principle to heart and devoted himself to his physical training. I gifted Naruto golden bracelets for his birthday to mark him as his apprentice. These bracelets were significantly smaller than Ai's wrist weights, but Kushina's seals made them capable of being just as heavy. His Hanyu blood was kicking in strong and made his body capable of sustaining the repeat physical workouts and sustained weight. Naruto started to bulk up a bit as the muscle had nowhere to go but out. The lean and densely packed muscle of the 5'9" Hanyu became an instant nosebleed for young ladies around Kumo. A tale for the ages. The year continued without incident until the spring of Naruto's second year. Naruto was just over 9.5 years old, and something strange happened when Naruto woke up. Naruto woke up for his early morning exercises while it was still dark outside. He cracked his eyes open and rubbed out the cobwebs. His sleepy mind didn't process that anything was different, but when he rolled out of bed, his alarm clock went flying into the wall. The loud noise caused him to jump up and bang his head on his ceiling. When the young Hanyu rubbed the pain out of his head, he felt two fluffy protrusions that were intensely sensitive. He froze as his hands continued to rub the two triangle-shaped additions to his head. Slowly, his mind caught up to what was going on and he darted over to the light switch. When the lights turned on, Naruto noticed something swishing behind him and noticed that his balance felt off. He turned around as he caught a glimpse of something blonde on his right side. This led to the kid chasing his tails until he heard a beautiful laugh ring out in his mind. He paused at the beautiful sound of Hikari's laughter. It wasn't often that his future kitsune mate spoke up through their mental link. Ara, Naruto-kun, I do believe congratulations are in order. Naruto instinctively cocked his head to the side and adopted a confused look on his face. He decided to walk to his bathroom to take a look in the mirror. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and his eyes instantly locked onto the blonde ears with white interiors that occupied the back corners of his head. He watched as the ears twitched in mirror and made a minor note that he was hearing things he didn't normally hear. The gentle snoring of Anko, the incoherent muttering of Tuya sleeping and the scratching of his mother's pen. Oh, Kachan is up, she would know what's going on. Naruto's mind froze as he noticed the blonde tail with a snow-white tip swishing behind his body. He remained frozen in place until his mind rebooted a couple minutes later. He then thought, Hikari-chan, is that my tail? A gentle and jovial reply came in through the mental link. Indeed, it is, Ruto-kun. I am proud of you. You earned it. A gigawatt smile seemed to light up the bathroom even further before Naruto pumped a fist in the air. His toned triceps flexed in the mirror as Naruto savored the moment that his hard work started to pay off. Thank you, Hikari-chan. Thank you for supporting me and being there when I needed you. I couldn't have done it without your yokai and enhanced regeneration. Naruto sent a flirty wink through the mental link. So, Hikari-chan, when can we have a date night in the seal? Date night? What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Kyuubi's fake innocence fooled nobody. Well, beautiful, I was taught better than to just show up and expect a kiss from a young lady. I thought we could spend a night together and you may give me a chance to earn that kiss. Plus, we haven't spent time together and just hung out before. I want the chance to get to know you. Hikari was glad that Naruto couldn't see her face or the blush that was adorning it. Oh okay, Naruto-kun. How about this Friday? You will need some time to adjust to your new tail and the power that comes with it. Yeah, it does feel kinda weird. New power though? Could you explain that? Well, your tail is a visual representation of your internal power. The tail is actually part of your chakra network, and you will notice that your chakra control will feel off. Nothing a good week of control exercises can't fix. Naruto groaned out loud at this. Sure, he was a training fanatic, but not even a training fanatic enjoyed the monotony of constant chakra control exercises. GRR, you could have warned me ahead of time, you minx. Whatever do you mean, Ruto-kun? Hikari's melodious laughter filled his mind and echoed throughout his skull. It filled Naruto with a sense of peace and calm, as if he knew everything he had to do and he knew that he could do it. Okay, Hikari-chan, I am going to let my mother know. It is time to see if that transformation seal will hold up. Oh, Naruto-kun, you won't need a seal. Once you regain your control, I will train you on kitsune illusions. The basic illusion is the transformation. So, don't worry about the seal. Gotcha, I will see you on Friday night, Hikari-chan. Naruto closed the mental link with a fiery red vixen smiling regally in his mindscape. Naruto ran into his mother's room and saw in her nightgown sitting at her study. She was working away on some scroll or another, but she turned and gasped when she heard Naruto enter the room. She took a second to blink her eyes and take in his form. Why you got your tail, Dada Bane? Yup, so, Hikari-chan says I will need to work on my chakra control again, and once it is good enough, she will show me how to use kitsune transformation to hide it. She even said that it has its own chakra network, Dada Bio. Okay then, Sochi, let's get some breakfast and then go train with your new appendage. I will let your teacher and the Raikage know what is going on. The week passed in a flash for Naruto. He worked his tail off, almost literally, to get his chakra control back to his pre-tail levels. His single-minded determination let him work with Hikari on the final day to get the first Kitsune illusion, transformation, down. It is a more potent version of the typical henge, which allows the user to actually transform rather than simply place an illusion over the user's body. This made it significantly harder to detect, and it would take a massive disturbance to break the transformation. The Raikage stopped by with B and Yugito, who counseled him on how to handle his new tail. B was significantly more useful because he could fully synchronize with Juki, which gave him 8 total appendages that B had to learn how to properly use. B's advice helped Naruto learn how to control and maneuver his tail. He directed Naruto to use it in his exercises and treat it like a muscle. Thus, Naruto could be seen throughout the week hanging by the tail reading a scroll or doing pull-ups with the new appendage. Naruto tried sitting in a meditative posture while balancing on his tail, a drill given to him by Hikari, but that proved significantly harder than using it for normal physical exercises. Naruto's close friends also came to visit him and make sure he was doing okay. Chuya kept dropping hints that something super cute was going on with Naruto, which instantly piqued Mabui and Samui's interest. They squealed like the schoolgirls they were and engaged in regular petting sessions. Naruto really enjoyed the sensation, so he didn't stop them. Atsui said that Naruto's tail was so intensely hot that his fire burned as hot as the sun. Somewhere in Haino Kuni, Fire Country, a man with a bowl haircut and green jumpsuit sneezed and knew that there was a disciple of the Flames of Youth out there somewhere. Friday night eventually came, and Naruto went to his room to meditate. As he entered the seal, he took a minute to compose himself. He was on the hill overlooking Hikari's cottage and he took a deep and settling breath. He imagined a bouquet of fire lilies and it appeared in his hand. He then changed his usual uniform into a fire-red yukata with red slip-on formal shoes and walked down the hill. After walking up to Hikari's cottage, he rapped gently on the door. A beautiful voice told him to enter, and Naruto walked into the cottage living room. Naruto froze when he saw the beautiful, fiery red vixen. Her hair was done up in a princess-style bun with golden ornamental hairpins holding it together. She wore a sleeker and slightly more revealing red yukata than normal. The pubescent boy noticed the extra bit of cleavage and gulped. Despite being 3 inches taller than the vixen, Naruto felt small in front of the majestic and godly beauty in front of him. Naruto remained stunned but mechanically offered the bouquet of fire lilies to his future mate. As for Hikari, she noticed the differences in the Hanyu male, and she was flattered that he was going the extra mile to make this special for her. She gasped at the beautiful flower offering and graciously accepted it. She placed the bouquet in a vase before she walked up and placed a chaste kiss on his cheek. She linked arms with him, led him out of the cottage. The two continued to walk arm in arm up to the lakeside that was near her cottage. They chatted amiably and Hikari was grateful for the intimate conversation after nearly a century of isolation. She reaffirmed with herself that she made the right choice when she selected this boy. They rooted themselves on a soft grass patch that overlooked the lake and set up a picnic blanket. It was super convenient that everything in the seal could be summoned with a simple thought. They sat by the lakeside and enjoyed a simple conversation where the two took the time to get to know each other. They ate strawberries, cuts of fresh game meat and ended the meal with some apple pie. The conversation grew more serious when Naruto asked Hikari to tell him about Makai. Hikari hesitated for a second before collecting her thoughts. Well, Ruto, Makai is the realm of origin for the Kitsune and other demonic beast clans. It is a world of vast disparity and there are constant fights over resources and other such things. The Kitsune are one of the 5 major clans, or at least they were. I haven't made contact with them in over a century, and I have not heard back from your father since I sent him to Makai. Naruto gave her hand a gentle rub as a show of support since Hikari seemed to sadden as she spoke. It's okay, Hikari-chan, I will do everything I can to help restore the link to Makai. My father made the Hiraishin, which is a space-time seal. If Fuinjutsu can manipulate space and time, then we should be able to open a portal to Makai. Hikari smiled genuinely at him. Thank you, Ruto. That means a lot coming from you. Well, getting back to the story, the Kitsune clan is a matriarchal clan that was led by me. After the sage imbued his chakra into me, I became the strongest Kitsune. The next strongest were the 5 7-tailed Kitsune warriors, one of which was a male named Kitsumbi. Male Kitsune are rare since Kitsune have a genetic predisposition to females. Thus, males usually take 2 or 3 mates to keep the clan young and strong. That is why I am mostly okay with you taking a few human mates, since after this mating cycle I will not be able to mate again for a century or 2. Naruto blushed at the thought of that. Well, Hikari-chan, I figured I should focus on pleasing my future mate before I worry about anyone else. It was Hikari's turn to blush, which made her look even more beautiful as the blush matched her hair. She whispered a quiet, "Thank you, Ruto-kun." The two would cuddle and learn about one another for the next couple hours. When they were ready to call it a night, Hikari took the lead. She raised herself off of Naruto's chest, took his cheeks in her hands and placed a passionate kiss on his lips. A stunned Naruto took a second to reciprocate the kiss, but he eventually did. Hikari ended the kiss with a small nibble on his lower lip before pushing him away. Naruto remained stunned with his eyes closed and a shit-eating grin on his face. He eventually broke himself out of it and walked Hikari home, where he earned his second real kiss. The night ended with a pleasantly surprised Hikari and a love-struck Naruto. The rest of the second year continued at a steady pace with marked improvement being demonstrated by Naruto's age group. I and the Ninja Council needed no further proof and invested into their academy to fully adopt the Uzumaki standard. Naruto's role as a leader among his peers was locked in as he continued to be the top performer at the academy while using shadow clones to provide extra support to struggling classmates. He ended the second year significantly above his peers, although his advantage in spars was tempered by his resistance seals being set to level 5 and wearing 50 pounds on his vest, bracers and shin guards. In comparison, his classmates were on 2.0 resistance with 10 pounds on each. Special look at second year taijutsu finals. The second year evaluations ended with a taijutsu tournament among the 10-year-old students. Since Ruto's class drew so much attention from the public, I hosted this tournament in Kumo Stadium. He wanted to show off the results of the new academic regimen and light a fire under his current forces. The whole stadium was filled with interested onlookers as the first rounds of the tournament allowed for 4 matches to occur simultaneously. The top 8 students of the class advanced past their 16 other classmates and made it to the quarterfinals. Nobody was surprised to see the top 6, Ruto, Atsui, Amoe, Samui, Mabui, and Tuya, among the quarterfinalists. Mabui fought Tuya and lost to her. Samui fought a kid named Jun and won. Atsu beat a boy named Malik in an exhibition worthy of the Chunin exams. Ruto fought Amoe with his weight seals active, which allowed Amoe to land quite a few hits and show off his skills. Ultimately, Ruto's stamina won out. In the semifinals, Ruto fought Atsui and was forced to drop his weight seals. He kept his resistance seals to make it fair. Atsui was a skilled taijutsu practitioner and gave Ruto a solid run for his money. After testing each other for a bit, both of them separated and got ready for the real show. Ruto taunted the hot-blooded youth with a come get some motion and sank into Ai's preferred taijutsu stance thunderclap style, which focused on using speed to land debilitating counterattacks. Atsui dashed forward at impressive speeds and used a cross feint before he ducked under Ruto's blocking arm and landed an uppercut into Ruto's stomach. Atsui felt like he struck iron, but he continued the close-ranged fight until both of Ruto's arms locked around him. It looked like Ruto was giving the smaller boy a hug until he bent both legs and performed Ai's legendary Liger Bomb on Atsui. The Liger Bomb is normally reinforced by Ai's lightning chakra, but Ruto still used it with devastating efficiency. With bent legs, Ruto pushed out with his legs to create momentum, but he bent his spine backwards to redirect the momentum until Atsui's head crashed into the ground. The stands went wild with cheers after Ruto picked Atsui up off the ground and handed him off to the medical ninjas on standby. Everyone was thrilled to see a demonstration of the Raikage's apprentice's prowess. Ruto walked off the field with the medical team to make sure Atsui would be okay after giving a brief wave to the crowd to thank them for their support. Samui and Tuya had a much more graceful demonstration of taijutsu prowess. Both kunoichi and training adopted the intro stance to the whirlpool fist, which focused on dodging, parrying, and redirecting opponents' attacks in a graceful style. Tuya was better at this style because it fit more with her nature, which ended up giving her the advantage. Tuya's rather unique mannerisms kept the match lighthearted and drew laughter from the crowd. It was during one of her verbal exchanges with Samui that Samui accidentally shouted a response that embarrassed her, but it got her feelings through Ruto's thick skull. Ruto-kun is not a shithead. Yes, he is cool and I like him a lot, but he is already taken. Now shut up and fight, you foul-mouthed blonde baka. Samui sounded like she had reached the limits of her patience. Oh. So, you admit that you love the shithead? My not-so-little brother has the love and affection of the 2 most beautiful kunoichi in our class. Maybe I should take my shot at him as well. Tuya was clearly taunting and baiting Samui, but that seemed lost on the usually cool Samui. Samui then realized what she had shouted out loud and blushed furiously.
No, I couldn't, I mean he doesn't. Ruto can't love me because he is already taken.
Samui seemed sad to say it out loud and her blush turned into sadness. Tuya saw the opening and was able to easily beat the distracted kunoichi, but the damage was done. Samui had confessed her love in public and she was totally embarrassed by it. Ruto heard the whole thing and thought that he would have to explain his situation to her a little more clearly. And he would have to punish Tuya for publicly humiliating one of his closest friends. Thus, the finals became a beatdown on Kumo's favorite foul-mouthed kunoichi. The crowd laughed as the much larger sibling publicly tortured and humiliated the little blonde girl that never ceased her spewing curse words at her brother. A couple sailors in the balcony blushed and began taking notes as Ruto tightened the choke hold around his little sister and put her to sleep. He handed her off to Anko, who hadn't stopped laughing since the fighting began. Ruto Maki was named winner of the tournament and firmly locked in the top spot of his academy class. End of special look into the Taijutsu tournament. Naruto's Hanyu regeneration made his physical prowess stand head and tails above his peers, and his dedication to chakra control exercises made his control reach a high tuning level. Strangely enough, his tail actually helped with his control once he got used to it, but since he operated with his tail hidden most of the time, that became a non-factor for his day-to-day. I got Naruto started on lightning channeling exercises, which are quintessential to learning the chakra cloak. Naruto would rotate through body parts while channeling lightning, focusing on creating circuit pathways between each and every one of his tenketsu. At this point, he could channel lightning to one arm or leg at a time by the end of his second year. Samui and Mabui loved to watch him train, and they would devolve into fits of laughter at hilarious effects of this training when Naruto lost control. It looked like Naruto tased himself, and it often resulted in him losing control of his transformation, which left a twitching Naruto with his fox ears, tail and blonde locks standing up in an electrified state. These mistakes would end with him laid up in one of the girls' laps with his ears and tail getting petted. Naruto also used this time to grow closer to Samui and Mabui, both of whom had a primary lightning affinity. They had both completed the first lightning control exercise, and Naruto created a fun game for the second exercise. The kids would sit down in a circle together and link hands. They would then pass lightning between each other in a circuit. The amount of lightning being passed would be increased until somebody lost control and received quite a shock as punishment. They grew so proficient at this exercise that the lightning chakra became a visible current that would pass rapidly from person to person in a dizzying light show. I saw this control exercise and had his Bolt commander come and view a demonstration of it. Bolt squads began using it as a teamwork and trust-building exercise that would simultaneously work to develop higher raiden affinities. The second summer training trip was similar to the first, except the group went to Uzushiagakure. Kushina wanted to show Naruto his ancestral home, Kirinji wanted an update on the farming situation, and I wanted an isolated environment to train the kids. The island produced new terrain to train in, it allowed Kushina to better teach her Suiten techniques, and it was essentially an escape to the island paradise for the summer. The boys loved the beachside training because the girls stripped down to their swimsuits. They may only be 10, but their training was causing rapid developments in their bodies, and growing boys will always be growing boys. The girls loved beachside training because Naruto looked like some form of Greek god with his chiseled body. The orange board shorts did nothing to hide his toned, muscular figure, and he looked even more alluring with the long blonde foxtail exiting through a hatch in the backside of the swimsuit. Naruto appreciated that he didn't have to hide anything from his closest friends, and they accepted everything about him. The afternoons often led to swims in the ocean that allowed for close proximity and flirtatious contact between Mabui and Naruto. Samui could often be seen joining the duo, which was largely due to the friendly rivalry between her and Mabui for Naruto's affections. During the trip, Kushina took Naruto for a day to visit the hidden Uzumaki library. She told Naruto about the siege and ultimate destruction of Uzushiagakure. The siege lasted for 4 days, which allowed the clan to seal away all of their important belongings. The underground bunker was never breached, and once it was sealed away, the final defensive seals of Uzushio activated. This re-engaged the whirlpool defenses, it reinforced the barriers around the Uzukage mansion, and when the final command was issued, it killed thousands of invading shinobi by flooding the island with massive tidal waves from all sides. Over the past quarter century, the island rose out of its ocean submergence like the resurfacing of the lost city of Atlantis. The island dried out and life settled on it once again. The verdant landscape was filled with life and just waiting for rediscovery by an Uzumaki kinsman. Kushina was that Uzumaki, and she gained access to the Uzukage mansion during her first trip back. She left everything intact because she wanted to maintain the integrity of the Uzumaki library. She had made copies of certain techniques or jutsus to share with Kumo, in line with her contract with I. The bulky cage was grateful for anything that could improve his nation. The biggest technique that Kushina shared with Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni as a whole was the Uzumaki agricultural jutsu. A combination of earth and water jutsus increased the productivity of crop fields, which allowed this relatively small island to sustain the Uzumaki clan. Kushina helped Kirinji integrate these methods into Kumo's agriculture, which allowed for new fields to be developed where it previously wasn't possible. Cuts were made into mountainsides and turned into rice paddies, the flat lands were tilled with Uzumaki earth jutsus and water was redirected to hydrate the new fields, and Kaminari no Kuni was coming up on its first harvest after integrating these techniques. I benefited from this by an insane increase in mission requests all around Lightning Country, which in turn increased the fame, honor and loyalty earned from his forces. The transition from a strictly militaristic society started here. Naruto walked into the subterranean library after Kushina added his blood and chakra signature to the seal matrix. Naruto marveled at the collection as he tried to comprehend the enormity of this collection of knowledge. He crossed his fingers, and the library was filled with 200 clones with instructions to find things that may be interesting and copy them. Naruto wanted to make the most of this visit, and he wanted enough research material to last him the next year. He grabbed Fuinjutsu manuals ranging from Uzumaki level 8 to 12, hoping that something would help him figure out how to breach dimensions. The second annual apprentice trip ended with an exercise rather than a mission for the year. The adults played defense on a fixed position, a mansion that was recently rebuilt. The children were tasked with infiltrating the mansion and acquiring a scroll that contained secret information. I watched over the kids as they set up their approach to this mission. Naruto took point and led his team through the steps they were taught. For 2 days they observed and collected information. Naruto used clones transformed as seagulls, birds, foxes, monkeys and other transformations to scout out the mansion on the first day. The second day he composed a detailed layout with a generalization of guard patterns that the adults were performing. It goes without saying that the adults playing the opposing force could stop any attempt, but they were playing dumb to let the children get the most out of the exercise. Eventually, Naruto created a diversionary plan that would allow Samui and Amoe to infiltrate the mansion, since they had the best stealth in the group. Naruto created 100 battle-ready clones that worked in squads with Atsui, Mabui and Tuya to create chaos at the front gates. Kushina was impressed and a little scared as explosive notes detonated all over the front gate. Much like herself, Naruto didn't really understand the definition of restraint. However, it was a very impressive tactic to draw attention to the front part of the compound. Hordes of Narutos led the charge after the gate was breached, and hordes of Narutos were rapidly dispelled by Kushina, Daru, and Shi. Shi, the censor of the group, noticed the 2 kids sneaking through the back, but he thought they were hiding their signatures well enough to let them pass. After 20 minutes, the assault group was neutralized, but the scroll was handed to Ai, which meant it was a successful mission. The adults sat the kids down and walked them through an after-action report. They thought that the reconnaissance phase went very well, even if they did rely on Naruto too much for it. The main battle plan was criticized because it sacrificed team members needlessly, although it did allow for mission completion. I wanted to impart the importance of teamwork on his kids and the importance of not needlessly endangering your teammates. For instance, Naruto could have completed the distraction with clones alone and sent a larger infiltration force. Naruto countered that by saying he wanted to include everyone, but he did take the meaning of the lesson to heart. Each kid was given a couple areas of improvement from the senseis, and it was a good learning experience as a whole. Chapter 7. Year 3, D-Rank Missions. The third year at the academy was what you would expect from the training of future child soldiers. Steady improvement with heavy emphasis on the basics and improvement of fundamental skills. The workload was also increased for the students. They reported to school 1 hour earlier, which was added directly into an extra hour for the morning workout. The children were still being taught standardized katas for taijutsu and kenjutsu, but year 3 allowed them to choose between 5 different styles. The education focused on real-life application of math, science and biology with a tinge of important history. All in all, it wasn't that important. The third year is also when students started doing D-rank missions within Kumo. It was a change and a show of trust that would be severely punished if the trust were broken. Rather than your typical sensei, Chunin would accompany 3 students to perform the missions. It was also when teams were assigned and tried out. Rather than throwing graduates into a blender and hoping they instinctively knew how to work as a team, the academy divided students up and set them as temporary teams. I wasn't like the fools from Konoha. He didn't care about balancing teams out. He and Kushina agreed that having the top students placed with other top students would create teams that far outshined their peers and had the potential to create teams that exceeded Konoha's legendary Sannin. This inevitably meant that the apprentices were going to end up on the same team, and Kushina had practically demanded that Naruto be teamed up with Samui and Mabui. Thus, Naruto spent 3 afternoons a week during his third year with Samui and Mabui fulfilling D-rank missions issued from their academy sensei. If one were to say that they weren't truly missions, one would be right. That being said, it was still good experience, A great way to build up rapport between shinobi and civilians and a good way to get accustomed to operating as a team. Let's get a good example. Flashback, D ranks with two beautiful girls. Naruto walked calmly out of the academy with his hands in his pockets. The 11-year-old Naruto and 12-year-old Samui and Mabui were walking out of the academy with Z, their sensei for the day. It was unusual to get a Bolt sensei when doing D ranks, but Z had heard about the prodigies of the academy and wanted to see for himself. Z looked with amusement and a tinge of jealousy at Naruto. The boy was nearly 5 feet 11 inches, 155 pounds, and he looked like he had come out on the other side of puberty a complete winner. It was absolutely mind-boggling to think that the kid was 11. Furthermore, the kid had two girls that were clearly going to become bombshell kunoichi in the near future. Sighing, Z walked behind the students to supervise their mission. The mission for the day was pretty standard to start with. There was a farmer at the base of the mountain that wanted to have the land that was recently cut out tilled and rocked. Z watched as the civilians of Kumo greeted the squad with genuine smiles on their faces, and the boy returned their greetings with a blinding smile on his face. Every now and then, Z saw the girls blush furiously as they looked at Naruto. Almost constantly, girls and teenagers around Kumo blushed and squealed when they saw Naruto. Kami, this kid was blessed. After exiting the gates, the trip was quicker since the students decided to race to the bottom of the mountain. Z was impressed with their speed for such young kids, especially when he saw that they were still wearing their weights and resistance seals. It took another 10 minutes to get to the client, and Z watched with amusement as Naruto greeted the farmer cheerfully and ruffled his daughter's hair playfully. Z decided to jump up on the roof and watch how the academy students handled an admittedly physically demanding task. "So, girls, wanna have some fun with this one?" Naruto asked playfully before he removed his shirt and got ready to work. Naruto knew what this would do to the girls, but it was just so cute to see them blush. Samui, the usually cool kunoichi in training, turned a cherry red that almost made her blonde hair turn strawberry. Ruto. Naruto smiled coyly and winked at Samui. Mabui's mind was in overload and her milk chocolatey skin was darkening as her blush saturated her cheeks. The kids set to work at a steady pace while Naruto took every possible opportunity to flirt with and embarrass the two girls. Z watched as the kids used a variety of lightning jutsu to break up the ground before Naruto performed a water technique and spewed out a substantial volume of water over the field. Then, Mabui performed repeated small-scale earth jutsu to set the land up into tillable rows. Z marveled at the academy squad. A couple years ago, it would have been unheard of to see kids their age throwing jutsu around the way they were. Even today, it was clear that these kids stood out from their peers, but this was insane. The amount of chakra the kids used during the mission was more than a standard Chunin had at his / her disposal, and the kids were still laughing and playing throughout the mission. Z was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even pay attention when Naruto got his mission scroll signed and started leading the girls away. 3rd-year training trip, Turtle Island. The third summer turned into a class excursion to Turtle Island, a previously closed training ground that was typically reserved for Jinchuriki training. Several Chunin instructors joined Shina, Daru, Amoe, B, Yugito and other Jonin ninjas in the trip. All 40 students of Naruto's age group set up camp in the safe zone on Turtle Island. They took training excursions into the forests and mountainous spines of the turtle's back. The regular 6 were allowed more liberties when entering the forest due to their higher performance than their classmates. It was during one such excursion that Naruto was showing the mountain climbing exercises that the Raikage had him doing. The group was following Naruto up one of the bigger spines on the turtle's back that was basically a mountain for all intents and purposes. During this climb, Naruto was leading the group and encouraging them to keep up with him. Naruto was carrying a pack on his back that weighed 300 pounds, but that didn't stop him from being able to lap his group. "Come on, Mabui-chan, I know you can do it. Just a little bit further and there is a ledge you can rest on. Chuya, I see you slacking, don't give up on me yet," Naruto shouted down to the group below him. Mabui gave a silent nod, but Chuya was not so patient. "Screw you, shithead. I am trying, but this is a long climb. Not everyone has your enormous fucking chakra reserves." Naruto's boisterous laughter incensed Chuya further. Chuya finally lost her shit when a Naruto clone jumped down to just above her position and started providing encouragement to get her to climb. Okay. It wasn't so much encouragement as it was sibling taunting. The clone then had to secure Chuya with a chakra chain after she lost her concentration when attempting to attack the clone. This left one infuriated redhead pouting on a ledge of the mountainous spine. Naruto left the group resting on the ledge and went to complete his climb. As he was approaching the top of the spine, he saw a giant nest built into the side of the spine. He scanned the skies to make sure that no predators were around before he finished the climb into the giant bird's nest. In the nest, Naruto found a magnificent-looking bald eagle, but the creature was struggling to stand up to face the potential threat. As he stepped toward the nest, the eagle raised its head menacingly, but it seemed like it couldn't put weight on its leg. Naruto raised both of his hands in a calming gesture and then dropped his pack, which made him look much less menacing. Regardless, the eagle kept clacking its beak menacingly at the boy. "Easy, easy, I am not here to hurt you." He took a cautious step forward with his hands maintaining the open posture. "You look hurt, I want to help, will you show me?" Naruto stopped 10 feet from the eagle's head and the bird continued to click its beak at him. Naruto decided to become less threatening, and he sat down in front of the massive bird of prey. He continued to wait patiently and talk to the eagle until it finally relented and unfurled its wings. Naruto saw that its right leg had a pretty severe gash in it, and it was bleeding a mixture of pus and blood. Naruto slowly drew out his medical kit, showing it to the eagle, and he explained what he was going to do. He pulled out disinfectant, gauze, bandages and then an extendable sling to provide extra support. He laid the items out in front of the eagle and waited for the signal to continue. After moving its massive beak over the items and inspecting each one, the eagle slowly nodded after making eye contact with Naruto. Naruto cleaned the wound with disinfectant, rinsed it with a basic water jutsu, stuffed the gaping part of the wound with gauze, bandaged it all up and then strengthened the limb with the splint and then stepped away. The eagle tested its leg and found that it could put pressure on it again. The bird walked happily, if not awkwardly, around its nest and cuddled the feathery part of its head against Naruto's cheek. Naruto returned the gesture and scratched the eagle under its chin, which the bird greatly appreciated. Eventually, the two separated and the eagle made a gesture with its head. Naruto followed the eagle to the backside of the massive nest where a medium-sized scroll lay. The scroll was partially covered by straw before the eagle snatched the scroll in its beak and dropped it in front of Naruto. Naruto rubbed the side of the eagle's neck in, thanks, before he picked the scroll up. He opened it and instantly recognized it as a summoning scroll. A quick look further showed that it was for the eagle summons. A brief conversation with Hikari told Naruto that they were an honorable clan, and she would be okay with him signing the contract. Naruto rolled out the scroll, split his thumb on his incisor, smeared the blood on each fingertip and then placed his handprint on the scroll and wrote his name in blood. Naruto looked at the massive eagle again and smiled as he pulled some jerky out of a seal in his pocket. He tossed it to the eagle and the massive beak opened to snatch the meat out of the air. The eagle made an appreciative sound and a long, hard tongue licked Naruto's cheek. The Hanyu laughed merrily at the gesture before he told the eagle that he wanted to climb to the top of the mountain. The eagle flew out of its nest and followed Naruto as he climbed another 300 meters vertically. After soaking in the view from the peak, Naruto climbed down to his group that was waiting for him at the base of the mountain spine. He greeted them merrily before he noticed the group tense up. Moments later, the massive eagle landed behind Naruto, and he scratched it under the chin again. He told the story to his friends before the girls glommed onto the newest, feathery member of group. The eagle seemed to appreciate the affection but eventually flew back to its nest. The rest of the training trip passed without incident and the students returned to Kumo for a 2-week break before going into their 4th year. I was ecstatic about Kumo gaining a new summoning contract and Kushina was proud of her son. Things in Kumo were going well in general, especially when the Uzumaki, or Maki, family was involved. Time skip, final apprentice trip, a trip to Kiri. Naruto was now 14 years old and most of his group was 15. The 6 years at the academy flew by with massive progress of the test class. When the class's results were contrasted to previous graduating classes, the average student had 4 times more chakra, had completed the 3 basic chakra control exercises to an acceptable degree, had awakened their primary chakra nature and completed at least 1 control exercise, was a level 4 sealing apprentice, had proven proficiency at 2 taijutsu styles, had proven proficiency at 2 kenjutsu styles, and had real-world knowledge that would benefit them during their missions. In terms of physical ability, every member of the class was far more physically fit than previous graduating classes. They were nearly 220% stronger, tested by 3 standard weightlifting exercises, 145% faster tested by a 1-mile sprint without chakra, and it was determined that their fighting ability was on a Chunin level according to modern standards. It was a much greater result than I could have wished for in his wildest dreams, and that was just on average. The top 6 students of the graduating class were absolutely amazing, and Naruto graduated at the top of the class. The next 5 spots were a dead heat for rankings between 2nd and 6th. Every apprentice proved to be worth the efforts that were invested into them, and it was time to put them to the test. In fact, I was apprehensive that the test would be too great for them. 3 days ago, an envoy of Kiri rebels, led by Mei Terumi, asked for Kumo's assistance in ending the bloodline war. Mei had heard of Uzushio's resurrection through one of her pirate captains. The captain trailed the vessel from Kumo until the captain lost the ship to the barrier that surrounded Uzushio. After more investigation, Mei found out that Kumo was rebuilding Uzushiagakure, which meant that they had the help of a royal line Uzumaki. Mei was 1/4 Uzumaki and was the carrier of 2 bloodlines, so she came to Kumo to find lost family and request assistance. After a future alliance treaty was drafted that would ensure proper payment to Kumo, I decided to introduce Mei to Kushina. Mei recognized her almost immediately, despite the sun-kissed blonde hair. They were previous friends and distant cousins, so it was a warm reunion. Unfortunately, Mei wasn't there to simply catch up with lost family, and Kushina was now emotionally invested in helping the rebels. In the end, I agreed to send the best Kumo had to offer, and their apprentices, in exchange for favorable tariffs when trading with Kiri and 2 bloodline users to proliferate their bloodlines in Kumo. Thus, Naruto, Mabui, Samui, Atsui, Tuya and Amoe were dispatched alongside Kushina, Bihu took Ai's place, Yugito, Daru, Shi and Dodai to assist the rebels in ending the bloodline war. They were given 3 days to prepare supplies before they were to report at the Thunderclap port and sail to Kiri. Since Fuinjutsu became a mainline practice, sealing scrolls were common and every student knew how to create their own. Their supplies were sealed away within the first day, and they used the remaining 2 days to converse with Mei, Chojuro and some guy named Aoi who seemed to have a stick up his ass. They found out about the likely terrain and conditions they would be fighting in and sealed a couple additional items away. The overall plan was to assist in taking over the bases that line the edges of the main island, which would allow the rebels to gain a foothold to launch an attack on Kirigakure. The rebels had successfully captured 80% of the islands that surrounded Kirigakure, but 20% of the southeastern islands remained in the anti-bloodline faction's control. This allowed them to secure a supply route, and all attempts to take the islands had been repelled. Naruto invited his group, dubbed the Divine Bolts of Kumo by the populace of Kumo, to stay at his compound for the last 2 days before they needed to set out. Naruto was now nearly the size of Ai, and he was almost as fierce. For those wondering, he looked like the blonde, kitsune version of Goku after his first visit to the hyperbolic chamber. Naruto grew his second tail last year and he had integrated its power seamlessly. Naruto would never have the chakra control required of a medical ninja, but if you needed a mobile artillery, Naruto would suffice. Naruto worked more and more frequently with Ai, and he now adorned 3 golden bracelets on each wrist, in homage to his sensei. Each bracelet weighed 100 pounds and his armored slick vest weighed 200 pounds. Each leg adorned combat boots, and the bootstraps were actually weight bands. He carried 200 pounds on each leg, and he moved with ease due to his mastery of passive body reinforcement. With the addition of Naruto's second tail, he eclipsed Ai's chakra reserves, and his mastery of his storm release Kekai Tauta was growing steadily. Flashback, 2 weeks after Naruto grew his first tail. Hikari called Naruto into the seal in order to inform him about her plans to train him in the kitsune arts. She was very pleased with their first date inside the seal and wanted to continue to develop the relationship. It was off to a great start, and she knew that any mate she took would need to be proficient at the kitsune arts. Naruto walked into the cabin and placed a chaste kiss on Hikari's cheek. He had grown bolder, but he was still apprehensive about being too sensual with Hikari. "So, Hikari-chan, why did you call me here?" Hikari got a foxy grin on her face before she responded in a teasing voice. Ara, Naruto-kun, I guess you don't want to know about your bloodline or the kitsune arts. Very well, you may go. Naruto immediately got down on his knees and began begging the kitsune goddess in an overly exaggerated way. "Oh, great Kyuubi-sama, please forgive this petulant mortal that dared to incur your wrath. I swear I will obey you, oh beautiful kitsune, have mercy on my soul." Hikari covered her mouth with her hand and giggled melodiously. "Oh, stop it, Naruto-kun, that was too much." A smile threatened to spread beyond her hand as she looked down at the cheeky grin on Naruto's face. "Okay, let's get to it then. For starters, your parents bestowed 3 potent affinities upon you: wind, water and lightning. During your Hanyu transition, these merged into a Kekai Tauta that most people would refer to as storm release. It incorporates the 3 elements to strengthen your elemental jutsu and will become a terrifying force if you develop it." Naruto was drooling at the prospect while he was still on his knees from his earlier antics. He remained mouth agape until Hikari caressed his whisker marks with her right hand. The sensation drew a purr out of Naruto and broke him from his stunned silence. So, that's like way stronger than a Kekai Genkai, right?" Hikari nodded, A Kekai Tauta infuses 3 elements while Kekai Genkai typically incorporate 2. The power difference would depend on the elements combined. I will tell you that it will require you to acquire mastery over your 3 elements. The rest will be experimentation since you are the first known user of the Kekai Tauta version of Storm Release. I know that Kumo had some 2-element Storm Release users, so I would recommend you start there. Thanks, Hikari-chan. That was very helpful. So, you mentioned Kitsune arts. What is after the transformation jutsu? With one tail you have Kitsune illusion, false death and Kitsune illusion, erase presence. Work on the second one first because you are fairly poor at genjutsu, and that is me being nice. I will create a scroll and you can practice in the seal before practicing outside. Oh, I see. You just wanted an excuse to spend time with me, eh? Naruto wiggled his eyebrows and smirked at Hikari. Hikari answered that with a polite giggle before ejecting him from the mindscape. End of flashback. Naruto had devoted himself to his elemental mastery. Water and lightning were far easier than wind, or at least they were until Naruto met his eagle summons. After summoning some battle eagles, Naruto focused his chakra and summoned the leader of the eagles named Marika. The bird of prey was extremely proud, menacing and looked like she could pick up several fully grown shinobi in her talons without breaking a sweat. Naruto remembered the awkward introduction and how Marika demanded that he remained mounted on her for a quick flight as she called it. That flight was terrifying and freezing and blood boiling at the same time. Marika took him on several different wind currents and sped around the elemental nations, over the oceans and over the eastern continent at breakneck speeds. After spinning, diving, turning at nearly 90-degree angles and trying everything she could to shake him off, Marika finally acknowledged Naruto as her summoner. Naruto was extremely grateful for his chakra chains that anchored him to the eagle's neck. In celebration, Naruto had her take him to a beach on the edge of Lightning Country and he used a water jutsu to lift nearly 200 kod out of the ocean in a water prison. He infused the water prison with lightning chakra to cook the fish and then he dumped the cooked fish on a rock. Marika responded by nestling her cheek into Naruto and offering her daughter, Virginia, as his summon partner. Naruto graciously accepted. The Eagle clan were masters of Futon Jutsu and taught Naruto how to shape blunt and slicing wind jutsu. They gave Naruto wind nature control exercises to control currents around his body, push boulders along the ground and eventually slice through boulders. Naruto was better at the blunt wind jutsu like Futon, Great Breakthrough and Futon, Wind Hammer that used blunt force wind jutsu. Virginia told Naruto that he would need better control to truly master slicing wind jutsu. Virginia did teach him Futon, slicing talons which Naruto used alongside his kitsune nails to create 4 separate, meter-long wind blades that extended from his fingernails. As a point of reference, Virginia's slicing talon jutsu made wind blades that were 10 meters long and could cut through nearly 5 feet of concrete. Naruto worked with Ai and Daru to start working on his storm release. It was a far touchier process than he thought it would be. Luckily, shadow clones were an expendable and renewable resource to test new jutsu. Naruto started with Raiten, Lightning Ball as a base reference. He worked to integrate the 3 elements of Storm Release and after a couple months, he was able to form Raiten, Storm Ball. He created a Storm Ball in his hand and encased the 3 elements in a wind barrier. He could then throw the ball at his target and the results were electrifying. It completely obliterated any single elemental defense that tried to stop it before continuing onto its target. The only jutsus that Naruto was able to convert into Storm Release were the simplistic D and C rank jutsus. Anything that required high amounts of shape control and manipulation became too complicated when incorporating 3 elements. Naruto was sure he would get it eventually, but for the time being it seemed like it was too much power to control at once. I was immensely proud of his apprentice, and he was leaning much heavier on him during training. If he wasn't so confident in Naruto, he never would have allowed Naruto and his group to go to Kiri. Returning to the mission to Kiri, Naruto and his group found themselves passing time on the ship. It was an incredibly boring week-long journey to Kiri and Naruto was getting stir-crazy. With the advent of his second tail, his mother's containment seal was getting strained. It was also much harder to control his pheromones now that he had reached demonic age of maturity. The second tail essentially doubled his base release of pheromones and the results on his female friends were interesting. When Naruto was working out, it was common for the girls to stop what they were doing and start staring at him while drooling from the mouth. Kami forbids he took his shirt off in their presence, then it became 10 times worse. If they were in enclosed space, such as a ship cabin, the effects got even stronger. They would pant, sweat, their panties would get noticeably wetter, and Naruto sensed it all. The smell of their womanhood would start to distract Naruto and then you were left with a bunch of horny teenagers trapped in a room. It didn't help that Hikari kept saying that Mabui and Samui already had her stamp of approval. For that matter, Kushina and Anko were pretty much egging him on instead of cautioning against it, and he was on the last legs of his willpower. Thus, the journey and close company between two girls that he would willingly die for became a sick form of sexual torture for the young trio. On day 3 of the journey, the three were sitting on the bow of the boat and enjoying the wind in their hair. Samui was leaning into his left shoulder and Mabui was on his right and Naruto was at his wit's end. Okay, girls, I think it is time we cleared up what is going on here. I think you both know how much I care about you, but in case you are oblivious, I care deeply for each of you. You both know about Hikari-chan and my love for her. What I want to know is where do you two stand? Mabui simply leaned further into him and rubbed her cheek on his chiseled chest. Ruto-kun, I can safely say that I love you. I do not care about sharing you so long as you hold me close in your heart. If loving you means I get to love Samui-chan too, then that is all the better. She ended by placing a soft kiss on his cheek. Samui listened to Mabui impassively before she livened up and her icy blue eyes linked with Naruto's. Look, Ruto, it's cool with me. Mabui is my coolest friend and I think it would be cool to try things out. As far as Hikari, I don't really know. Until we spend more time together, all I know is what you tell us about her, and she seems cool. Hikari giggled through the mental link. Hee hee, tell Samui-chan that she is pretty cool too. I am fine with sharing each of them. Ask them if they are bi-curious for me, would you Ruto-kun? Naruto blushed furiously, which was noticed by each girl. Hikari says you're pretty cool too Samui. She wants to know if you girls are, bi-curious. A serene fit of giggles filled Naruto's ears. Mabui answered first, I wouldn't mind trying. I haven't gone out of my way to be with a woman, but I wouldn't mind trying if it were Samui.
The normally stoic Samui blushed furiously before she answered, WWLI, I guess that would be cool.
Naruto let a deep chuckle escape from him before he turned his head to Mabui and leaned down into a passionate kiss. Naruto had gotten much better at kissing, thanks to rather direct feedback from Hikari. Mabui melted into the kiss and looked like everything she ever wished for was finally coming true. Naruto broke the kiss and left Mabui in a daze as he turned to a patiently waiting Samui. He laid a thick one on her for a minute or two before he broke the kiss and left a breathless Samui. He was then blown away when Samui leaned over his chest and placed a simple, yet sexy, kiss on Mabui's lips. That seemed to settle some of his Hanyu urges and filled his heart with joy as he enjoyed the wind blowing through his hair. The three continued to bond and it left Hikari wanting, so she pulled Naruto into the seal for some cuddle time and kisses each night. Naruto closed his eyes and thanked Kemi for all of the angels she placed in his life. The week-long trip became enjoyable after he finally confronted his feelings and accepted Samui and Mabui. Snogging sessions in hidden nooks of the ship, in vacant rooms, or whenever they were in private, the three gave into their hormonic urges and grew closer and closer to one another. They finally arrived at a port on a western island of Mizu no Kuni and were led to the rebels' main base. Mei was welcomed back with open arms and enthusiasm by the rebel forces. The Kumo reinforcements did not receive such a warm welcome, but that was to be expected. Naruto and B were rather imposing figures. B was 6 foot 1 inch, 240 pounds of highly dense muscle. He was a force of nature and the 7 red-hilted katanas slung on his back added to his intimidation factor. Naruto was 6 foot 2 inches, 215 pounds with neck-length blonde hair tied back into a man-bun. Naruto's face was covered to his nose in a black cloth fiber mask to hide his whisker marks. Naruto wore a Western-style greatsword on his back with the eagle head pommel peeking over his left shoulder. The blade was 5 inches wide and over 5 feet long from hilt to point. On his waist, he had a traditional Uzumaki katana clipped to his belt. The blue cloth hilt led to a sapphire pommel that was cut into a whirlpool shape. Naruto wore a dark blue long-sleeve shirt that peeked out from his hardened Kevlar armor that covered his chest and back. Imagine slick body armor. The body armor had 6 slots for his combat scrolls. His black bolt cargo pants were loose-fitting and allowed for freedom of movement. The Uzumaki sealing kit rested next to his field aid kit on the left side of his belt. The black combat boots were hardened leather with steel tips. The 3 golden bracelets on each wrist jingled rhythmically as the massive Hanyu walked confidently through the rebel forces. Naruto received his greatsword from the Eagle clan as a gift for becoming their first summoner in centuries. They claimed that it belonged to some guy from England, which was a great-great-grandfather to their first summoner. Their first summoner's ancestor was named Arthur and he had a passion for greatswords. This particular greatsword was called Heaven's Blessing, which was kind of ironic since it would now be wielded by a Hanyu. Naruto promised to use it to bring honor to the Eagle clan before he returned to his compound to develop a kenjutsu style for the unusual sword. He relied heavily on feedback from B and his mother to refine the style, but it became a truly terrifying weapon in Naruto's hands. Back to the rebels, Mei led the entourage to the command room that was full of rebel leaders looking at maps that were strewn out over the walls. Red and blue pins rested over each island, and on the main island of Kiri, 10 red pins circled the island. Mei introduced the Kumo reinforcements to the rebel leaders, who were extremely happy to have 2 Jinchuriki backing them up. If they only knew that Shina was actually the woman known as the Red Death and Naruto was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but Kumo didn't want them knowing that. Mei laid out a plan for attack, which was immediately augmented once Naruto said that he could fly up to 15 people on his summons across the sea. The plan soon became the Kumo detachment would fly to the southern fortress, scout it and then assault it. When that outpost was conquered, Mei's rebels would attack from the west the following night. The idea was that the Kumo squad could put enough pressure on to draw reinforcements from the other bases, thereby weakening the western fortresses. Thus, 2 days later, the Kumo contingent was on the back of Virginia as she soared above the seas of Kiri. Luckily, the ever-pervasive mist of Kiri hid the presence of the attack squad as the massive bird of prey soared high above the fort on the southern edge of the island. Naruto was not a true sensor, but he was taught some tricks by Shi. During the flybys, he would repeatedly force out pings of chakra. Since his chakra was so dense, he could ping nearly 2 kilometers in sonar-like fashion. Of course, this ping could be felt by enemy sensors, but it just confused the enemies in the dense mist. Naruto created clones around the base that would ping and then dispel to relay the information. The fort dispatched patrols to scout the surrounding terrain and repeatedly came up empty throughout the day. By the time night fell, the outpost was confused and frustrated with their sensor ninjas due to the constant freakouts. Virginia was relieved when Naruto finally told her to land. She was flying on and off for the past 6 hours and she was ready for a rest. Naruto promised Virginia her fill of fish when they returned to Kumo, an offer she gladly accepted. Through the repeated pinging, the Kumo contingent knew they were up against 80 fortified shinobis, which was an uphill fight, if they assaulted directly. Naruto did note that there were only 15 chakra signatures above Jonin level. She was proud of Naruto, she was Kumo's best sensor, and he had a passive range that was much less detectable than Naruto's pings. She was nearly undetectable within a 500-meter range, whereas Naruto's pulses were like bright beacons to sensors that could cover kilometers. Around 2 a.m., the group boarded Virginia once again and conducted an airborne assault on the fortress. There was a total of 12 ninjas in the watchtowers, which meant 1 for each member of the Kumo contingent. Virginia slowed down to hovering speeds as the Kumo shinobi dismounted 2 at a time. The guards were focused on looking out of the fortress and into the mist, never expecting an airborne threat. Samui, Mabui, Tuya, Amoe and Atsui got their first shinobi kills without resistance. The group was well trained and didn't let it distract them from their mission, but it would catch up with them later. Once the 12 guard ninjas were neutralized silently, the group communicated with hand seals. In 2-man teams, mentor and apprentice, they infiltrated the buildings of the Kiri fort. There were no civilians in this fort, which would be a mercy on the youngsters' consciences when this was all over. The 2-man teams cleared out every building silently except the barracks, which they saved for last. She signaled that there was a total of 40 ninjas sleeping in the barracks, which was about what they expected. The Kumo squad surrounded the barracks and placed a total of 40 explosive tags on the building, explosive tags made by Naruto, which were infused with yokai. After placing the tags, they jumped to cover and positioned themselves in a circular formation around the barracks. Kushina signaled from 5 down to 1 before a massive explosion echoed across Kiri. It created a veritable firestorm that destroyed the barracks in its entirety. There were 0 survivors. The mushroom cloud hovered above the mist's fort for nearly a full hour before finally dissipating. Meanwhile, the Kumo contingent sealed up everything useful that was in the base, including swords and weapons off the dead shinobi. They didn't bother picking through the wreckage of the barracks, but they did acquire some good intelligence from the command post, which Kushina and Mabui had cleared out earlier. Solid proof that Konoha was providing support to the anti-bloodline faction of the Civil War. Letters signed Ni, the calling card of route according to Kushina, detailed shipments of weapons and food that were provided by Konoha to Kiri forces. It took 20 minutes for the Kumo group to seal up useful items in the base while she was on constant lookout. She detected a scouting party sent from the base to the east that was 400 meters out and closing slowly. He alerted his team with the chakra mics of their presence and a hasty ambush was set. Since the scouting party was moving slowly through the cover of mist and nightfall, they weren't ready for a sensor that could easily point them out. Kushina let out a massive Suiten, water-colliding wave that Naruto, Samui and Mabui empowered with Raiten, electric flow. The lightning jutsu was specifically developed by Daru to empower Suten jutsus, and it added a powerful shock to any water. Especially when 3 people used it simultaneously. Needless to say, the scouting party never got a chance to report back to their outpost. After placing more explosive tags around the base, the Kumo contingent vacated the premises and waited for reinforcements. Kushina set up a protective barrier around their group on a hill overlooking the outpost. She cast a sensory genjutsu on top of the barrier to make them nearly invisible to anyone more than 50 feet away. The Kumo contingent waited patiently for Kiri to investigate the fallen outpost. Sure enough, nearly 100 shinobi from neighboring outposts assaulted the deserted base around noon the following day. Kushina waited until all shinobi, minus a couple patrols, were within the base before she detonated the explosive tags. 80 tags set up around the base detonated simultaneously and killed nearly 2/3 of the reinforcements and left those alive in a state of shock and confusion. They did not attack this group, they waited until nightfall to attack the base to the east. As night fell, 400 rebels assaulted 2 of the western bases. Rather than the finesse displayed by the Kumo team, this was a blunt force assault tactic. Mei melted the gates and rebels streamed through. The rebels lost 50 of their shinobi by employing this tactic, but they did win in the end. When the morning sun rose and cast light upon the mixture of smoke and mist, Mei received a messenger eagle from Naruto. To the beautiful Mei. Outposts 8 and 9 captured with 0 casualties. We are in holding pattern awaiting further orders. We have vital intelligence concerning Kiri forces and those that support them. Please advise. Ruto Maki. Mei reread the short note 3 times. A team that was supposed to be a simple distraction conquered 2 bases with 0 casualties. What was she doing wrong? Mei cleared her head of the distracting thoughts and focused on how to proceed from here. They had captured 2 forts on the western edge, and they could bring in reinforcements. What to do with the team on the southeastern edge? If they have vital intelligence, should she bring them back? Mei then noticed the eagle that was sitting there and patiently waiting on her. The eagle cocked its head at her before it spoke. Okay, lady, you going to write a return message, or can I go back to my realm already? Mei's surprise lasted for a few seconds. She was familiar with summons after her experience in the war. Give me a minute and I will write a reply. She grabbed some salted jerky and offered it to the large bird, which pecked it nimbly out of her fingers. Mei wrote the reply and thanked the eagle before it took off. The same bird landed on Naruto's shoulder 30 minutes later. He gave a quick, thanks to Philly before the bird disappeared in a puff of smoke back to its realm. Naruto handed the scroll to Kushina, who opened and read it. Okay, team, seems like they are going to make the most of our abilities. Naruto, how many explosive tags were you able to make while we waited? Well, I made 40, but we grabbed nearly 200 off of the 2 bases combined. Are we gonna make a big boom boom, Kachan? Mabui, Samui and B giggled at the blonde Hanyu's antics while Yugito shook her head. It was Atsui who couldn't leave that comment hanging. Yeah, let's prepare something fiery hot for this next base. He cheered while pumping a fist into the air. Atsui didn't have the same street cred as Naruto, which meant that Samui bonked him on the head, which earned another round of muffled laughter from the group. Little did they know that the 2 boys did it for the girls that were struggling for most of the day with the guilt of their first kills. Not just one, but many first kills. It was enough to fix the frowns upon their pretty faces. Kushina put a finger to her lips in a clear thinking pose. Well, we haven't done anything that would give away our identities yet. I think we should keep that up for as long as possible. Do you think we could replicate the previous night's attack again? She thought for a minute. I don't know. Their sensors should have been able to pick us up, but Naruto simply confused them. Now that they are on high alert, it might hurt us more than help us. He chimed in. What if we go in for a crash landing, then we can blow their base from within. Hit them hard and fast, because against the might be they won't last. Kushina looked around the group. Translation, anyone? I have known the knucklehead for years, but I still can't translate that shitty rap. Anko spoke up in defense of B to stop him from pouting. He means we use the eagles to bypass the walls and then blow up as much of the base as we can. Fight off any of the survivors and voila. Naruto giggled before breaking into, Anko and B, sitting in a tree, kiss. Ow. Naruto ripped a viper out of his left arm. Anko knee. Even though I am immune to poisons, it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. I will have to burn a lot of chakra to neutralize that damn neurotoxin. Naruto rubbed the fresh snakebite on his arm. Kushina smacked them both upside the head. Anko, if I ever see you do that while on mission again, I will beat you black and blue and intimately introduce to my precious. Kushina lovingly cradled the hilt of her katana, and everyone shivered in fear. Yugito sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Okay, guys, deep in enemy territory here. Can we please take this seriously? All bases are going to be on high alert. I am not against a hard and fast hit, but what if we carpet bomb base 6 before attacking base 7? Daru cracked an eye open at that. Make them think we are at 6 and attack them while they are mobilizing reinforcements? That's risky, Yugito. Naruto chipped into the conversation. What if I dropped off 100 or so shadow clones around base 7 before we went to carpet bomb 6? Then my clones would be able to neutralize any scouts before they expect a fight. If they don't, then my clones will provide a distraction while we attack from above. B was nodding his head vigorously. My big bro taught you well, that plan is quite swell. With the element of surprise, Kiri will meet its demise. Kushina clapped and got an overjoyed look on her face. Hey, I actually understood that one. Yay me. After a sigh and a ka-chan from Naruto, Kushina returned to serious mode. Okay, let's go with Naruto's plan. We will move out at nightfall. We will do a flyby around base 7 with Sensing. Naruto will drop off 100 clones before we hit base 6 hard and heavy. After we drop off our presents, we return to attack 7 from above. Any questions? With the plan set, they executed the plan that night. Everything went according to plan until they landed in base 7. Base 7 was on full alert when shuriken began raining down from above. Kushina and Naruto were both highly proficient at the shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and they struck silently from above as they delivered their payload from above. The shinobi on the walls that were engaging the Naruto clones fell in great numbers, and the survivors were looking into the night sky for the source of the attack. Atsui used Katen, Great Fireball Jutsu, to blow a fireball that Virginia empowered with a mighty flap of her wings. Needless to say, that caught the attention of the surviving shinobi that all began to look up into the night sky. Kushina, B and Yugito jumped off the eagle's back first and began tearing into the surviving shinobi force. The rest followed shortly after and jumped behind the defensive line that was hastily formed by the Kiri shinobi. Naruto clones began pouring over the walls to provide backup. To put it simply, it was an absolute clusterfuck, especially when some wise guy decided to use Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden miss jutsu. Naruto quickly got sick of it and blew out an overpowered futon, great breakthrough to clear the mist. He totally didn't mean to send Atsui flying into the enemy formation. A Naruto clone substituted with the stunned Atsui and was summarily dispelled by a couple Kiri ninjas. It didn't take too long to decimate the survivors in the courtyard of the base, but the real problems began when Naruto let out a chakra ping. Naruto felt 4 signatures hiding in the reinforced bunker of the base, and he let his mother know as much. Kushina, Yugito, she and Daru made their way down to the sealed bunker. Kushina made short work of the defensive seals on the bunker door before she placed a high-powered, directional explosion seal on the door. The group stepped back before the explosion sent the door flying into the far wall of the room. 4 shinobi in black cloaks and blank white masks with the writing "Ni" on the top left corner were standing behind an earth wall in the bunker. They were clearly disoriented, and they were not ready to handle the enraged Kushina, who clearly remembered the assassination attempt. She, Daru and Yugito watched the Red Death lay waste to 3 of the 4 ninjas before chopping off the right arm and leg of the last one. She attempted to question the masked individual before he killed himself, but it proved fruitless. The dead shinobi lit a flame due to a suicide seal, which incensed Kushina further. The group sealed up what documents they could from the bunker before returning topside to meet up with the rest of the Kumo contingent. With base 7 sacked and sealed up, they hopped on Virginia's back and returned to the west side of Kiri's main island. They landed in the recently captured base 1 to thunderous applause and shouts from the rebel forces. Mei had told her forces of their contribution and they were given a hero's welcome. B and Anko accepted the praise with massive smiles and waves to their temporary allies. The rest of the group was too tired to care, so they headed to the command bunker to report in. Naruto and his classmates left the adults to discuss the battle plans, and they all went to clean off the dried blood in the showers. Naruto walked into his designated room, one of the captain's quarters from the previous occupying force. The room was nice with a queen bed and a bathroom attached. He didn't have the will to resist when Samui and Mabui joined him. They were all pretty somber and guilt-ridden. They enjoyed a fairly tame shower in their underwear. There was a bit of kissing and light touching, but they didn't want to take things too far after such a long couple of days. The group ended up asleep, 1 girl on each of Naruto's shoulders. Kushina stopped in to check on them after a long and drawn-out meeting. She then closed the door with a very pleased smile on her face. The Kumo contingent took the next day off with gratitude and used it to recenter themselves. Each of the apprentices looked downcast, so Kushina called a group meeting in her bedroom. Okay, kiddos, I know that you skipped the kiddie pool and jumped straight into the deep end. The good news is that it will only get easier once we are done with all of this. This is war and war is hell. You have all done a magnificent job, and if it makes you feel any better, we are all proud of the way you conducted yourselves. Daru spoke next. I know the weight of taking a life feels too heavy to bear, and I am glad you all feel that way. This is our job and way of life. So long as you don't relish in destruction or succumb to the bloodlust, you will stay on the right track. It is okay to feel what you all are feeling, but don't let the weight of it drag you down. Anko spoke in her cheery voice, ditto what those two said. Y'all are doing great and this shit sucks. Most Shin'an are oblivious to what y'all are feeling, and it may be better that way. However, during the past 3 days I saw proud warriors of Kumo out there. Y'all did what needed to be done and you did it in the cleanest way possible. Kushina decided she had more to add. It was pretty clean, wasn't it? Aside from that last fort, we operated like trained professionals. And we got a shit ton of loot to take home while helping out what we all know to be the good guys in this war. Imagine that these rebels are me and Ruto, bloodline wielders. The current Mizukage would have us killed for such a stupid reason. There is no way in hell that is right. So, hold your heads up high and know that your efforts are making the world a better place. The kids seemed to find comfort in the words of their mentors, and it did help that they collected an actual shit ton of loot. Between the 3 bases they looted, they had over 1,000 kunai, 1,500 shuriken, 400 swords, 200 bottles of some expensive sake, a few water jutsu, 400,000 ryu and other various odds and ends. They would be in for a fat payday when they returned to Kumo. Naruto cracked a smile and looked at everyone. And, we all made it out alive. I heard that the rebels lost over 50 men on just 2 bases. So long as you all are safe, I will be okay. That seemed to pull his friends the rest of the way out of their slump. The Kumo contingent sauntered off to the cafeteria to enjoy a well-earned meal. In the cafeteria, Mei approached the table with a cute red-headed girl that seemed to be around 15 years old with a nearly identical hairstyle. It was painfully obvious that the girl was her daughter. Mind if we join you? After multiple people said no, Mei sat down and introduced the girl. Well, this is my daughter Maya Terumi, and I was hoping she could make some friends with you guys. Not many kids running around with the resistance and all that. Naruto opened up with a gigawatt smile that made the teenage girl blush, or at least the uncovered side of her face suggested she was blushing. Nice to meet ya, Maya. I am Ruto Maki, this is Mabui, Samui, Tuyamaki, Amoe and the loudmouth is Atsui. The girl looked down at her feet. NN nice to meet you.
I am Maya Terumi.
The girl bowed her head, attempting a semi-formal introduction. Atsui laughed boisterously before saying, no need to be formal with us, Maya-san. We are pretty much the furthest thing from formal. Mabui rolled her eyes. Speak for yourself, Atsui. Maya-san, it is nice to meet you. Please join us and tell us a bit about yourself. Maya sat down and eased into the group. Samui noticed the sidelong glances the girl kept sneaking at Naruto, so she placed a possessive hand on his. An action that was mirrored by Mabui, which caused Naruto to adopt a goofy I'm sorry face. Maya looked between the two girls before she giggled. At Samui's cocked eyebrow, she explained. Figures a guy like Ruto is taken. But 2 girls already? That's impressive. Maya's visible eye showed she was enjoying Naruto's awkwardness. My mom said that we will be sending 2 bloodline users to Kumo. If I came, could I have a piece of him? Kushina and Mei heard the conversation before breaking out in a fit of giggles. Naruto really wished one of his hands were free so he could adopt his signature sheepish pose. Mabui and Samui gripped him tighter and Amoe, along with Atsui, broke out at a fit of laughter. Anko decided to answer that, don't be too hasty, Maya-chan. Lil bro has that effect on young ladies. Take your time before jumping to any decisions. Mei decided to say the motherly thing. That's right, Maya-chan, I don't think I am ready to let you elope with some cute boy you just met yet. I did that with your father and although you are my greatest blessing, he was not so much. The redhead blushed profusely before screaming, Kachan. The group enjoyed each other's company and Maya tagged along. She told the group how she inherited her mother's twin bloodlines and about how her father died in the war. The Kumo team sympathized with that, there were too many orphans in Kumo from the Third Shinobi War. They spent the next 2 days bonding while the adults were making battle plans and Maya did seem to fit right into the group. Naruto agreed with what Mei said though, and he said they could be friends, but he wouldn't recommend leaving her mother or home. Maya reluctantly accepted the good advice. As typically happens in war, the rebels were not able to carry out the plan they had been crafting. Sirens sounded around the base to bring everyone to full alert. A scouting party had just returned to let the command team know that Yagura was marching on their outpost with 5,000 troops. The rebel forces had a mere 1,500 troops to their name, which left a pretty sizable disparity. Not to mention the fact that Yagura could fully transform into the Sanbi. Kushina tried to tell the kids to take positions on the back line, but Naruto said that he would stick by his mother's side. The rest of the apprentices followed his example. A hasty battle plan chose a narrow passageway to confront Yagura's army, and the rebels mobilized immediately to meet the encroaching army. Naruto was given nearly 1,000 explosive tags that were attached to kunai and sealed into scrolls. Samui and Mabui insisted on joining him in this task. Their job was to fly above the battlefield and rain down destruction on the enemy forces. Flying summons were a seriously big advantage when you were fighting against an enemy with zero air power. Naruto hovered high over the battlefield nearly 500 meters up with Samui and Mabui. They watched from a bird's eye view as the armies stopped 300 meters from each other. The canyon walls rose steeply and neither side had a presence on the clifftops. The passage was only 400 meters or so wide, which meant that both armies were compressing into column formations. Naruto was told to start raining fire when the first move was made, and it didn't take long for the Kiri forces to initiate a charge. The rebel forces held a defensive line along the canyon and Mei stood at the front of the formation. The remainder of the Kumo contingent was right behind her and they were waiting patiently for the signal. Naruto dove down atop Virginia and began creating clones that jumped off the bird, unleashing whole ceiling scrolls of explosive kunai on the enemy formation. The first flyby hit them from front to back. A veritable carpet bomb of explosions tore through the first 3 out of 5 total divisions. The heavy jutsu hitters of the rebel forces used various shunshine techniques to close the gap between the opposing armies before letting loose a color storm of jutsu that would put Crayola to shame. Naruto was able to pick out his mother's Suten, Great Rampaging Waterfall, and Daru's Laser Circus. He caught a glimpse of she casting a genjutsu and watched as surviving shinobi turned and charged at their own ranks. Virginia recovered from her first dive and gained altitude to watch the next developments in the battle. It was a completely one-sided opening attack that considerably leveled the playing field. The Kiri shinobi didn't know whether to pay attention to the enemy above or in front of them. Then the explosions of various jutsu ripped through the survivors of the carpet bombing. Naruto watched from 300 meters up as some of the backline shinobi attempted, and failed miserably, to hit him with kunai. Then the formation of Kiri shinobi parted, and a single figure stepped forward. Yagura was beyond enraged. He could deal with a couple bases being taken. He would simply take them back and kill all the rebels that stood in his way. Now, he had lost nearly half of his forces to a bird summoner and the filthy rebels. Oh well, he thought, if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. He adorned the Three Tails chakra cloak and walked forward at a slow and menacing pace. Naruto heard a click in his earpiece and then his mother's voice. No more, Ruto. Be prepared to hit this guy hard when he fully transforms. We will immobilize him, you hit him with a storm jutsu. Make it count, Sochi. Roger, Kachan, be safe. A battle of the titans ensued between the two armies. Mei, Shina, Yugito and B made their stand against the chakra cloak Jinchuriki. B and Yugito flashed into their chakra cloaks. Since Mei had proof that Konoha was helping the bloodline faction, she gave the okay to have the Kumo contingent represent Kumo. The battle raged for 5 minutes, and Yagura was getting his ass handed to him, which was the final straw. He initiated the full transformation. In less than 30 seconds, the Sanbi was standing there and screaming about how all bloodline users should die. Hikari let Naruto know that was very unlike the Sanbi, so she suspected foul play. Unfortunately, Naruto was in no position to pull punches when a fully released biju was on the same battlefield as his mother. The canyon was too narrow for B to comfortably transform, and he didn't think he would need to anyway. The massive three-tailed turtle rolled into a ball and then sped toward the rebel army, like some hedgehog we are all familiar with, but much slower and more destructive. Naruto watched Mei create a massive swamp of lava. It was like a lava version of the Earth Flow River Jutsu. Daru launched a laser circus at the oncoming biju to slow it down, and Kushina launched a high-penetration water laser, a thin, high-powered water jutsu at the Sanbi's hardened shell. The jutsus impacted and slowed the giant turtle down enough that the Sanbi got stuck in the lava. Naruto ordered Virginia to dive as he focused the biggest storm release, storm ball he could muster. He got it to be about the size of a basketball before Virginia bottomed out her dive and Naruto released the jutsu onto the back of the Sanbi. The brilliantly glowing orb sped down from the sky, penetrated the outer shell of the Sanbi and then detonated. A condensed storm seemed to form just inside the Sanbi's shell before the hardened shell could no longer contain the energy. The explosion ripped open a 30-meter crater in the Sabi's shell and sent electricity arcing throughout its body. Kushina took advantage of the timing and cut a prepared seal out of red scroll she carried on her back. She disappeared in a water sunshine and appeared atop the Sanbi near the freshly destroyed shell. She jumped down into the crater and slapped an Uzumaki-style, demonic suppression seal on the massive turtle. Slowly, the creature receded into its host, who lay in a crumpled heap on the lava. Hikari let out a soft whine in Naruto's head as she felt her brother of sorts die. Yagura was face down in the lava, slowly being eaten away by Mei's jutsu. Kushina grabbed what remained of his corpse and jumped toward the rebels. Mei jumped toward the Kiri army and used chakra to enhance her voice. Let that be the end of this. There has been enough bloodshed in Kiri for 100 lifetimes. I will offer pardons to those of you who surrender now, to those that resist I offer you nothing except death. Now choose. For such a beautiful woman, she was truly terrifying when she was in leader mode. The clatter of falling weapons could be heard from all over the Kiri formation. Rebels immediately moved to surround the formation, but Naruto saw 4 cloaked figures dart away. He pointed them out to the girls and Virginia gave pursuit. Naruto let his mother know where he was going, and he gave chase to the cloaked figures. After they used Sunshine a couple of times in rapid succession, Naruto saw them stop and regroup on a cliff. He pointed them out to the girls and formed a quick battle plan. Virginia descended silently on the unaware cloaked shinobi. The mist prevented them from seeing the shadow of the great bird of prey until it was too late. Virginia launched a futon, wind talon slash at the group and was able to catch 2 of the masked shinobi unawares. One jumped off to the left and Naruto dove down on him with his greatsword, sheathed in wind chakra, mid-swing. The shinobi attempted to block with a wakizashi, but Naruto's greatsword severed the blade with little resistance and then bisected the man. Samui and Mabui double-teamed the shinobi that dodged to the right and Samui was able to sever his left arm from the elbow down as Mabui's downward slash was blocked. Mabui quickly rerouted her momentum and lashed out with a kick that landed on the ninja's right shoulder and sent him stumbling toward Samui. Samui recovered from her first slash and launched into an upward slash from her down position. She cut the man from right pelvis to left shoulder, deep enough to where the man wouldn't survive. The man lay on the ground, bleeding out for 15 seconds before blue flames incinerated him and the knee mask he was wearing. In a similar fashion, the other bodies self-immolated and left behind no proof. Oh well, Naruto bore a deep hatred for the root Anbu, and he reveled in their defeat and subsequent deaths. After making sure the girls were okay, Naruto whistled, and Virginia landed in front of them. That was a great use of the wind blade, Naruto-sama. It brings me joy to see the results of our training over these past 3 years. Virginia nestled her head into the nook of Naruto's neck and shuddered as Naruto hit that spot under her beak. Samui and Mabui watched the two with a mix of morbid fascination and a twinge of jealousy. Mabui broke them up with, "Well, aren't you two lovebirds getting along fascinatingly well?" Naruto cocked an eyebrow and Virginia clicked her beak in agitation. The human girl just ruined an intimate moment between master and servant. It turns out Virginia really appreciated having Naruto as her summoner, so much in fact that she treated him more like a master-slash-servant relationship than a summon partner. The Eagles hadn't had a summoner since the old times when they were hailed as the national bird of a once great nation. They had all been waiting to serve a worthy summoner once again, and Naruto was most definitely a worthy summoner in Virginia's eyes. Naruto just laughed off the tense interaction between his summon and girlfriends. He would have to ask them later, but girlfriends felt like the right word for now. Okay girls, let's mount up. We need to rejoin everyone else. The group flew over to the battlefield to see the rebels still in the process of securing the Kiri prisoners of war in chakra cuffs. Naruto was sure that Mei would give them fair trials, but it was still quite a pickle. There was a mighty cheer from the rebel forces as Virginia landed next to their leader and the trio dismounted. Virginia gave an affectionate farewell to Naruto before disappearing back to the summoning realm. Naruto formed his hand seal and created 200 shadow clones to assist in securing the prisoners. The real Naruto reported in to Kushina and B, who were glad that Naruto had tied up loose ends that should keep Konoha in the dark for a bit longer. Kushina checked to make sure the kids were okay after their participation in the war. Strangely enough, they were fine, likely due to the fact that the kills weren't so up close and personal. Mei and Maya gave them a warm greeting, especially Maya, who chose to jump into Naruto's arms and check him over like a worried mother hen. For the second time in less than an hour, Mabui and Samui grew tick mark over their temples at how naturally other females threw themselves at their boyfriend? Yes, most definitely, boyfriend is the right word, and they would have to confirm that with Naruto when there was time. The Kumo contingent stayed with the rebel forces until they successfully took Kiri with no resistance a week later. It wouldn't have taken so long if the rebels didn't need to frog march the prisoners with them. Mei proved to be a much more benevolent leader than Yagura was by the way she treated the prisoners humanely. In a short week, life could be seen in the prisoners' eyes once again as hope refilled their hearts. Hope for a better Kirigakure. The Kumo contingent was hailed as heroes in Kiri and Mei's first official act as Mizukage was honoring the treaty that was agreed to when Kumo took the mission. An unofficial ally was the growing nation of Uzushiagakure, who was still just a collection of farmers and builders at this time. Kushina promised Mei an alliance so long as Kiri honored Uzu's independence. It really helped that Mei was part Uzumaki and had earned Kushina's trust. Thus, after a teary goodbye from Maya and promises to see them again soon, the Kumo contingent bribed Virginia with 3 all-she-could-eat fish buffets to fly them back to Kumo. As for the 2 bloodlines that Mei agreed to send to Kumo, she asked for time to get her nation back on her feet and then she would ask for volunteers that would like to help secure Kiri a new ally. She asked for leniency on this because she really had no clue what her forces even looked like after such a long and drawn-out war. Shina agreed to give her time to get Kiri back on its feet and she was sure I would agree. The group landed on an exhausted Virginia 5 weeks and some change after they left for the mission. I saw them coming and orchestrated a hero's welcome for the squad of shinobi. Proud citizens of Kumo lined the streets and cheered for them as they walked up to the Raikage Tower. Whispers of their achievements already beginning to spin out of control, but there was no harm in letting it happen. The group just soaked up the praise and pride of their people with smiles on their faces. They finally made it up to Ai's office in the Raikage Tower where they gave him a full report. I apologized to the fresh Jinan for putting them in such a dangerous position. He thought that the kids would hang back and play more of a support role, but it turns out they ended up right in the thick of it. He was keenly interested in Konoha's direct involvement in a foreign civil war, but he didn't have a leg to stand on since he sent his best to help end the war. He paid them for an S-ranked mission and gave them a whole week off for their efforts. The group made their way down to the Maki compound where they laid out and divided the spoils of war. Once again, the massive collection of weapons, scrolls and money made them all feel like kids in a candy store. There was nothing of the highest quality among the collection, but most of the Kiri swords would fetch a decent price. Atsui seemed particularly fond of 2 chakra sabers, one-handed, single-edged swords with thicker blades that were common among sailors and pirates. The blades were made from chakra-conductive metal and Atsui simply wouldn't stop rambling about how hot the blades made him feel inside, so the group just shoved them into his arms and told him to shut up already. Mabui selected 2 wakizashis that were of a nice quality that she strapped in an X-holster on her back. She begged Kushina to put reinforcement, self-repair and summoning seals on them, which Kushina was more than happy to do. Samui was partial to her katana and wakizashi pairing that she already had, so she didn't make any claims. Yugito took an interest in a pair of bladed gauntlets that were a unique design special to Kiri. He already had his swords, so he let Daru and she pick some upgrades. Kushina scoffed at the quality of the swords compared to her preciouses and Tuya decided to take 2 katanas as practice swords. Naruto's greatsword was unique to the ancient Western culture and he had his spare blades custom forged, so he passed on the chance for new weaponry. Kushina cooked a victory meal for the Kumo contingent, and they all invited their families over to celebrate. It turned into a typical, rowdy Maki party when the sake came out and the adults forced the kids to drink a couple saucers in celebration. It was only right that after their first war they had their first drink. It was during this party, with the extra liquid courage of sake, that Naruto finally made Mabui and Samui his official girlfriends. Ending the war in Kiri would be the first in a long line of crowning achievements for the 6 dubbed the Divine Bolts of Kumo. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.